5, 4, 3. We are live on Pop Culture Breakdown. It is Sunday, and that means that we are going to go ahead and dissect the pop culture events of the week for good or ill. And I am joined here tonight by the Kelvington, my producer. Hail, Kelvington.
Hail, Doomcock. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm delighted to have you here, and I'm delighted to be here with all these wonderful people here tonight. We have got none other than Gary Ambrosia. Hello, Gary. How are you, my friend?
Hey, how are you guys?
I see the creature has a fez. He's joined Harvey's Club. That's disturbing. And we have got Raquel Briggs. Hello, Raquel. Welcome back.
Good evening, DC.
It is good to see you. Absolutely delighted to have you here tonight.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for asking me.
And we have got Tom of Midnight's Edge. Hello, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan of yours too. And we've got Kamran Pasha. Hello, Kamran Pasha. How are you doing?
I'm delighted to be here, and I'm so excited to see our friend Raquel here because we had a Sufi Sheikh on a couple of weeks ago, and we Sufis say that the names of God, there are 99 names of God, and 44 of them are masculine and 45 of them are feminine. So the feminine always dominates. So we welcome her in the feminine name of God to this broadcast.
Wow. Man.
Yeah.
You used to be that a gentleman would simply remove his coat and lay it over a puddle for a lady, but now we've gone into the realm of the divine, and that is gallantry if ever I saw some. Hail Cameron, hail Raquel, Tom, Gary, and Kelvington. Mexican Iron Man had some StreamYard issues. Apparently, StreamYard has done some kind of update and failed to update Max. So everybody on Mac is having a hard time right now. I hope that Mexican Iron Man will find a way, like Life did in Jurassic Park. I hope that Mexican Iron Man will find a way back to us today. But I want to go ahead and start off the show right away. Raquel Briggs pointed out something. Go ahead, Raquel. Why don't you introduce this, since you were the one who called it to our attention?
Well, it's the anniversary of Gene Roddenberry's death. So I thought that it would be nice to mention it. And certainly there are huge Gene Roddenberry fans out there. I count myself among them. And he is greatly missed. We lost him too soon. Unfortunately, he did use some substances that led to his death. And what a wonderful creator. What a wonderful mind, and what a beautiful legacy. So, Gene, we miss you, and we thank you for your body of work.
Gene Roddenberry. If it weren't for him, we would not have Star Trek. And God, what a sad thing it would have been for the world. We would have all been a lot poorer as geeks and as human beings. That, at a time where pessimism was rampant, this was a beacon of hope in the middle of, the cultural tumult of the 60s, the culture wars then, the Vietnam War, all sorts of pessimism, controversy, the bomb, the Cold War, all of these things gave birth to one of the most optimistic expressions in pop culture, Star Trek.
Yeah.
And I just, I can't, there's no way I would not be the person I am today if it were not for the great Gene Roddenberry. And Lucille Ball, who gave him the shot. We've got to say that, if Gene Roddenberry was the father of Star Trek, you got to say Lucy was the mother, because she was a absentee mother. I mean, she wasn't involved in the day-to-day production of the thing, but without her, we would not have Star Trek. There's just no doubt about it. So God bless Gene Roddenberry. God bless Lucille Ball. And God, anyone else want to say anything about this great man, Gene Roddenberry, before we
Well,
move on
but
to the breakdown?
before we go further, Magel, some people pronounce it Magel. There are 9 or 10 different pronunciations of that name. But she said, that what Gene wanted most was to be remembered as an author, as a writer. So on this day, I would love to remind everyone to watch Genesis 2, to watch Planet Earth, to watch the Questor tapes, and to enjoy the full body of Gene's work and his great science fiction mind.
Yeah, and I want to say that he was an innovator, right? Like, I mean, look at what he did, and being such a visionary with Star Trek has done for generations beyond. I mean, everything from the cell phone to this means that we're talking on right now, right? Brought to you by Gene Roddenberry, really, in a lot of ways. It all begins with Star Trek, that first step towards the new frontier. And
Cell
we're
phones.
living. That's what I just said. Everything from your cell phone in your hand to what we're talking on right now. It all comes from there. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that the things that he added to not just our culture in general through Star Trek, but our daily lives will ever really, we'll never know the extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, how badly do we need him now?
Oh, man.
Now more than ever.
I mean, talk about a kind of, I don't want to say bittersweet, more like bitter loss. We really need him now.
Yeah.
Well, if he wasn't dead, seeing what Kurtzman has done to Star Trek would have finished him off.
He would have whipped some ass.
Yes, Gary.
He would have walked in there and he would have whipped some ass. He's an old Navy guy, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, he certainly was. He was a pilot. I mean, he flew sorties in World War II, serious sorties, not just like bullshit, troop carrier or some shit. I mean, combat missions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was a straight up, World War II hero. And then he was a cop in Los Angeles.
He was.
And, he got his break with Sam Rolfe on Have Gun Will Travel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was his first bunch of sales, and he wrote a number of scripts for Have Gun Will Travel, which is becoming one of my favorite shows. I've got the whole collection on DVD, and what a great show it is.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. He was a remarkable man, and I've got Genesis 2.
Yes.
And Planet Earth.
Yes.
He also did he had a third crack at that pinata with Strange New Worlds. Or Strange New World is what it was called. And it was like a third with John Saxon as Dylan Hunt, but I don't have, I've got Questor tapes. But I don't have Spectre. I don't know if that ever was released on DVD.
Well, that leads me to my only direct interaction with Roddenberry in the sense that I read his actual writing, because I think I mentioned on Doomcock on your channel before I was actually asked to develop a TV series based on his Spectre movie from the 70s, and I actually worked with Roddenberry Company to do it. We went around town, pitched it, and people were like, show about modern day exorcisms, like an X-Files type show with a woman scientist who doesn't believe and a priest who does. Never going to happen. Then 3 years later, they do Evil, which is exactly that show, right? So it's literally that show.
They did The Exorcist too, as well. Yeah.
Right. But if you watch it, it's like, that's exactly, even the characters are what I pitched. It's very strange. But Spectre, I had the incredible honor, because the Roddenberry Company let me have access to Gene's original notes from the days of Spectre. So I'm looking at actual handwritten notes by Gene Roddenberry from the 70s as he's thinking about doing a movie that could lead to a series about exorcism. And the thing that blew me away was coming to understand from his own words that Gene Roddenberry was a spiritual guy. He said in his own words, in his own writings, about how the real final frontier is not space. It is consciousness. It is what lies beyond the veil of death. Those were his things that I read. He said, that's the next stage. He said, our modern Western society is kind of ready to explore outer space. They're not yet ready to explore inner space, which is actual reality, and the entities that dwell in other dimensions that our inner reality can interact with. And so reading this as a spiritual person, as a religious person, as a Sufi mystic, I had found a brother in Gene Roddenberry, especially, which was shocking because the propaganda that has been done by later writers in his name have claimed that Roddenberry was an atheist, which from his own writing, I could tell he was not. He wanted to explore demonic possession. He wanted to explore other realities and religious faith. He said that is the final frontier. And so if none of you have seen, Spectre was a TV movie that was made in the 70s. It was in X-Files before there was X-Files, about people investigating demonic possessions. And, it didn't really succeed beyond that TV movie, and the series never got greenlit. And regrettably, I never got a chance to make the show based on Roddenberry's notes. But you guys can watch a version of that if you go tune into on CBS right now, which is remarkably exactly the same thing I pitched a couple of years before, and magically it's on TV right now.
Yeah, hooray for Hollywood, right? Hooray for Hollywood. It's a bunch of rip-off scumbags. Yeah.
Same story ideas. It's like, yeah, it's a nice coincidence. Here we go. God bless. But that's my connection with Roddenberry.
No, it's great. Thank you, Cameron. And I think Spectre was really the best of the pilots that he did. I thought it was genuinely entertaining, and it had so much potential that just really was never realized. And Kelvington, you said you've got a Gene Roddenberry story before we move on.
Spectre is an odd film, and there's two versions of it. There's the UK version and the American version. We'll get you set up, Doomcock, to see that. So when I was young, my old man, he worked at a power company, kind of ran the power company, AEP, and Roddenberry was coming to the Richfield Coliseum to pimp phase 2, and it was just right on the cusp when he's doing those college tours. And when they Coliseum said, "Hey, we're going to need extra power this night," my old man wrangled an interview like he gets to meet Gene Roddenberry. And that's how much my dad had faith that I love Star Trek. And so before the show, myself and a friend of mine, we went backstage and we talked to Gene Roddenberry. And all he wanted to talk about is like, do you read books? Do you read a lot of books? You need to read every book that you can. That's the most important thing, is to fill your mind. Because, TV was considered kind of a wasteland even back then. But he was all on about reading books, making sure you understood, learn, stay in school as long as you can, learn everything that's possible, and that will help your imagination take flight. And we were two kids. I think I was 15 or 16. And he's like, no, this is very important. You need to do this and you need to listen to me. So he was thinking about two kids that he had never met, making sure that their future would be filled with imagination and intellectualism and how important all that stuff was. And I was an avid reader even back then, but boy, that just hammered it home. Like, the guy who created Star Trek cares enough about me that all he wants me to do is read books. That
was fantastic. Great story. I wish I had met Gene Roddenberry. I never did, but oh well. What a guy. What a guy. Seriously. And another fellow toxic male too, I will add. He definitely loved the ladies. So I feel honored to be in his company as well. Well, Kelvington, I think it's time maybe for our breakdown. What do you say? The breakdown. Rest in peace, Gene Roddenberry. And let us now move on to some Star Wars news. Yes, we have some very interesting Star Wars news. Very interesting to me, particularly. And I'll share why in just a minute. Somehow, Vader lives in the new Ahsoka series. Somehow, Vader or Anakin will return, not only in the Obi-Wan series, but The Hollywood Reporter is stating that Hayden Christensen will reprise the role of Anakin Skywalker, aka Darth Vader, in Ahsoka, the latest Star Wars live-action series from Lucasfilm and Disney+. Rosario Dawson is starring as the fan-favorite character Ahsoka Tano, a Jedi Knight survivor popular on the animation side of Star Wars, who made her live-action debut in the second series of The Mandalorian. Plot details are being kept in the far reaches of the Outer Rim, but it is known that longtime Star Wars lightsaber wielder Dave Filoni is writing the series and exec producing with Jon Favreau. It is unclear how Skywalker, or for that matter Vader, will figure into Ahsoka, which, like Mandalorian, is set 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi, and therefore after Vader's death. Well, I think I can answer that, Kelvington, because turns out that once again, people, hashtag Doomcock was right.
Mhm.
Once again, hashtag Doomcock was right, because thank you, Kelvington. It turns out that I did a video. I haven't even had a chance to track this down, but I know for a fact I did a video. I think it was probably about a year ago, where I had a tip for a deleted scene from The Mandalorian season 2, from the Ahsoka episode, where Anakin appeared as a Force ghost and talked to Ahsoka, telling her the importance of Luke and of baby Grogu, and how vital it was that he get taken care of. And I had the actual dialogue that I was provided from this leak. And of course, I had no way to prove that this was true or not. So I had to present it as a rumor. However, the fact now that they've come out and publicly said, yes, indeed, Hayden Christensen is going to return in Ahsoka. Well, it can only be as a Force ghost. And it validates the other video that I had, because it just makes perfect sense. And I guess they cut it for time, but also because I think they wanted to have a bigger surprise on the return of Anakin Skywalker at the start of the Ahsoka series, to kind of really give it a good goosing. That's the only thing I can guess. However, I will track down that video while we discuss, and I will probably go ahead and if I can find the link, I'll post it in the chat. But yeah, this is interesting. Now we know that Hayden Christensen is returning in Obi-Wan, which sounds to me like it's going to be one hell of a show. I mean, I've been told by sources inside Lucasfilm a bunch of things, and it all sounds good, folks. I mean, the Obi-Wan thing, god damn, it sounds fucking awesome. So I'm very excited about this, and I can't wait to hear about this Force Ghost thing. What do you guys think about this?
Well, it fits in with what I'd heard, which I know you had heard separately, and I had heard it from my sources last year, that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni had a plan to erase the sequel trilogy, and that the implication being that Ahsoka would be using the veil of the Force, which was actually introduced with Ahsoka in that Star Wars Rebels animated show. And the idea being she would go into multiple realities to alter things in the Star Wars timeline. And so if indeed Anakin is back, and we're going to assume he's back as a Force ghost in the form of Obi-Wan, he's not back as Vader.
Right.
And that implies, from what you had heard, that he had actually been cut out, that he had been guiding her in an Obi-Wan type way. But they took it out because I think they wanted to hold the surprise for the right moment, which is correct for them to do. I think what that does is it actually gives Favreau the ultimate chance to fix the false timeline that was created by J.J. Abrams and Kathleen Kennedy's people, with the idea being that the Emperor is somehow survived being thrown into the Death Star reactor and exploding in front of all of us, that his consciousness somehow went through the veil of the Force and entered into a clone body that had been prepared. I guess that's what that thing is in episode 9, which I never bothered to watch, right? So that's the implication. And the idea is Anakin was supposed to be the chosen one in George Lucas's universe, where he is the one that was prophesied from 1,000 years ago by both the Jedi and the Sith to be the one that arises that will eventually destroy the Sith. And so if you undo that and give that to Rey, who is apparently Palpatine's granddaughter / daughter / clone descendant. I mean, who the hell knows what she is, right? But you give it to his, and so essentially, if he's come back alive, then Anakin served no purpose, and his whole journey as Darth Vader and his repentance and fulfilling his destiny as a chosen one when he threw Palpatine into the reactor was pointless. So if this is the way they're doing it, if I were on that show, Mr. Favreau, if you're watching, I'd love to be on the show. If I were on that show, I would be guiding, and I'm sure Mr. Favreau and Filoni are already there, that the whispering that Anakin is doing over the course of the show, she's going to different points in Star Wars history and messing with things, kind of like a Voyager's time travel show, is that ultimately she's going to go back with Anakin's guidance to that throne room scene and make sure Anakin fulfills his destiny, which is, I guess, seal off the veil of the Force. That may very well be the end of the series when she destroys the veil of the Force that she's been using to travel. Because I think we know it's going to be used. The symbol is already in the artwork that we see.
Right.
So we know it's going to be used. And so the idea is, I think somewhere she'll destroy the veil of the Force, which will prevent Palpatine from emerging consciously from his dying body, and Anakin's destiny will be fulfilled. So Anakin will have double fulfilled his destiny, making sure that no one, even crazy people like Captain Kennedy, will not be able to alter his destiny.
Yes, and from what I was told, when Palpatine had already set his mirrors on his base in Exegol as a precaution. He could move back and forth between Exegol and the new Death Star and so on at will. And he had, new clone facilities over there and everything else. Was parking a lot of stuff over there. Contingency plans. Well, he didn't plan for being thrown down the shaft by Darth Vader. So what he had to do was he had to open up basically into the veil of the Force and go through it without the aid of the mirrors in that emergency, which really, really hurt him bad, stripped him of power, turned him into that revenant that we see in the sequel trilogy, where he crawls over, through the veil to, get to emerge on Exegol, where he stayed wounded and licking his wounds until, the sequel trilogy. So really all that Ahsoka has to do is get back in the veil, and because that veil basically contacts all points of time and space in the Force, find the proper, portal. When he comes through, kill him. And ta-da! None of this shit happens. So,
and hopefully they can get Anakin to kill him. I don't know how he's going to do that as a Force ghost. Maybe inside the veil you discover. It would be interesting if in the laws of the veil of the Force, maybe Anakin has some materiality inside the world between worlds, because he's in his own world between this life and the next, right? So maybe there is some way that because it would be terrible if Palpatine emerges and goes into the veil and Ahsoka kills him. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Or Ahsoka could go back in time and allow Anakin to choose a different path, the light path rather than the dark path, and he could gain entrance to the veil and confront Palpatine there. Although there's not going to be a lot of confronting because the guy is completely fucked up after, so basically it's just Anakin saying, "Oh, you're going to mess with me, motherfucker?" Just walking around him, kind of like, Pedro Pascal did in Game of Thrones, only hopefully Palpatine won't reach up and crush his head like the Mountain did to. Anyway, so yeah, I mean that is essentially what is already going. And Kamran, share again, tell us again. I feel like Lenny in of Mice and Men. It's like, tell us about the rabbits again, George. I want to hear about the rabbits. I want to hear about your contact who talked to you before or pretty concurrently with what I was coming out. Yeah,
because I believe the leaks were on purpose. They were being sent to you on purpose, and they were being sent to me on purpose, quite possibly by the same people, right? And so 24 hours after I got this call, I saw you reporting this, so I know that it's coming, in my opinion, from the same source. It was intentional. But when I got the call, I hadn't seen your report, and the call was from a friend of mine who is a very, very famous screenwriter, much more famous than I am. My ego will be hard to admit, but I guess it is true. He's worked on big movies that you've all watched on this channel, and he's a good guy, and he's well connected with Colin Trevorrow and others, who were screwed by Miss Kennedy, and so they're all kind of bitter. And so he contacted me out of nowhere, and I hadn't talked to him in a few weeks. He just contacted me, "Hey man, I just want to let you know. Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni have a plan to save Star Wars, and that it's already in motion in The Mandalorian." I'm like, "What? First of all, why are you calling me about this? Why are you telling me about this? And what more can you tell? I can't tell any more, right?" So I was like, okay, this is clearly being seeded to me, because by that time I had become a little bit known in the industry as one of the guys who's actually willing to talk on camera about the stuff people were saying privately, right? And so he had seen that I had relationships. I think Doomcock, you and our relationship had just started forming, and I talked on like Geeks and Gamers and a few other places. And so I guess whoever told him to do that, and I'm a suspicious who did, but whoever within the system told him to do that, thought, okay, this guy will get it out there. And I know this guy has been seeded stuff before, because he was the one that sent me personally the script for Colin Trevorrow's episode 9, Duel of the Fates. He sent it to me personally. And then I saw that it was being leaked all over town within days. So I realized he was sending to me as part of an organized effort by the defenders of Star Wars in the industry to let that out, to let people know that Colin Trevorrow was innocent of all the negative press he was getting, and the misrepresentation that the Kennedy camp had done, that he was an incompetent guy. And so he had done that a few weeks before. And that had come unbidden. He just had contacted me and said, would you like to see the Colin Trevorrow script? I was like, yeah, I'd love to see that. And so now he's like, would you like to know this? I'm like, yeah, I'd like to know this. So this is someone I was reaching out to for information. He was reaching out to me. So I was like, all right, this is a seeding moment. And then 24 hours later, Doomcock, you reported that you were hearing that there was a plan to fix the sequel. So I was like, all right, this is what's happening is this is an intentional seeding, and I was one of the people that was being seeded to. But I don't believe that would have been seeded to multiple sources unless it was true, and they were trying. Remember, this is still at the height of their battle with Kathleen Kennedy. I think this was probably before. Had it been before Luke Skywalker returned? I'm not sure, but it was certainly the battle with Kathleen. Yeah, it was before Luke Skywalker, because he returned like January of last year. This past year. And so this was at the height of the war when no one knew which side was going to win. That's why the Colin Trevorrow script didn't come out, because they were trying to rebuild Colin Trevorrow's reputation and to undermine Kathleen Kennedy at the time. This was all part of an effort to fight against the system inside of Lucasfilm. And this was part of that. So that's the story behind it. But we're seeing its fruition now. And that's why I ask people to not lose hope. I'm seeing in the chat, people like Star Wars is dead to me. There is no hope. And I would say to you, there is hope. Yes, it is a broken egg. Humpty Dumpty has fallen, but we can still. There are people that love this, that didn't want what has happened to Star Wars to happen. People in the industry, people like Jon Favreau. So they will do everything in their damnedest to get Star Wars back to something we can love. And I give them the chance, guys. Yes, we can't erase the fact that this horrible thing happened, but then, the Star Wars Christmas special happened and we erased it from ourselves. We let it go. And I think we should let the sequel trilogy go if we're given a chance to let it go.
Yeah, if they will go ahead and take that step to go ahead and decanonize it, erase it, however you want to phrase it, then we have to work with these guys. We have to work with these guys, because if we don't, then we're just cutting off our nose to spite our faces. Because we can nurse the grudge, we can keep being angry and just boycotting and something. But when we've trained these companies, when are we in this to win it, or are we in this just to hear ourselves gripe? I think it's important that, unlike in Vietnam, we have some victory conditions. We're not just bitching and bitching and bitching. When do we win? How do we win? That's what matters to me. Am I wrong, or am I right?
No, I think you're right. And I would like to see us win. Like we've had a few months where we haven't had a real win. Seeing Luke come back was such a significant moment. I think it gave us all hope. And things have slowly, like with Kathleen Turner with Kathleen Kennedy still being around.
I love Kathleen Turner. Don't do that to her.
Yeah, I love her too. So seeing her still be around, I think, is hard on us. But I will point out that stupid Lego Star Wars Christmas special where they really took shots at Kathleen Kennedy's group. And at one point, Kylo Ren is talking to the Emperor. He goes back through the veil and is talking to the Emperor. And he says, look, you're on a path where you're going to fall down that shaft. And he looks right in the camera and he says it. He goes, and there is no coming back from this. And I was like, oh my God, there's still people at this a company that still get it. And I know it's a stupid little moment and there's a show nobody saw, but there were people that, like, in that writer's room said, look, once you fall down that shaft, there is no coming back from
that. Dude, I can tell you, like, the person that sent me this stuff, like I said, he's a famous and successful writer, but Star Wars defined him as just like it defined, I think, many of us on this panel and many people in the chat, as an artist. And so this guy, and he's pretty politically left of me, we're not the same place politically, we're still friends. And at the same time, he's like, man, this story suck. I mean, he's emotionally invested, and we got to get Star Wars back. So this isn't, it's not a political thing. It's a universal human thing within Hollywood. Most artists were influenced by this franchise and don't like what happened because it hurts them personally. And this is a case for the people that have been leaking me this stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I am more convinced than ever that this is proceeding, that this is true. Although I always have to cast these as rumors because I don't have the physical proof in my hand, and I haven't, like personally examined it, personally verified it, like a journalist would do, hopefully, a good journalist anyway. But what can I say? I have faith in these bunch of folks. The more that I hear about what's coming with Book of Boba Fett, with Ahsoka, with other shows, the Thrawn series, that that I broke the news about. They leaked it to me. I got some more information about that, folks.
Okay.
And I also got some information about Ahsoka. I got some really great stuff that I'm going to be releasing this next week. But once again, Doomcock was right, but I can't even find. I've been looking while you were talking, Cameron. I was looking for the video, and I mean, I've gone back into last year, and I still haven't quite. I haven't been able to nail it down. So this is an old video that I did, and people like to say, so Kathleen Kennedy's still there, or they haven't erased the Disney sequel trilogy yet. Well, no shit. These things take years, folks. These things take years. It's not like you're gonna just get it tomorrow. This is, and also it's a situation where Hollywood is indecisive at this point. I mean, they don't know what they're doing. They're scared, and they're freaked out, and they change their minds. I mean, it could have been that who knows how many times Kathleen Kennedy almost got removed, and yet they lost their nerve, or they changed their mind, or things on the ground or such that they just didn't think it was a good time to do it, and then the opportunity slips by. This is a thing that is in flux. So when I tell you that I've got these rumors, don't expect them to come true immediately, unless I say like, oh, it's going to be next week or something. But then if I knew that, it wouldn't be a rumor anymore. I'd say this is a fact. I've got like the goods. So this is, you have to kind of read the tea leaves and keep your ears peeled, and, touch the railroad track, see if you feel vibrations coming. It's not a precise science, but a lot of times Doomcock is right. So there you go. Gary, Tom, Raquel, any feedback on this Ahsoka story? Encouraged, not encouraged?
Just speaking from kind of a production standpoint, because I'm not really a fan anymore, as you guys well know. Yeah. But it seems like they're making good moves, and they're actually, we get these little drips of positive information, and it sounds like, they really are on the sides of the fans, and maybe they're on the way to mend this thing. It's apparent that they care very much about this franchise and the trilogy, and the it's not a trilogy anymore. It's a dozen other movies, but still they care. And I hope for the fans that all of this stuff comes to fruition, and I hope that they get something out of it, because it's obvious to me that they're losing their numbers. People aren't interested anymore because of the fallout of all the horrible crap that's that they're cranking out. And I think that's why they do things like this. They'll put out a little story about, hey, we're bringing back Hayden Christenson for everybody who grew up with the prequel trilogy. So that's good. It's fan service, but it's fan service that's needed because of all of the damage to all of the fans that's been happening over the past couple of years. Also, a little bit off topic, but you had mentioned you heard good things about Obi-Wan. Our Lady on Mandalorian and Obi-Wan confirmed that. They said it's been a great set. So that's good too. That's just another contact confirming that.
That's great, Gary. I really appreciate that because that's what I've heard. I mean, I've been told that there's a lot of pride working on these sets, and they genuinely love working under Jon Favreau. Like, he's a genuinely stand-up guy and a good guy. So there you go. I appreciate you, Gary, very much. And I'm, you know, I mean, God knows. I mean, the whole thing could go down the toilet any minute now. But at least right now, it looks like the tea leaves are lining up that there is some hope for Star Wars. You know, and speaking of hope for Star Wars, you know, Indiana Jones 5 this week was confirmed as being delayed for almost another whole year.
What a shock.
Which is funny because they're still technically shooting, which is interesting. But yeah, like,
Oh Lord.
It's not looking good.
Well, didn't I say on your channel, 2 weeks ago, that there's something's going to happen?
Yes, you did.
And
You were
people
prophetic.
I don't know, man. That seems unlikely with all the millions they spent on it. I was like, well, here we are.
I think you knew, Cameron. I think you knew, and you held it, and you waited, and you're like, "Hey, see, I was right. You knew."
a delay is not a cancellation, though.
As anyone's been following, Gary just joined my Patreon, so I've written a bunch of articles. I just love psychologically analyzing a man I don't know, Bob Chapek, and maybe I'm projecting onto him the great heroic, you know, Machiavellian genius that I think he is. But based on that belief of what if I were a Machiavellian genius who was trying to fix, you know, Disney, including Lucasfilm, on behalf of shareholders to put me there, how would I subvert Kathleen Kennedy while making her think like she's won? I was like, well, then I would let her think she's got a movie, and then I would find a way to make sure the movie, you know, got derailed at the one moment she didn't expect. And so if I were that guy, I was like, well, that's what I think he's going to do. And that's kind of what he's doing. So,
either that or he's listening to you and saying, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to do that.
he's like, I may not be the Machiavellian genius, but I'm watching Cameron on Doomcock, and I'm going to be the character he thinks I am.
That's right. You're the shadow exec.
Be the change you want him to be. I love it. I love it.
Unfortunately, killing the movie altogether just kind of goes against everything I feel like he would want to do. But I see this as more of a you need to fix this kind of thing, because you don't just delay a year, you know, for no good reason. And that's the rumor we've been hearing too, is like what Doomcock was hearing, is that they're going back to the rewriting, and so that means they're going to just drag along here and reshoot it, whatever they need to. And I mean, does anybody really care at this point? I mean, by the time this movie comes out, I mean,
yeah, now it's going to come out in 2023, I think, or something like that.
Who knows what the world's going to be like in 2023? We don't even know who's going to be the president in 2023. We don't know what's going to be happening, right? We don't know if people are going to be in theaters. Yeah, it's a whole universal way. I would love it if they are going to release an Indiana Jones movie that it actually turns out to be good. And that's all I hope, is that this 1 year they take the time to fix the script and they start from there. Because if the script doesn't work, it doesn't matter how many pretty gadgets there are in the movie.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that at Harrison Ford's age, and with everything that's going on in the world, it really is true that a delay of almost a year at this point is damn near tantamount to a cancellation, a de facto cancellation. I mean, I just think it's weird that Cameron said, I just have this feeling, he turned into Luke Skywalker or something, or maybe Christopher Walken,
or maybe
I got a fever. And he just said, I got a feeling that we may never see this movie, to which I say, amen. I mean, Chapek, look, feed a cold, starve a fever, right? It's like, how about if you never see Indy 5, but then later on with talented people, you could actually return to the franchise, maybe cast, Chris Pratt or something, or do an animated version
or do young Indiana Jones. Go back to his childhood. Let's just start over with a new actor. Go back to him as 18 years old. Go back to the kinds of adventures that we had in the really wonderful series in the 80s, right? And start over.
You know, just because they say they're delaying it, that doesn't mean they would cancel it. They could just completely get rid of what they've already done, reshoot another movie and call that Indy 5.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they could do that, you know, and
They're
then we
gonna
would
lose
never
that.
know. They would never admit that they did that because they're not going to say that they made a mistake. They're going to make it look like there's not an actual problem. They're just saying, oh, we're delaying it for this reason, but they're actually going back, scrapping everything, and they're going to redo the whole thing. That could be.
Well, I've joked about it, but if they
Yeah.
actually do bring in another director, then you're right. Like that's exactly what's
yeah.
going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Like it's going to be Ron Howard 2.0.
Well, and it's
Oh,
it's
God.
what happened on episode 9. They reshot the whole
Pretty
movie
much,
with
yeah.
a new. There was no Palpatine in the original villain. He was some other dude. He was Doctor Who, and then that whole thing is thrown away. It's like, and then even now, we all sort of heard rumors that Palpatine was a later reshot movie. It's nothing.
Well, it
new.
wasn't even a rumor anymore after the confirmations from the toy companies. Because remember, that's what they said is there was no 3 3/4 line of Star Wars toys for Rise of Skywalker, the first Star Wars movie in history, because they had a warehouse full of toys they couldn't ship out because they weren't in the movie.
Wow.
Right. Right. I mean, they couldn't even
Wow.
nail it down because there was like, and people were giving me shit at the time because I was reporting these rumors of these reshoots and everything else, and there was there's no way, and it's like,
this is
dude,
the world. The madness of this, like the madness of how Han Solo is reshot 80% of the way into the movie and reshot it all over, and the madness what happened episode 9 and what appears to be the madness that's happening on Indiana Jones. This isn't normal even by Hollywood standards. This is crazy. And the fact it's happened now 3, possibly 4 or 5 times, at least 3 times we know this happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not normal. These are incompetent people. And, you know, Chapek is stuck with a bunch of buffoons that have been running this place to the ground for a decade, and he's got to fix this.
No, you're 100% right there, Cameron. I agree with you because you're right. Like every single Star Wars movie has had problems.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that kind of went off without a hitch was Force Awakens, and that still had its issues because that led into everything where we're at right now, right? You know, that one was too big to fail. But The Force Awakens, she let Rian Johnson do whatever the hell he wanted. Rogue One had to bring in what's his face to cover for Gareth Edwards. I can't remember his name now. But then they also did the same thing again. We just mentioned, of course, Lord and Miller. And then look at what happened. They got rid of Trevorrow. There was the whole thing with Mangold before. He claims it's not true, but that came out and there was so much talk about it. I believe it. And that's what I believe Indiana Jones is that's making up for him not getting a Boba Fett movie. Like we've had all these people that come and go. And that's one thing we keep seeing. The only consistent thing about Kathleen Kennedy's leadership is that it's nothing but chaos.
yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's not normal. People keep a producer who's defending her to me a couple of years ago when it was still cool to defend her was like, that's what happens. When I was like, this Solo thing is crazy, man. It's like, that's what happened. A good producer.
It even bled into The Mandalorian. Look at Gina Carano.
No, I mean, look, it's incompetence. It's just sheer incompetence. How many producers keep their job after they have to run over budget so many times on every single one of their movies because of sheer incompetence, because of extensive reshoots?
None.
I mean, over and over and over again, and she keeps her job? Come on. That's crazy.
It's what you've got when you've got videotapes in your safe, you know? That's the only explanation. There is no other explanation except that you've got leverage on people.
I'm
Darren knows I'm telling the truth. He's not going to say it out
she
loud.
don't even need that. Like we said, she's cushioned. She's cushioned enough already before that, right? Like that's the thing. It helps, but like when you've been the producer of Steven Spielberg for almost 40 years, what are you going to do? Like, what are they going to tell you? Like, and it wasn't like it was their choice to put her there. George Lucas was the one who put her there. So like, again, I hate bringing that up, but it's the damn truth. You know, he did stab her in the back, or she did stab him in the back, but still, it's.
Lucas shouldn't have gone to the Eyes Wide Shut party. He shouldn't have gone. We should have turned that one down.
Honestly, I think that's one of those situations where he looked at it as this woman has produced all of Steven's movies on paper. She looks perfect, all this kind of stuff. I don't think he had any clue that she was going to come in here and go, the Force is female, kids. We got to fix it.
No, he had no idea.
He did, man. The look on his face when he signed away Star Wars and that picture of Bob Iger smiling, you know, like the cat that ate the canary, and Lucas. I mean, this wasn't a great. Something was going on that we don't know about.
That explains the cheap chow mein picture when he's eating the cheap chow mein in the mall, and he's just depressed.
He's like
Poor
so
guy.
sad.
Poor guy.
Life legacy to these morons. I know where it's gonna go.
Just wrecked.
He's driving through the Chick-fil-A in a tracksuit, just gained 100 pounds. He's like looking at the camera and snarling at the paparazzi. It's just
walking
like
into random people's documentaries, that famous thing.
Yeah,
these documentaries. Just walks on the screen.
Very unhappy. Raquel, have you anything to say about any of this Indiana Jones news or Star Wars news or any of this?
Well, I don't know. We really can blame a lot of this on the attention economy, and we really can blame this on vanity metrics. We're in transition as far as technology goes, and these big corporations, the people who work for these big corporations, they looked at what was happening on social media and they said, okay, let's give them what they want. And when they started moving entertainment in that direction, and then everyone sort of recoiled in disgust. They felt that it was hyper didactic, too much moralizing. They didn't want to consider the corporation something that should educate or edify society or be the helm of our sociality and the way we interact, or be the head of our culture, right? That's a big thing for a corporation to do. So I'm just going to go back to what you were saying earlier, and that is that it's going to take a long time for this problem to correct itself, especially when you're talking about Disney, because Disney is unlike any other corporation. It is very, very hypersensitive with its reputation management, and I think they're trying to very delicately back up, and it doesn't look pretty, and this is what's happening. But imagine how all of these people feel knowing that those vanity metrics did not materialize. All of that, all of the tumult that happened on social media, and the generation of all this buzz and all of these hits, and they really thought it was going to materialize at the box office. And that you can definitely blame on the attention economy. There was a time when we had better psychographics, better demographics, and they were largely due to advertising. We could look at the demographic and the psychographic of a group, and we could say, okay, this is what they want. Let's make it for them. And the attention economy doesn't give that. The attention economy gives a corporation a chance to throw a bucket of water against a wall and see what happens. And so it's been a disaster. And I think we're going to see it turn around. And I would like to see it turn around. But however, I would like to say, as a Gen Xer, that I don't want to see any more sequels. I don't want to see any more reboots. In my generation, you were mocked mercilessly for creating these perpetual reboots and sequels. I'd like to see the end of the corporate writing room, this group of that are trying to figure out what people want on social media. I'd like to see a return to an artist-centered production rather than trying to turn everything into an IP, everything into a franchise, to reboot, to regurgitate, to redo, to reimagine. Let's just have some fresh stories. So fresh you want to slap them. And then we'll get bums back in the seats again.
I love it. I love it. It's so
Well,
flash. It's fresh. You want to slap them. I love it. It is time. My producer is telling me for some super chats here. Thank you, Kelvington. I appreciate it. I was seeing Orville Nation in the chat. I wanted to go ahead and offer him a chance to come on and join us if he wants to. I didn't know he would be free tonight. He says he's still at work. Okay. And also Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, is in the chat, and I've been meaning actually to get Stephanie's into the YouTube channel spotlight here. So Stephanie, if you'd like to come on maybe in like an hour and just spend like 20 minutes telling us about your channel and stuff, let me know. and I will send you the invite on a DM on Twitter.
Yeah. She's the one who keeps me all up to date with a lot of the goings on at Lucasfilm a lot of times.
Yeah, no,
she
has some real contacts, and she sent text me today with some interesting theories about Indiana Jones, but I don't want to take away her fire. I'll let her share them if she wants to.
If she would like to come on, Stephanie, if you'd like to come on, shoot me a DM on Twitter, and I will reply with the link, and then we'll have you on maybe in about an hour here.
And I just got to say one thing, Doomcock. I want to thank you so much for having Raquel on. Every time I get to be on a stream with her, she makes me feel like a complete buffoon, but I love it. Because I could listen to her read the phone book, so it doesn't matter.
I have my thesaurus right beside me, just in case.
It's very kind of you to say, Tom. But I I have a great affection for you, and it's an honor to be here. And thank you so much for being on a panel with me.
So smart, and I never know. Like by the time you get to the end of your thing, I have said half time. I'm like, I don't know what she said, but it sounds right.
It's hard to unpack these big concepts from social science that usually take a 3-hour lecture in a post-secondary environment, and you try and make sure that you're hitting on all the points, but you also want to point people in the right direction towards things that they can research themselves. And attention economy is definitely one thing that I think that the public at large should start focusing on, and realize the power of it, the power of your eyeballs. It's not just your clicks, it's not just what you're buying, but it's also your eyeballs. So anyway, thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Raquel, and I will wait to hear from Stephanie. Let's go to some of these super chats here, folks. Lawrence Martin with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Lawrence Martin. And he says, "It is by will alone I set my mind in motion. It is by the juice of Red Bull that thoughts acquire speed, the hands acquire tremors, the tremors become a warning. It is by will alone I set my mind in motion." Hail, Brad Dorff. Yes, and you substituted Red Bull in there instead of spice. Well done, Lawrence Martin. I guess now we know what your spice is. By the way, I hope we can do a little bit of a review or discussion of Dune later, because I saw it. And I'd be interested to know if any of you guys have seen it, and if so, we can talk about it.
I saw it as well, and I have strong opinions about it, and so we can talk about it.
Awesome. We will be doing a Dune review here shortly. Douchebag Kylo, who's been a channel member of mine for 3 months now at the Archvillain level. He says, "Hail, DC, on my 2-month anniversary as a channel member." Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. He says, "Just want to thank you for all you do and ask you to check your Twitter DMs. I will do so. Please give my best to our mutual pal Cameron and tell her Alexis Wren shall be mine."
I won't actually tell her that, but thank you.
Okay, but Douchebag Kylo is nevertheless pledged.
He's lovely.
So let it
be
written.
I miss Twitter myself.
Let it be done.
Alexis Wren on Twitter, and I can no longer do so.
I hear you. Casey Osowski with a very kind $20 super chat. Thank you, Casey. What a great guy Casey Osowski is, by the way. And he says, "Hail all. While this may make me unpopular here, impossible, Casey, I have to tell you that I would still rather watch a fan film over any Star Wars made by Disney. It really doesn't matter if Anakin returns or not. Love you all." Hail, no, listen, we're not SJWs. We don't descend on people when they have a opinion that is not necessarily shared by the great, massive fans. But Casey, I can tell you that I think there's been some good Disney Star Wars. Star Wars Visions may not count, although it was under Disney's tenure that we got these amazing shorts. Mandalorian season 2, especially the finale, was quite good. And they've really only had one shot at a TV show thus far. They did the Bad Batch, which was, animated. It was okay. It was good. I mean, I think I had problems with having yet another little girl tagging along with these rugged bands of mercenaries. There was nothing against her as a character, but I'm just sick and tired of kids being in everything. I mean, come on. It worked with the Mandalorian. You can't keep doing that trick forever. But other than that, Casey, I'm very optimistic about what's coming from what I've heard. Of course, I will, review it fairly. If I have any problems with it, I will certainly tell you what they are. But right now, it's looking pretty good. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jack. He says, "Hail, my lord. I'm thinking about writing a book about Iger's disastrous tenure at Disney. Do you think it would sell?" Well, I'd be interested in it for sure. I mean, I would very much read that book. I don't know whether or not things sell in a literary sense these days. It's a tough thing to make work. I mean, certainly we would shout it out, Jack. We would promote it in our channels and stuff, I'm sure. But in terms of like making a mint off of a book these days, I don't know if it can be done. Raquel, can it be done? Kamran?
Well, I think that is a great idea for a book, but the thing is that that's not going to be something that you're going to want to self-publish. My recommendation would be for you to put together a proper brief. There are guides to doing a brief if you have not attended university to learn how to do a brief, and then I would definitely pitch it, and I would pitch it to a few local publishing houses and see what you come back with. It's a great idea, but take the time to put together the brief. Think about the overarching theme. Think about your chapters. Think about your sources. Think about your in-text citation, your resources, and see what they come back with. You might be surprised. They might just turn around and say, you know what? We're going to pay you to do this. Let's do it. So, but like I said, I would not recommend this to be one of those, I threw it together and I don't have an editor and now it's up on Amazon for download. This would require a proper brief and a formal approach.
Sounds like good advice.
I agree with Raquel. And it's an important topic. I will say that right after The Last Jedi came out, within about 3 weeks, I gave a talk to my old business school. I graduated from the Tuck School at Dartmouth, right? And I went back to the MBA class and gave a talk to some of the students. And I said that there were going to be, this was 3 weeks after The Last Jedi, before even the fandom had really coalesced on YouTube to critique it. I said there's going to be business school cases written about the disaster of The Last Jedi and what it was with the investment of Disney had in Lucasfilm. And I also said there were going to be books written eventually. You're going to see books, business analyses of how Iger is guiding it down the wrong path. And we saw the years later. So those are coming. Look, there's a couple of kinds of books. If you actually have access to anybody inside of Disney and can interview them and get us that perspective, there will be a publisher that will publish that, right? If it's more fandom oriented, it might be a little bit more challenging because then, well, where's the authority? You're just getting to people from their opinions who are observers. But if you can find an angle, especially if you can talk to people, especially there are business analysts out there, you can reach out to some of the people at Forbes who have critiqued you can go find the person who wrote that article critiquing how they handled the Gina Carano firing, email them, see if you can interview them. If you can interview business analysts about what's happened, then I think you have something that is there. Part of the challenge you're going to face is that the publishing industry, and Raquel, you can give your perspective on this and others as well, but I think the publishing industry, having myself published 2 novels with Simon & Schuster, the publishing industry has become as co-opted by woke politics as Hollywood, and there's a lot of people afraid to publish things that would be critical of people that are seen as woke heroes. And Iger has positioned himself to be seen as a future president, future leader of the Democratic Party. So there may be resistance to a critique of him. Inevitably, one day, whether it's 3 years from now or 10 years from now, those books will be written. But you just have to navigate the politics of some of the publishers where they may be uncomfortable critiquing a guy who fits their political agenda. But as we're seeing with certain doctor right now, some of those people are falling from their high horses.
And I think it's all about the bottom line. I respect what Kamran has added herein, but I would say that it's about the bottom line. If you can make sure that what you are doing is genuinely vetted through a competent editor, and you really go about making this something that is well researched, and you have your resources, and you dot your I's and you cross your T's, and it makes money, that's all anybody really cares about. But you would need to make sure that you get down to the nitty gritty, as it were, and write something really sensational, write something really, really good, because being that contrarian who can drum up that kind of a conversation would be quite interesting and perhaps lucrative. But it would all be in the skill of the author, the resources, the interviews, the way that the outline of the book, and certainly the editor as well.
Sounds good. So Jack White, you've got some good advice from some good people here. So I hope it serves you well, my friend. And douchebag Kylo sent a $1.99 correction to his earlier message, where he said, "Please give my best to our mutual pal Cameron and tell her that Alexis Wren shall be mine." But he says it was him, in reference to my my post.
Well, I already know that. I already know that. So you've told me, and I appreciate that. I will not convey that to her, but you're telling me you don't want me to convey that to her, so it's all good. We're on the same page.
It's fine. He just wanted to.
He's just teasing. I love douchebag Kylo. We have this old joke that he has a crush on her, and she's a very crushable lady, and so I get it.
Yeah, we all get it. We're all toxic males here. Don't worry about it, dude. That's fine.
Except for one highly intellectual.
Well, of course, Raquel Briggs. I just said all the men here are toxic. Not.
Well, Raquel. I'm also toxic. I'm
good.
You know, I must say that I do thoroughly enjoy objectifying men.
We love it too.
Feel free to objectify us at will, Raquel. Feel free.
No one is going to say no to that.
Absolutely, you can do that. And I don't mind at all. I've never minded getting any kind of offensively sexual post from a lady admirer. I never get offended.
There was some sitcom a few years ago where the joke was it might have been the Big Bang Theory, one of those, but one of the nerdy characters ended up actually having intercourse with a female, an attractive woman, and then she didn't stop returning his calls, and he's like, she just used me for sex. And well, how does that make you feel? Really good. Oh my God. She just wanted me for sex. Oh my God.
I know. It's like, what do you, no, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to, all right, well, let's move on. Von Max has been a channel member of mine for 23 months now at the Dominion level. Thank you, Von Max. He says, I don't want any more Disney Star Wars. I need more Dune. Yes, Dune. We're going to talk about Dune here in just a bit. Thank you, Von Max. And Primer with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Primer. Says, hail all. I probably won't go see Dune. Partially because I'm burnt out on Hollywood, but mostly because the only theater in my state with an IMAX screen is shut down permanently. # let's go, Brandon. Well, you can at least watch it on HBO Max, Primer. It's still worth watching, even if it's not on an IMAX screen. So, I would check it out anyway. Nicholas Horton with a £3 super sticker, Bushiba waving and saying, how's it going? It's going good, Nicholas Horton. It's Sunday. I'm here with great friends. Raquel Briggs has rejoined us. What more could we ask for? Thank you, Nicholas Horton, and God bless you, my friend. And douchebag Kylo says with a $4.99 super chat, thank you, my friend. Says, can't believe you mentioned Life Force and Duran Duran on Friday Night Frolics after I went to bed. Did you know Life Force has Patrick Stewart's first screen kiss was with a man?
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't actually know. I knew that it was very early in Patrick Stewart's career that he was like a idiot on Life Force that picked up the vampire, which was not a good thing to do. Don't pick up hitchhikers, folks. It's just not a good idea. This is not the 60s. You can't just, pick up a hippie and think they're going to give you a flower in your hair. And, you never know what you're picking up these days. Don't pick up hitchhikers. It's just a bad idea.
It's part of the fun, man.
Well,
it's a mystery box.
It's a mystery box. Well, unfortunately, though, we're not living Chevy Van anymore, which is one of my favorite songs. Have you ever? Y'all know Chevy Van, right? That song?
I'm not familiar with the song. No.
Yeah, I do. And
He picks up this hippie chick, and she's hitchhiking, and then the chorus goes, like a picture she was laying there, moonlight dancing off her hair. She woke up and took me by the hand. She's gonna love me in my Chevy van, and that's all right with me.
Now here's my question, Doomcock, because I just found out recently that there's a movie called that. Did the movie come? Yeah, did the movie come first, or the movie based on the song?
The song came first. I'm
okay.
sure.
That's what I was thinking too. Like it was like maybe a TV movie or something like that.
No. I mean, that was a song in the early 70s, maybe.
Yeah,
early 70s.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
73, 74. Well, when did Chevy Van come out?
Or it's the Van, I think it is. Maybe.
Oh, the Van. Yeah, nah.
The Van came out in.
Van
came out in 1977.
Yeah.
Okay.
It all sounds rather dubious out of context for everyone else. I would just like to say
it is in this. It is in the movie. I know that.
So. Well, but the movie had to have come after the song.
That's what I was thinking too.
It had to. I mean, the band sounds like it was like something from the 80s, maybe.
77
around Porky's.
The movie came out. Yeah.
70s. Okay. Well, the song. Then Kelvington? When did the song come out?
1973.
Oh, here we got it right
thank
here.
You. That's what I thought.
It says right here, yeah, despite the song being in the movie, that it's completely nothing to do with the other. Sorry about that.
Fair enough.
Well, in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Brad Pitt does pick up a very attractive young hijacker, and she turns out to be part of the Manson cult. So it doesn't end well.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Hitchhikers. It's just not good. It's just not good.
Spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen that film.
Well, that's been out forever. I mean, at some point, it becomes public domain where we can talk about this.
But I will say, Brad Pitt's character dealing with the Manson cult on the ranch is one of the most tense moments I've ever seen in a Tarantino movie. It's really well done. It's scary. You're like, how is he going to get out of this situation, right?
Yeah.
With these crazy cultists, and it's really well done.
Yeah, I love that movie. That was a great film.
I agree.
It was a lot of fun. It was a very good.
Cameron, have you ever been on the ranch?
I have never been on the ranch. Do you know how to get on? Can you get me access to it?
I got it. I got on the ranch. My sister was a California State Parks ranger, and she accidentally put us on the ranch, and boy, we were in a lot of trouble. It was weird because I think there's there's all kinds of weird stuff up in the hills, but we'll talk about that later.
Now we'll talk about that later because let's just say there's a lot of evidence that the Manson cult was involved in stuff related to the
Oh man, Gary, you gotta share this with me, buddy.
Oh, I'll share it with you. I don't think we want to do it now. You got super.
No, well, we need to talk about it.
I'll tell you all about it. It's crazy.
We got to talk about it, Gary. I want to hear.
It was written by, it was published by Little Brown, which, is one of the most prestigious publishers, and came out a couple years ago, which is an analysis of an investigative journalist who found all kinds of connections between the Manson cult and the CIA, and then got into serious trouble when he started delving too close to it.
Oh, shit. I got to see that book. That's going to be great.
Incredible.
Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Cider. Dixon Cider says, I remember Star Trek, the animated series. Then again, entertainment was better than most of what we have now. Huckleberry Hound comes to mind. Oh, yes. Huckleberry Hound. Actually, I really loved the parody of Yogi Bear and Boo Boo in the Coward John Ford parody where basically Yogi is playing was it Brad Pitt that was Billy the Kid? And
in that one movie with a really long title.
and Boo Boo was gonna kill him.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. They played it straight with the dialogue, but it was great. Anyway, Nicholas Horton, who's been a channel member of mine for 24 months now, 2 years now. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. At the arch-villain level, he says, so many franchises in the West being destroyed by woke Hollywood. Thank God we still have anime content from Japan to watch, and hope that Japan continues to fight the woke virus that's trying to infiltrate Japanese pop culture. Nicholas Horton, I have begun watching Cowboy Bebop for the first time. I fucking love it. It's great. Great stuff. Anime, man, that is the way to go. And Indiana Jeremy, who's been a channel member of mine for 2 years as well. Thank you, Indiana Jeremy. Says, can't stick around tonight. Just want to say hail to Doomcock guests in chat. Hail Doomcock. Hail Indiana Jeremy. Damn, I'm sorry you can't stick around, buddy. But thank you for popping in and saying hi. Toddzilla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Toddzilla. Says, just watched an episode of The Next Generation today, a Worf-centric episode. Man, to see Michael Dorn play an older Klingon in a real version of Star Trek. Yeah, those were the days, man. Those were the days before all this pop culture ruin turned everything to shit. Larry points out with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Larry. Says Roddenberry also wrote for Highway Patrol. Yeah, he did a lot of things, but I may be mistaken, but I thought that Have Gun Will Travel was his first big break on network television. And if it wasn't for Have Gun Will Travel, we wouldn't also have Star Trek probably. I mean, it had like something like 20 credits by the time the series was over for Gene Roddenberry, something like that. It was.
Was it Have Gun Will Travel or was it The Lieutenant? I'm actually not sure, and I'm not one of those people who Googles all my answers when I'm on a panel. But was it The Lieutenant or Have Gun Will Travel? I don't know.
No, it was. Have Gun Will Travel definitely came before The Lieutenant because
Roddenberry
created The Lieutenant.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
No, yeah. So I mean, but he had to get his break. He was a cop.
Yeah.
Patrolman writing, at night in his spare time, and Sam Rolfe basically said, yeah, this Roddenberry kid, he's got something. Let's go ahead and give him some assignments.
Yeah, those westerns, I got to polish up on those westerns. I'm not big on the cop shows of the westerns. I think I need to do a deep dive, DC.
Have Gun Will Travel is awesome. It's just a lot of fun. And the second season, I'm now into the second season. I'd never seen a single episode before, but now I'm in the second season. Second season's much better than the first season. First season was good, but the second season, they've ratcheted up the tension, and it just really hit its stride. It goes for, I think, 7 seasons, so it had an extensive run. There were over 200 episodes of Have Gun Will Travel, and they're really good. Joker Voice, a channel member of mine for 3 months now. Thank you, Joker Voice. Says Anakin and Ahsoka reunion. My heart is happy. Yes, Joker Voice, and I actually have the dialogue that was going to be in the Mandalorian episode with Ahsoka in my video. I've just got to find it and post it, but I'll probably do a video. It's important to let people know when Doomcock is right. So I will.
No, you got to do a follow-up because I do remember watching the video when it went live, and I thought this is really compelling. And the proof of it will be when they announce that Hayden Christensen is back, and the proof has now come true.
Yes, sir. So Doomcock was right yet again. Mm-hmm. And Kelvington has a graphic for that.
I do indeed.
So good.
Oh, you young and
so good.
For more information, check your local library.
Thank you, Kelvington.
Oh, it never gets old.
Kelvington, you've got to do one like those old Saturday morning things, like I'm a Bill sitting on Capitol Hill. Remember those little things?
Oh yeah.
Super Friends.
Schoolhouse Rock.
Rock. Yeah.
You can call it Schoolhouse. You can call it Schoolhouse Cock. And have like
Schoolhouse Doomcock. Yeah.
I
had a rumor, and everyone wasn't sure, but he knew it was true, and that's the truth. Doomcock was right.
I loved how the Soupy Chef would never called you Doomcock. He just kept calling you DC to keep it
which was appropriate. And that was the only, I will tell you, Cameron, that is the only live stream I've ever done in my life. Only 4 years now, but I mean, still, where I did not curse once. Mm-hmm. And I also did not drink a drop of alcohol. Just being out of respect. So there you go. Even though I could have easily.
Yeah, no one sees what you're doing. So
yes, no one would have seen, but I did not.
See what you were doing. They probably could see. He probably knows what you look like. So just you want to be careful.
Well, there you go. But then he knows I did not drink a drop of alcohol. So there you go. It didn't curse. It almost killed me, but I survived.
Yes.
Which suggests that Doomcock is drinking now. Wow. Which suggests he's been drinking on our podcast all this time.
Oh yeah, I drink all the time on these, all the time. But not then. Oh yeah, I love it. YouTube is the only job I know where you can drink on the job. It's great. Oh, a bartender,
He gets his
I guess.
information from all kinds of moles,
I
so he
worked-
can tell them to stick it up their ray holes.
So I worked on a TV show that was a complete disaster, and our showrunner was clearly an alcoholic and kept having happy hours at the end of every day. And we're like, boss, I don't know if it's a good idea. And so, yeah, so it was not good.
Oh dear.
Every writers are, all right, let's bring out the liquor. I'm like, I don't know, boss. I really don't think we should be drinking in the room here. But,
So definitely not a happy hour then. It was the sad hour, unfortunately.
well, this particular showrunner would go to the set and force the cast to go and have happy hour with them. You know, it was really like everyone gonna get drunk with me. It was really crazy situation.
Wow.
Cameron, do you remember Dimples? The karaoke bar in Burbank?
Was that the one where the porn stars go?
Probably.
Okay.
But they tore it down. It was the first karaoke bar in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And all of everybody from the Warner lot and Universal lot used to go over there every night and just get plowed.
Yeah, a lot of people hiding a lot of pain with alcohol.
Yep.
A lot of people.
Oh yeah. I'm not hiding it. I'm just trying to drown it. But what are you gonna do? Just
no judgment, man.
It's all
yeah,
good.
fuck it.
Fuck it, do it.
Damn, I could have broken into Hollywood easily by just going to the karaoke bar and just blowing them away all the time, and eventually,
you're a good singer.
Yeah.
You're a good singer. You could.
I didn't know. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, as an Ahsoka Tano fan, she had better character development and backstory, unlike Mary Sue Ray, who was the bestest ever. No development whatsoever. Yeah, well, that's the objection to Mary Sue fucking Ray. She's a worthless cipher of a character, and to have the damn sequel trilogy built squarely on her little shoulders, it makes the sequel trilogy as hollow as she is. That's just a bad problem. Narada Naxamanbear with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Narada Naxamanbear. Says, if KK uses time travel to retcon Indiana Jones first, it'll be checkmate for the Veil of the Force. We shall see who gets to use that card first. I don't think it will. I think unfortunately for Ms. Kennedy, that game board has been kicked by Bob Iger. They're not just going to sit there for a year twiddling their fucking thumbs. I think they're gonna fix this shit. That's my opinion. If they don't, then I would be very disappointed in Chapek and the Disney board and all the shareholders. I think some big changes are coming to Indiana Jones 5 if we ever see it. But again, we don't know if that's ever going to happen. And Roger Rabbit Chicken with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Roger Rabbit Chicken. Says, Putin stated recently that wokeness is destroying the West because it destroys values. He said it happened in Russia in 1917. Well, I guess Putin has got a point there. I don't know what to tell you. I stopped to watch his right twice a day, and I think Putin's been terrible for Russia, but yeah, he's pretty much spot on there, I guess. Thank you, Roger Rabbit Chicken.
I hear Putin's got a cracker problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, he's Putin on the Ritz. So.
There we go.
Oh, Jesus.
I knew Doomcock would like that one.
I prefer poutine.
Oh God. Yeah, I heard, speaking of crackers, Better Call Saul, they're doing a prequel to the prequel now. Did you know that? They're going to go back to his formative years, and they're going to call it Saltine. Saltine. Oh,
the embryonic years past the salt.
Saltine. Getting back to the cracker thing. Carion Witch in Residence with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Carion. Says, I nominate Cameron to write replacements for the sequel trilogy. Yeah, let's do it. Shit, I gotta send you that script I did for the prequel trilogy, Karen.
You mentioned it. You have my email. Just send it to me. I will say this. I think at this point, I think people at Lucasfilm know who I am, and so people like, I worked at Disney 10 years ago. I don't think Chapek knew who the hell I was, just a writer on a animation.
Oh, right.
But I think maybe my name may be at this point floating around somewhere there. Like I'd love for my agents to call me and say, "Hey, you can't believe this. Disney actually wants to meet you for a gig," and then I'll know which side has won.
Yeah, well, then you'll know. I mean, but we'll see. We'll see. And Beth Arstead with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Beth. You are awesome, Beth. Says Anakin on the Ahsoka show, I think, would be to direct her to the need to seal off the Veil's access from the Death Star, which then requires her to find Ezra, which is why she was looking for Thrawn. It could work. Yes, it all ties together. And I've got some more information about how all this stuff is going to tie together that was sent to me by a high-level contact inside Lucasfilm. And this particular leak, I suspect, was actually okayed by higher-ups. So I'm going to get these to you as soon as I can, folks. It's very interesting. Lots of interesting stuff is going on. And Beth, you're pretty much you're hitting around the battleship there. Well done, Beth Arstead. Donna Hergenrether with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Donna. Says, what is the latest on the KK contract? Well, now that's a good question because, look, here's the deal with KK's contract. From what we know, which we don't really know a lot, but the rumors go that her contract is supposed to expire, I think, October 30th of this year. Mm-hmm. That's what we've heard. Well, nobody knows. We don't have that damn contract, but I mean that's so widely spread that it's kind of accepted as, the truth. Why haven't we heard anything? We haven't heard anything. The last time that Kathleen Kennedy was renewed for 3 years, she actually leaked it ahead of time. She was so happy about it. She had her people leak it ahead of time before the official announcement. There's no leak. She's been quiet as a mouse.
And her person is gone. The PR person for Lucasfilm is gone. So that was her angle in all these years to the trades. And that person just resigned.
Right. So, and if that is the case, if she is set to expire on October 30th, and as I was told by none other than WDW Pro himself, he said the current state, when I asked him, he said the current state of the Kathleen Kennedy contract as of like 2 weeks ago, sitting on Chapek's desk, as yet unsigned by anyone from the Walt Disney Company.
And this is before the announced delay.
Right, before the announced delay.
Which to me suggests a very real chance of this now that there is an announced delay, because I went through this. Personally 18 months ago. I had a project that was signed. I had a contract for TV pilots before the medical events of last year, and I signed it, and they kept delaying signing it. And I sensed there was somebody on the team that didn't want to do the project, but the others did, and they were just waiting for a reason. And when the events of the medical events of last year happened in April, I just got a message saying they weren't going to sign the contract, and they were going to call force majeure based on the global events that were happening. And so, which was pretty disastrous for me because I had budgeted that money for last year, right? It was a very large sum of money that vanished because they didn't countersign and call force majeure. Chapek is now in a position to not countersign and call force majeure and say events have gone out of control. We have an IATSE strike that might be coming, and we got to delay this for a year. Our understanding is you're going to stick around for a year. Now this would make you stick around for 2 or 3 years. I didn't agree to that, so maybe I just do this.
Yeah,
it's a real possibility.
That kind of thing happens. They do. I mean, until it's signed by both parties, it's not worth the paper it's written on. Yeah. So, yeah. And
one party is not enough. As I learned, I was like, we have a contract. I signed. Like, well, we didn't sign. See you later, sucker.
Right. So. And the thing is, you've got to consider this. I think that this is the most powerful argument against this thing happening. But of course we don't know. I mean, he could sign it tomorrow, but the thing is, if he was going to sign it, why in God's name wouldn't they have come out and said, hey, we are very proud to announce that Kathleen Kennedy is continuing her tenure at Lucasfilm for another year or 2 years, whatever the contract is. We have every faith in Kathleen. We love the job she's doing, etc., and so on. Before they announced that Indiana Jones 5 is delayed for a year. I mean, that is like, why the hell would you announce that Indiana Jones 5 is delayed before you announce that Kathleen Kennedy is renewed, if she is indeed getting renewed?
And
That
DC,
seems very back-assward.
And DC, sorry to interrupt, but for those who are keeping score or not keeping score, this was all supposed to happen in 2019, right? So the film was supposed to come out in 2019, and now it's going to be, what, 2023? Is that the case?
Yeah.
So for folks at home who are marking your scorecard, it's 2019, 2023. Wrap your head around that.
And
that is
God
not
knows,
good producing, is it?
No.
And God knows if our beloved Harrison Ford, what his health situation is going to be a year from now at his age. We don't know.
Exactly. I saw in the chat that Mayor Darth Starweaver said that he had sent some super chats to Cameron and I with a question. So I'm going to go ahead and read it because he was concerned about it not getting read. Mayor Darth Starweaver says, whom would you recommend to me to get my sci-fi book made into a movie? I mean, there are 50 million paths to do that. A lot of them involve dumb luck. Otherwise, you need an agent for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't have any.
When you say you have a novel, I don't know from your information. You could put more in the chat, but do you have a published novel that I could purchase right now if I went to Barnes & Noble or Amazon? Is it just a manuscript that you've written? If it's just a manuscript that you've written, it's more challenging. It can be done. All things can be done. It's more challenging because now you're going to have to get someone to believe in your project that hasn't yet been tested by the marketplace. If you have something that is already published, if it's been published by a traditional publishing house, as Raquel's been talking about, then I think you're in a stronger position than if you're self-published, because again, industry sees that as a sign that there is already a market for it. And so if you have those things, I'm thinking you have an agent, and then your agent should be able to at least get it out to Hollywood. If you don't have those things, then I'd urge you to start at the beginning point, which is search for an agent, which is a whole other long process. It took me a long time to get mine, right? And, I'm also a published author. I had a screenwriting agent. It took me 5 years after I wrote my manuscript to get a literary agent that helped me publish my novel. 5 years of rejections, even as a represented screenwriter, right? So it's a journey. It's hard to answer your question with the details you've given us, but if you don't have representation, you need that as the starting place.
That's right. So there you go. I hope that helps, my friend. Hail to the mayor. And Flex Honcho with 3 super chats in a row. Thank you, Flex Honcho. $10 super chat, $5 super chat, and another $10 super chat. Bless you, Flex Honcho. He says, watch Dune today on HBO Max. I liked it and found that the story and visuals took me to the year 10,191. There were poignant moments and visuals that reminded me of when I read the book, when I only had my imagination to create the movie for me. As an aerospace engineer, the Thropters were exactly as I remember imagining them. The house ships were great, and I especially loved the residence on Arakeen, as well as the abandoned Imperial Ecologist Station. Yami's story, as shown in the movie, was especially touching. Well, I think now that's a great cue for us to go ahead and talk a little bit about Dune, shall we? Hail, yes, Kelvington.
I think Raquel needs to go. So I wanted to put that in there because I know she's under a time limit.
Oh, okay. Well, Raquel, listen, thank you for being here. Do you have anything to say about Dune? Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. I think that it is a wonderful, wonderful novel. I don't know. I'm very trepidatious. I don't know what to think, and so I'm sort of waiting around to hear what everyone has to say before I go and pay for it and put my money towards it. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult to bring a book like Dune to the screen and to do it justice. It's an intricate, comprehensive novel, a lot of world building. So if it comes out on the other end and it's beautiful and it's wonderful to watch, what a triumph for all of us after being in a veritable desert ourselves when it comes to quality entertainment. So DC, I am rooting for it, my lord. I am rooting for it.
I will
I'm
say
rooting for it too. Go ahead. Well, I put on my helmet here because we're formally moving into a review of Dune. I have not been able to make an independent video about this thus far, so this is my first public statements about Dune, and my feelings about the movie are very nuanced. It's complicated. It's not a straightforward answer of which movie is better. I can't tell you which one I prefer at this point. I mean, I have each iteration of Dune has its pros and cons, and this one was really a fascinating attempt, in my opinion, to bring the novel to the screen. The nuance comes in where you consider the visuals versus the amount of information conveyed. I think that there was a lot of information. If you didn't know the books, you would have missed out a lot about a lot of the subtext going on between the characters. There is not a lot of dialogue, exposition, what have you, not a lot of world building. I think that the director was more interested in composition, in beautiful lingering shots. I think that at times his sense of composition ventured into the abstract. He loved to show the shapes of the dunes in the desert that on certain takes appeared to be almost like abstract art. His pacing was very classical, very lyrical, very measured, which I respected a lot. But in terms of the spice, in terms of the Bene Gesserit, the Mentats, there was not a lot of background information, and there wasn't a lot of dialogue, not a lot of character building. But what was up there was, in my opinion, pretty damn epic in terms of its scope. I agree about the Thropters with the earlier point that it was exactly as Flex Honcho envisioned them. I really loved the Hunter Seeker that came after Paul. Loved the sandworms. There was a lot to really like about this movie, but Dune, the original Dune, David Lynch's Dune, has a lot to recommend it. It had a better score, for example. I think it was more colorful. I think it was not as epic, but oddly enough, the effects were more interesting. I like that we saw a Spice Navigator in the opening. I would say, in a nutshell, that I recommend Dune on HBO or in the theater. But what Dennis did was more of an art film than anything else. And I would say that what David Lynch did with Dune was more of a comic book movie. And I think that which one you prefer just depends on your temperament. I think both are valid choices. But in some ways, the Harkonnen, I think, got short shrift. I just, there's almost nothing with them. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this thing. I'd like to throw this open to somebody else. In fact, Cameron, you began to speak here.
Yeah.
What do you think about Dune? And we'll go around and everyone gets a chance who's seen it.
Yeah, I wanted to say this for Raquel. I think we've lost Raquel now, but maybe hopefully she'll see this on the replay, or maybe she's still hearing it. And I will say this, I guess it is a matter of temperament because I love this movie, and I'm going to write a lengthy thing on my Patreon about why I think this iteration is a masterpiece personally. But one of the reasons I think it is a masterpiece is that the Dune novel, which is a powerful novel, but it's incredibly dense. It requires real effort from you as the reader to understand what's happening, right? It really engages you. And for a lot of people, it's too much. And in this movie, I went to see it with two friends who had never read the books, knew nothing about the mythology, right? And they understood what was going on the whole time. After the movie, I grilled them. I said, so what's happening with Paul? Like, well, Paul is this messianic figure who's having these visions or whatever. So what are the Bene Gesserit? I actually asked them, what are the Bene Gesserit? They could answer the questions, and they could answer the question of the mythology, that I think is very convoluted in the books that takes time to unwrap. And these people understood what was going on. And that to me is a triumph for this. And I agree with the critiques you're saying that a lot has been short-shrifted. The Harkonnens are there as a villain, but there's so much more complexity in things that they did. But this is only half the story. It's literally part one, and there's a lot more adventure ahead. I personally think that this movie achieved the impossible, which is making Dune relatable to the average person. And now the next movie can really go in depth into the actual mythology because now you know what's going on. That's my view.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think in a lot of nuance. I mean, it held my attention the entire time. So that is good. I love the pace. I love the visuals. I was very impressed with it. In retrospect, thinking about it, comparing it to Lynch's Dune versus the Sci-Fi Channel's Dune versus this Dune, I mean, I've seen them all. I think that you could make a case that this one is the superior one, but there were a lot of wonderful things in David Lynch's Dune as well. I think that this one, having like a full-length feature be just half the story, its pace was much slower and more lyrical. David Lynch had one movie, and he crammed it all in. With the extended cut, I don't know. I mean, I think both have something to recommend them, but the visuals, the cinematography, I liked Paul. I thought that the actor playing him, what's his name? Timothée Chalamet, was very, very good. I thought that Oscar Isaacs as Duke Leto was very, very good as well. I think Dave Bautista had almost nothing to do as a Harkonnen except just kind of come in and storm and rage and go grrr and then get his paycheck. I just was not terribly impressed with the Harkonnen.
But Rebecca Ferguson as Jessica, I think, was masterful.
She was great.
She was great. Pulled into her. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and the character that they gender swapped, she was a woman now instead of a man. Very, very well done. That character was solid. Great actress. Very well done. So I really don't have any complaints about it. It was very well done. Does anybody else? Kelvington, now you saw it and it put you to sleep and it put the whole audience to sleep on the preview there. Have you watched it subsequently awake, and did you have any opinion about it?
Yeah, well, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I saw it at the screener with a bunch of reviewers, and I fell asleep about 40 minutes in, woke up during the end credits, found out everybody was waking up. I called and said, hey, I had to leave the screener. Can I go see it again? And I went in about 30 or 40 minutes late to that screener, and I made it all the way through. To me, it felt a little bit like a slog because it moved like really at a snail's pace. And there were many times when I went, oh, yeah, I kind of remember that scene from Lynch's. Oh, yeah, that kind of feels like that scene from Lynch's. I was surprised for as little as of the book as they cover, the death count is pretty high. Like, hey, don't get attached to this character because they're dead. Don't get attached to this one because they're going to die. And I was surprised how many people they killed in this first movie. I'm going to be very curious to see if they make a second one. Like, it'll take them 4 years to make a second film. None of those sets are left. All that stuff has been torn down. They'll literally be starting from scratch. And I think they'd be smart if they did 2 and 3 and maybe 4 all at the same time, so they could release them and say, yes, we're gonna complete the Dune concept here. But I didn't hate the film. I loved Lynch's. I liked this one, but it was a little bit of a slog for me.
I respect that. I mean, I could see that a lot of people might find it a slog. Me, I like moments of zen. I like those moments where a director allows a movie to breathe. And yeah, I mean, there was a middle part that I thought actually got a bit boring. But for the most part, I was pretty riveted. I loved the visuals. I just thought it added a layer of realism. That's what I would say. Cameron, would you agree with that there was a level of realism?
Oh, absolutely. I felt like
you felt like it was real.
I felt like this is what the world would be in 10,000 years future. Or this is even more than 10,000 years.
It's 20,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, 20. So it's from where the timing begins. But I felt it was like, this is what the world would be like with that kind of technology. I mean, what I've always loved about the Dune as Frank Herbert imagined it, which is still captured in this movie, is that it really is anti-woke. This is a future where we've gone back to the Middle Ages. We have this incredible technology, but we're ruled by feudal lords. You have concubines and harems and alpha males and all that stuff, right? Because that's kind of how history is going to move. I mean, history is cyclical. There'll be revolutionary, progressive moments in the future, and there will be moments where we go back to older social structures. And this is an example of how that happens. And so this is actually a bit of it's amazing to me that Hollywood did not try to mess with that essentially Jessica is his concubine, right? And they don't mess. They don't mess with these kinds of things that are socially inappropriate in modern Hollywood discourse. But that's what it is. And if they continue to remain faithful to the story, Princess Erlan's going to arrive, and he's going to have a bit of a harem thing going on. How do they reconcile that with the value system that they're saying, right? And but I think that
no, you're right. This movie was not woke, folks. Mm-hmm. This movie was not woke. It was just straightforward storytelling, and I think it was staying largely faithful to the novel. So, Tom, did you see it at all?
Yeah. And I'm more in line with Cameron. I feel like it's a masterpiece. Mm-hmm. The only thing, I have minor gripes with the film, but other than that, like, you're right. I wouldn't even. It's sad that we have to say this movie is not woke, because not only is this movie not woke, you have a lot of very positive male role models in this movie. And not only that, there's a lot of incidences where they like we see in the woke side of things, like not as blatant because it is actually part of the story, but where they basically almost not like go out of their way to kind of make sure you realize that, these are good guys, right? Like even the Bene Gesserit, they not to get into too many spoilers, but like, how they talk to Jessica about her relationship with the Duke and how, that whole thing goes, and, basically how Lady Jessica basically sticks up for her, lover, right? Like it's a great scene. And then you also have the scene between mother and son and all that kind of stuff. And again, I don't want to get into spoilers because I don't know if that's what we're doing, but like, it's just
You can. I mean, look, the novel's been out since the 60s, okay? So I'm sorry. Spoilers, folks. The movie's been out since 1984. If you don't know about Dune now, Tom, spoil away.
Well, no, as far as the Lynch version, I love the Lynch version too, don't get me wrong. To me, this is the superior one, but this is kind of like one of those snake eating its own tail kind of things, but not in a bad way because, as we know, like, Lynch's version actually inspired Herbert in a lot of ways when he came to him envisioning his world. He loved that version. So I think Denny did a really good job of paying loving homage at the same time with Lynch's version while bringing a new voice to the table, right? And the cast is brilliant. Like I said, the few minor gripes I have is the soundtrack. First of all, the score is horrid. There is no score. Like there's no music in this whatsoever. And there's a lot of times where some emotional, impact could have been brought up through the music that we didn't have there. And I think that's where some people are like, oh, this movie has no soul and this and that and the other. And that's, to me, I can understand where they're coming from because, it really doesn't. It's missing that that epic piece you need to make this movie just kind of bump it up that bit more. And other than that, just minor little things like certain characters got kind of short shafted in the script. That's understandable considering what they have to do here. And I'm sure the Harkonnens are going to get a lot more to do in the second film.
Right.
You know, we even got to get introduced yet to Fade Routh and Fade and all that. You know, so there's so much more that's going to be coming. So I'm ready and waiting for that before I prejudge this too much. But I still feel like the fact that Denny was able to capture what he was with this movie, I don't feel like the pace was real bad. I mean, I understand how Kelvington feels, and this is not going to be a movie that's for everybody. That I understand. And to me, the pacing was on par with movies from the 70s. Like there were several times while watching this, like where I felt like I was watching a movie from the 70s or 80s. Like Denny was able to capture
that is a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn good thing, Tom.
So outside of just minor gripes with characters that kind of got short shafted, or maybe things I would have minorly tweaked with maybe some of the casting. And yeah, like everybody's saying, I said, what music? Yeah, there is no music. We needed a little music. But I get where, like with Liet Kynes, I didn't mind that character, but if you're going to do that, you should have brought in somebody with a little bit more gravitas, maybe. But that's nothing against the actress. She did just fine in that role. But comparing it to like what, because Liet Kynes is not in the story that much, but it's a very important character. So to have somebody like, like that was the whole point of having Max von Sydow played him in the Lynch version, right? He comes in, you don't need a big introduction of him. You kind of already understand that this guy's an important person. Now, let's say if you had somebody like with the gravitas of like Angela Bassett playing it in this version, that would make more sense, right? Like it would feel like, okay, when this person comes on, they're a little bit more important. They know what they're doing, blah, 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 blah. Other than that, those are just minor little gripes. Like I would give this movie like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Like it is an accomplishment. Like I have not seen anything like this since Lord of the Rings. And I know some people are like, oh, it's not comparable to Lord of the Rings, but I feel like that's a very fair comparison, especially as long as they stick the landing from here on out.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair. I actually, because of what Andre said and about the score, I was kind of paying attention to it. And I have to say, I didn't mind it. I actually thought that the score, I don't like it as music. I wouldn't buy it and listen to it as a soundtrack. Absolutely not. Mm-hmm. But in terms of being a score that supports the film, that actually tries to give us a sense of otherworldliness. I mean, it wasn't epic like Toto's score. It wasn't epic like, say, 10 Commandments, Bernstein's 10 Commandments or something like that. It didn't feel like a biblical epic. It felt more like a version of I don't know, like something like a less lyrical Lawrence of Arabia. It just had this weird otherworldly kind of a feel that I think means a great sense of alienness. And it kind of worked for me. I did like the score. I wouldn't buy it. I mean, as music, it's shit,
and that's true.
As music, it's shit.
Yeah, and Zimmerman, so he wanted to do something alien. Like he said when he saw Star Wars, he's like, why does this have a classic score? It should be like alien sounds and all this stuff. And it's like, this is what's wrong with you, man. I get it. For most of the movie, that will work. But the reason they have John Williams score in Star Wars is because everything else in that movie is so crazy that score grounds it. It tells you how you're supposed to feel. It sets the moods for the scenes, and it's the one thing that we can really attach ourselves to that is earthly, right? Like it's classical. It's a futuristic story being told with a classical score, right? And again, I'm not saying it had to be splashed throughout the film, but like just a few moments here and there, there's key moments where just a little bit more effort on his part, to me personally, may have gotten me to buy the soundtrack. You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
That's the small. And again, like I said, all my gripes with this movie are so minor. Like it's sad.
I would probably give it an 8. I would give it an 8. I liked it a lot. I was very engaged with it. But there were some moments, like for instance, one of the best moments in Lynch's movie was, spoiler everybody, after decades, where Duke Leto bites the tooth, it blows the poison out. In this one, it really was very anticlimactic. It was not done very well at all. Where in Lynch's one, it was explosive, it was big, and then when Harkonnen says, I live, and he spirals up. I mean, that was incredibly big moment, operatic and dramatic. And in this one, they cut away.
And you don't know if
we're
Harkonnen
supposed
lives.
to
You
be
don't
in
realize
suspense.
if he lives. You don't know.
Right, but and then he's cowering on the seal. I mean, okay, fine, but I didn't agree with that choice. It was not a. It was
No,
not
I totally agree.
That would be my biggest criticism.
There's like 3 or 4 bits or more that I would say that Lynch did better, captured better. But for every one of those, there's 1 or 2 in this new version. So it does kind of balance itself out. I mean, and that's the great thing is this doesn't erase the Lynch version. The Lynch version is what it is. It's never going to be anything more. And this just has, the opportunity to grow from here. And the fact that we got a movie that isn't like woke washed is amazing. Like the fact that they were able to spend this kind of money and Denny was able to get away with what he was able to get away with was just astounding.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, which I expected, they didn't use the word jihad. They couldn't go there. Let's see if they'll go there in part 2. Let's see if they'll go there in part 2.
I hope they
use a lot of
don't.
the Arabic. They use Lisan al-Ghaib, which is from the book, and it's Arabic for the language of the unseen, and they use the Mahdi, but they didn't use jihad. It was one step too far for them.
Well, it just seems like too obvious a parallel, and I just, I mean, this is supposed to be an alien world, so I don't know.
But it's an alien world that's based on Middle Eastern mythology. I mean, this is a world where Islam, essentially Sufism and Buddhism have combined into a kind of religion, right? That's I think mythology is actually looking at Islamo-Buddhism. That's essentially this religion of this world. And so that's why he's using Arabic terms and terms from the Quran. That's why the Fremen are on a jihad. They're not on a holy war. It's a very specific idea. And I think the idea of the hero leading a jihad, I always knew the town just couldn't go there.
Yeah. Gary, have you seen it at all or no?
I haven't seen the new one. I was pretty skeptical about it. The Lynch Dune for me was, you know how you guys like, you find this movie and it's this little kind of movie that's not really, it's not too popular at the time, but you find it, you discover it, and you watch it for the first time. And it's just this really cool thing that you connect with, and you want to keep watching it. And you get into it, and you buy the soundtrack, and I bought the book, and I have horrible reading problems, so I desperately tried to read the book. I couldn't do it. Dune was kind of that movie for me in the early 2000s. I actually had to go to Amoeba Music and get it on Laserdisc because it wasn't on DVD, and I had to buy a Laserdisc player so I could watch it. So that was kind of a niche thing for me to do, and I really love the Lynch version. I really love it. I've seen it 100 times. I got a chance to sit with some of the effects guys and talk with them about some of the stuff that I think it was Albert Whitlock and one of the Bill Taylor. Cameron, do you know Bill? Do you know Bill Taylor?
I don't know Bill. I do not know.
I got to see him at AFI, and he was talking about Dune a lot. That was great. So I have this kind of really, I'm really strongly bonded to the Lynch version. So when I heard this was coming out, I was like, okay, you guys are saying some great things about it. I think, the fact that it's, not only is it anti-woke, as you guys are saying, but it's got some pretty positive male influences, that'll be nice to see. Tom, you're talking about the score being shitty. Boy, that's rough.
That's probably my biggest bummer with the whole thing, right?
That's a big deal for me.
I hear you,
I was okay with it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed
That's
the music. For me, it was backdrop of a mystical world, and I wasn't conscious of the music.
Exactly.
Whereas in Star Wars are very conscious.
Exactly.
Right. Well, one thing that DC had mentioned was, the original score was very kind of, it's similar to a science fiction version of the 10 Commandments or something that's very, like scripture of the time. Dune is very kind of like the sci-fi future version of a biblical story or, something of some kind of religious canon. And like Tom was saying about Star Wars, that music really grounds you because everything is so far off. You're taken so far out of your normal realm that at least you get the idea It's telling you how to feel. It's creating a similarity with something that we already have in common, you know, or something that we already know something about, which would be an epic biblical movie. And that's kind of what this movie is in science fiction world. It's way beyond our time. It's way beyond our knowledge. But the relation we have to it is that it's similar to our religious stories. And that choice to ground that music, like the Toto score, and like similar to what Star Wars did, that's a huge deal for me personally. Huge deal. So I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna go watch this thing. I wasn't gonna, but now on you, because you guys have said so many positive things about it, I'm gonna check it out. And you know how hard it is for me to be convinced to watch something. Because
Gary, I mean, I know we're going to wrap this portion up and move on to super chats because the audience has been so patient, and thank you so much for that. But like, I'll tell you this much, if this helps you going in, like, it may not have the score like Star Wars, but what it felt like watching this one was, what it got right was what George did with Star Wars. And that was, I'm not going to give you a bunch of exposition. I'm just going to drop you in this world, and you're just going to live in this world, and everything you get out of it is what you're going to get. Right. Like, and that's kind of what I felt like watching this movie. And even though I understand where Doomcock's coming from, where it would have been nice to get into a little, you know, some more of the exposition of things and explanation and character development of certain other things. And there could be an argument made that you have to have read the books or at least seen the Dune, the Lynch version of Dune to kind of understand some of this stuff. But I'm not so sure of that either. So like, I feel like it feels a lot like Star Wars in that way, where it's like, Denny's like, you know what, I'm going to strip all this, you know, expository stuff out, and we're going to do this like Star Wars. And it's really what it feels like, because you're just kind of dropped in this world. You do get a little explanation.
Yeah, like the opening, you understand what the slice is. You need to understand that, or it makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, I want to say that, you know, the problem that I had was particularly in the treatment of the mentats, you know?
Well, they're brushed aside.
You know, the guy that basically sells out Duke Leto and the whole family, we don't know anything at all about like their training and their mental abilities and you know the kind of loyalty that they are engendered to provide, and so the fact that this guy betrayed them was a huge fucking point. I mean, it's against their training. It's against everything that this guy is. And it's just like, yeah, they had my wife, so sorry, dude. I mean, that was very underplayed and really a discredit to a
way to have fixed that. A way to have fixed that would be, you know, you need exposition for this kind of thing. And so, you know, it could have been at the scene where Yue, you know, is inspecting Paul before the Bene Gesserit puts his hand in the box, right? And it could all be like Bene Gesserit could be like, you know, why is he here? And, you know, you could have Jessica say, because, you know, I trust him in my son's life more than anyone, right? And just a simple line of dialogue at that moment.
Which I think is similar to what Lynch did in his, honestly. Now I'm trying to think back. I think
Lynch, you really got a sense of this guy.
No, and that's one of the things that he did better.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they had, wasn't it Dean Stockwell?
Yeah.
No, actually,
they're basically human computers.
Yeah, let's clarify. The chat is right. Yeah. Yue was not a mentat. He was not.
No, Yue is not a mentat. It's the other guy. And
yeah, but we don't. No, but the mentats are essentially ignored. You see a quick moment where you'll see their eyes turn white when they do the mental calculations or whatever, but you don't understand it. Like my friends didn't know what they were and didn't pay attention to them.
Okay, fair enough. But they didn't get into the mentats at all.
Yeah.
So that's how bad it was. Is that I didn't know what this guy was because they didn't explain it in the movie, and I had forgotten because I haven't seen it in a while. So you know, I mean, right there, that's kind of what I'm talking about in terms of not really differentiating the people in the story.
And that's a fair,
you know what I'm saying,
right? And again, the only reason I haven't been too harsh on this one yet is because there's still a lot of room for the sequel to dive into some of this stuff, right? Yeah, like, because Lady Jessica still doesn't know what happened yet, so we still can learn through her what happened through the betrayal of Yue and all that kind of stuff. And you know, there's other things, and I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if the next movie starts out where it spends a good 20 minutes just with the Harkonnen, and we get to see a little bit more from their angle. I wouldn't be surprised at all, kind of like how Empire Strikes Back is, right? Like, you kind of kick it off and it's a little bit more from the Empire side at first, and then we jump to the heroes and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I mean that. What was that, Cameron?
It's a choice. Like I said, my friends who didn't read the books, they were so into this, and they could explain the mythology, and they even understood what Paul's visions were. They understood how the spice was changing him. It blew me away that they understood what was going on, because it's not easy to understand what's going on in the book. You got to read it a couple of times, right? And they got what was going on. And
it's a big plus.
Yeah. I mean, they could explain the movie to me. So I was like, I mean, if you haven't read the book, if you watch, the Lynch movie, it's a lot.
That's true, Cameron. But if they could explain the movie to you, maybe it just wasn't sufficiently complex. If they could explain the movie to you, it's just the broad strokes that they're using. I mean, it was a simplified version of a complex story that.
But you could also argue
Villeneuve, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, was more interested in the visual spectacle, which is a valid choice. Look, I mean, it's a beautiful film.
Well, that's also an argument, though, that
like an art house film, basically. To me, it felt like an art house film.
But I like
art house films. That's not a criticism.
Right, no. But like I say, that can also be an argument that could be lobbied at the Lynch version too, because after that first half, it really just takes the rest of the story and go, we're just going to cram it all in here. And this may be not how it really ended, but this is how we're going to end it. Right? There's, as much as I love that version, I'm hoping that we actually get a little bit more true to the original story here, because where we're at now with this movie is this is already familiar ground. We've seen the Lynch version cover it, and it covers it very similarly, some ways better, some ways not as much, and that's kind of what I was saying before. But I'm waiting to see what they do from here, because they can totally screw this up, right? It could go way off the beaten path, and then we will be saying, oh God, at least we have Lynch's Dune, 10 years from now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I guess we can sum this up by saying that all of us here are recommending the people go see Dune. It's just a question of degree of how much you're going to like it. I think that Cameron and Tom liked it more than I did, but that's not to say that I didn't like it. I did. Is it a masterpiece? No, I don't think it's a masterpiece. It doesn't fire on all levels like a masterpiece would need to. I mean, a masterpiece is Lawrence of Arabia, which is fucking perfect in every way. Script, acting, visuals. And I would say, frankly, that the visuals in Lawrence of Arabia are superior to the visuals here. I mean, I'm sorry, but, it's good. But, I mean, there's nothing like seeing, El Orange, blow out that match, and then suddenly he's in the dunes of Wadi Rum, in the most spectacular, visuals that I think God put on this earth. You don't beat that. So it's
not Lawrence of Arabia.
Good film.
It's not Lawrence of Arabia, but I use the word masterpiece because I'm using it in the sense that it did what I consider the impossible task. It took a very difficult story and made it accessible to the general populace. And to me, that is something I didn't think was actually possible, and it did that. And for me, that is masterpiece of this material. For me.
So it is a good movie. Cameron, we can agree. It ranges kind of in our ratings from maybe 8 to 10. So that's a good movie. That's definitely worth watching, folks. And I recommend that you get out there. And so does Cameron, and so does Tom, and Kelvington. Am I wrong? Would you recommend it's worth a look?
Oh, absolutely. If you like the concept of what Dune is about, I'm very curious to see if in 3 or 5 months we don't get an extended cut. Hey, we had to cut 40 minutes out, and I could see them absolutely giving us an extended cut, which might make it even better. It's not a bad film. It was just one of those films that just happened to put me to sleep, but I made it all the way through. And we had a question in the chat. Somebody had asked what your guys' thoughts were on Jodorowsky's Dune, which was the Dune that was never was.
Jodorowsky?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And it was the Dune that never was, and it was a beautiful documentary. I saw it a couple of years ago, and it was amazing. I would have killed to have seen that version of Dune. Have you guys seen it?
I'll tell you, you can watch it right now. All you got to do is take a shitload of mushrooms and watch a bunch of Disney movies, and it'll give you the same effect. No, it was probably one of the most batshit crazy movies never made. Yeah,
it would have been a masterpiece. That would have been an insane. The ultimate midnight movie adaptation of Dune. It would have been batshit crazy. Wow! If it had been made,
yeah.
Whew,
I bet you would be having midnight
every day.
screenings where they play it against the wall. You know what I mean? Like they do with Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon or something like that. Definitely, I could see that.
Oh yeah, I would love it. And we have got super chats here. Hail Kelvington, thank you, sir, for alerting us to the need for this. But John Arowski's Dune would have been fantastic. It's a great documentary, and I've heard that the Blu-ray is out and that it has 45 more minutes of footage on it. So I have to get this documentary.
I do got to say though, in fact, I think it is free right now on YouTube. By the way, the documentary
no shit. But not the extra 45 minutes.
Not the extra version, but like, yeah, if you want to check it out, just to see, hey, if this is something I'm going to be, into, there you go. You can check it out for free. So there you go.
It would have been fantastic.
But it does
would
need
have
to
been
be
so weird.
Yeah. It does need to be said also, though, that pretty much a lot of what Giger did or Giger, however you want to pronounce it, did for Jodorowsky's Dune or Jodorowsky's Dune, ended up in Lynch's Dune. So we did kind of get to see some of it in a weird way, tangentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It was, but my God, you know what really I'd kill for? They ought, I wish to God, that they would go ahead and publish a hardbound facsimile of the Dune book that he assembled with all the storyboards, all the artwork, all the scripts. I would pay $1,000 to get a hold of.
Well, you didn't know about the comic book he did a while back, or like somebody
but
did
the
it
comic,
anyway.
but that book, that presentation book, the thick
Yeah,
book,
I know what you're talking about.
Had all that I want. That I want bad.
Gotcha.
I would.
They should have done a companion piece with the documentary, you would think.
Yeah, it would have been something. Silent Watcher with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Silent Watcher. Says, I feel bad for Hayden. He's received a lot of flack for something that he had little control over. I agree. Same thing with Jake Lloyd, who played young Anakin. Anakin's a thankless role, especially directed by George Lucas, who is not a human being's director. He's not good with people. He's not good with actors. And you not only have George Lucas's bordering on bad dialogue, he's just not very good with dialogue. You've got him putting you on a green screen with absolutely nothing around you a lot of the times except the green screen. And then you've got him not saying anything except, do it again and faster. That is not direction. So the poor bastard was hanging out there like the laundry to dry in public view of everyone. And he was badly, the concept of Anakin Skywalker in the prequels was so badly done from the start. You're not going to have young Anakin Skywalker, a slave on Tatooine, be just this gee whiz, well-adjusted kid. What the fuck is slavery? If you're gonna have a kid,
and he was too young. I think that starting off at that age was not the necessary age. I think if he had been a teenager, you could see all the complexity of having powers and going through hormonal changes and being unable to control your temper. Because I think you could have had a very rich Anakin who was 15 years old, right? Who had been a slave and was embittered by the experience and suddenly had certain powers he didn't know how to use. But that, like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of the first movie. I've come to love the first movie after seeing the Disney garbage. I will watch episode 1 on loop and not watch the Disney garbage.
Well, according to Yoda, he's too old, but Yoda likes him young, so
well, everyone's young.
Years
who you are. Everyone young will be to you. But and that's not slamming George. Look, George has his strengths and his weaknesses, and I'm just being honest.
Well, I think he even kind of admitted that.
Trying to take a shot at George Lucas, but he is not the kind of director that works closely with actors. He's just not.
Well, I think he even kind of admitted that he probably started things in the wrong spot. Because there was that interview where he said,
I think he did.
Yeah, he's like, I put like 5 minutes of story in the first one, 5 minutes of story in the second one, and then I got to the third one and realized, oh crap, I've got 5 hours of story to tell and only 2 hours to do it in. So I think that was his way of saying, I probably should have started a little bit later in the story so I had more room for the latter part to breathe. But again, I have more respect for him now after the Disney movies as well. So yeah.
You know, another
Yeah,
thing that
and
George
I like the prequels better than a lot of people do. I really genuinely like the Phantom Menace, and I like a lot of the Attack of the Clones, except Anakin being weird and stalkery to Padme. I mean, it was just weird, man. It was so weird. He was so, and the way he would look at her, it was badly directed. George Lucas should not have done this love story. It was horrible.
And considering
the
those two
dialogue
actors had chemistry, that was why Anakin was. That's why Hayden was cast. Is ultimately it came down to Hayden and somebody else, and then Natalie Portman was brought in, and they had real chemistry. Like she was attracted to him as a person, and they had a vibe that worked really well in the auditions. And then he didn't know how to direct the romance. But it's okay. I still like.
Yeah, and the dialogue was terrible.
You know, one thing that George
and then of course the third movie is good. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Gary.
It's okay. It's all right. You know, one thing that George Lucas was up against when he was making Star Wars, the original film, was he was up against the wall. People were literally just hounding him all the time. What is this bullshit story?
Right.
Why does the space ape have, you know, it should have pants on? Why is it naked?
Why does the Wookiee have no pants?
Exactly. Like they're literally, I mean, the guy, what he suffered like probably a heart attack or a mild stroke. He was in the hospital. They're grilling his ass. They're barbecuing his ass. Well done. Right now, he makes these great series of films, and then he comes back to do the prequel trilogy. Anything he says, everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's genius!" You know, they're yes men to him at that point. So he doesn't have anything to bounce ideas off of. I mean, even Spielberg and Connery and Ford were putting him in his place on Last Crusade. I mean, they're like, "No, it's bullshit. Get out of here. Just give him a camera and let him go shoot something and get him out of the way." He's combating with these people, and it's that kind of person. They need that kind of combat in order to get their idea or to convey their you know, whatever it is they're trying to do into something that's going to work with a collaboration. But there's no way anybody was interfering with him on that prequel trilogy because, yeah, he was the king and he was back in the director's seat. And it's like, don't fuck with George. Don't do it. He had that too. I mean, if you were running off your complete ego and you didn't have your closest buddies around you saying, dude, you need to fix that, you'd be making some mistakes too.
Oh, like I said, I'll still take the prequels. I'll take them. After what happened afterwards.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They lowered the bar, that's for sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I think the Attack of the Clones is an entertaining movie, and I think Revenge of the Sith is very deep.
They're all entertaining, but they're not Star Wars, Empire, or Jedi. You know, but they're good. They're okay. You know, so
I decided to try shorts. Not quite sure t-shirts work yet, but shorts. I'm trying. I did gain a little weight. Doomcock was right.
Yes, well, it happens to us all.
You can do that little thing where it goes doody doody doo. Doomcock was right. Yes, I'm a little chubby now.
Oh dear. Thank you, Kelvington. Let's see. Let's go back to our super chats here. Yeah. So basically, yeah. I think that you're right, Silent Watcher. That Hayden did get a lot of shit for stuff that really wasn't in his control. But now he's grown into the role, and I think he's going to actually have some redemption here. I hope so. I think he will. The guy from the place with a $5 super chat. Thank you. The guy from the place says, "Hey man, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I've been reading the chat, and I think a crazy amount of your viewers might be nerds."
Oh no!
Well, I certainly am. You know, I mean, and happy to be, man. This is Nerd Central, and you're all welcome here. Nerds, geeks, etc. Hail the guy from the place. I think you are spot on there, sir. And we wear it proudly as badges of honor. Divine Comedy Productions with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Divine Comedy Productions, says Hail Doomcock. Reject the mainstream, embrace the indie. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got to support the indie creators out there who are trying to do some new stuff, and God bless them all. You know, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Nicholas Horton with a 2-pound super sticker. Bushiba giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. I'm giving you a thumbs right back up, buddy. Thank you. And Scorpigeist. Scorpigeist. That's what it is. Scorpigeist. That's a cool name. Scorpigist. What the fuck I was thinking. Scorpigeist says with a $5 super chat, Hail Doomcock and panel. I feel the stories don't have to be new, but told in such a way we feel we're hearing them for the first time. Yeah, I think every movie should do that. I mean, if you're just doing a shot-by-shot remake like Psycho or whatever, what's the fucking point of that? You got to at least try and put your spin on it and make it fresh and make it come from a place of truth for you as a creator, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really got to find that interview with Gus Van Sant where he basically says where he did that so nobody else tries to do it again.
Oh, that's pretty much
successful.
Well, I shoot myself in the head so nobody can shoot me in the future.
Like, think about it, though. He did it shot for shot, like line for line. Like, it was almost like he's trolling everybody. It's
and somebody gave him a lot of money to do that. They could give me a lot of money to make my movies. And that would actually advance cinema. You know, whatever.
I just thought it's kind of like the ultimate troll to the studio in the end. It's like, oh, we're going to do a Psycho remake. You want to do a Psycho remake? That's pretty stupid. All right, I'll do it for you. I'll do it shot for shot, everything. It's exactly the same. And I'll cast it with the worst possible actors.
Yeah, they did.
Yes.
Oh my God, they did.
McFrozen Nuggets 2.0 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, McFrozen Nuggets. Says, will you possibly talk about Ghostbusters Afterlife? Oh, fuck yeah. We'll definitely be talking about that once it comes out for sure.
Can't wait.
You can count on that. You can count on death, taxes, and talking about Ghostbusters Afterlife on this channel. I guarantee you that. Absolutely.
Well, the trailer looks great. The trailer looks great. I'm excited for it.
It's interesting. We will have to see. But knock wood. I hope it's great. And Lady Damiana, thank you for renewing your membership and the channel membership. Hail, Lady Damiana, and thank you. We got 3 new members tonight, which is fantastic. Thank you, Lady Damiana. And Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. Says, DC, check out the YouTube channel Darth Angelus. They're the ones behind the fan-made CG animated adaptation of the Heir to the Empire novel.
And they're good.
I need to check that out. I've been told about that.
No, they're really good, Doom. They're really well done. You're really well done. It's worth
really good?
Yeah.
I'll definitely check it out. Hail Nicholas Horton and hail Darth Angelus. I will definitely check those out, man. I need to. I've finished I've damn near finished the Zahn trilogy now. I skipped on it early on. I'm finally getting through it, and it's great. I really enjoy it.
Oh, you never read the original books, Heir to the Empire? You never read those?
I read it as a kid. I read the first book, and when it came to the point where Master Seabaugh was able to control things from 50,000 light years away, I thought that was such bullshit that I stopped reading it instantly. I just thought that was ridiculous. 50,000 fucking
pushing
light years.
through.
Come on.
And Thrawn has a really compelling arc. I won't reveal the ending of it, but it's very emotional. And I was really blown away.
No, it is. I mean, now I'm almost done. And I just said, okay, I'm going to set that aside. But I swear to God, for decades, I was like, fuck that. That's ridiculous. And I still think it's kind of ludicrous. I mean, 50,000 light years. Come on.
Yeah,
but it's okay. You get over that.
Zahn was trying stuff. He was trying stuff.
I don't know. If the Force, is an energy field created by all living things that surrounds us and penetrates us, there's no fucking living things in the vacuum of space. So there would be gaps. And they only go 50,000 light years. I don't know. But I just set that aside. It's like the stupid bus jumping in Speed, right? It's like, I know the stupid bus jump is coming. I know it's terrible. I'm just going to get over it, and the rest of the movie is great. So,
but then, no, I mean, look, think about it, on a mystical level. What on Empire Strikes Back? What Luke is on Dagobah. He's doing acrobatics, meditating, and whatever, and he sees a vision of the future of from across the galaxy of what's happening across time and space of what's happening to Han Solo. He's being tortured by Vader. So I think the Force brings everything to one. I think that maybe the issue is how much can you influence it from. But is there any distance? I don't know. I don't know if distance exists in the Force. It's all one. But that's a mystical conversation for another time.
Well, that's the thing. It's like understanding it from a mystical perspective, which I didn't have as a kid. The non-dual nature of reality. I can buy it a lot easier now than I could have as a kid. But exerting power and direct control over fleets of people across 50,000 light years of distance. that's a big stretch. But I'm just saying. But disregarding that, just saying, okay, I'm not even going to think about it. La 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 la. Every time, la 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 la. I'm just putting my ears in my, my fingers in my ears and just I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just moving on. It's great. Other than that, but that's what derailed me, and that's why it took me so long to read it. Let's see. Primer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Primer. Says, seeing the chaotic hell of current Western culture, I remember the mantra: no matter how bad things get, things will always turn out good in the end. I think that's probably true. I mean, that is the mystical view of things. The Kali Yuga, everything gets destroyed, but then we wake up and realize it was just a really good movie, and it's okay. So, well said, Primer. Omnissiah Sphinx with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Omnissiah Sphinx. Says, I hope they bury Indiana Jones 5 like they buried the E.T., the video game. Yes, out in the desert, up to its neck.
We'll see. I think there's some surprise twist coming. I think there's a surprise twist coming on this Indy journey. So,
I hope so, man. I think that would be absolutely well done. And Galaxy Express Media with a $100 super chat. Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. Says more gatekeeping needs to happen to protect what we love from the invading hordes bent on destroying that which we love. Gatekeeping is not a bad thing. Hail Doomcock and panelists and the best producer on YouTube, Kelvington.
Yeah.
Oh, Kelvington. Well said. I agree.
Thank you.
Kelvington.
That's very gracious of you.
And
Doomcock, as producer, I got to remind you, Cameron has to leave in a couple minutes. Yeah. So maybe we say goodnight to him now. Yes. Full screen him for a second, because I have to reset something on my side.
Oh, okay. Very well. I don't know what else we were going to talk about tonight, but I think we got to the things that Cameron most would have wanted to.
Yeah, this is the stuff that I was engaged with, and I'm very glad I got to share my opinions with Dune and hear Tom and your perspective. So again, I want to thank everyone who's been following, and I want to thank the patience of the chat. I've got a lot of opinions. I talk about religion, I talk about spirituality. That can be too much for people in the chat, and I've seen that for some people. I have to be me. So I got to talk about what motivates me as an artist, as a writer. So if it's not your thing, just one ear out the other. But I'm going to be me, and I can't censor myself because one person out of 100 doesn't like it. But I just want to state that. And I want to thank Doomcock for the opportunity for letting me come on, as always, as a friend of this channel, and not censoring me and letting me be me, for better or worse. And so, thank you all for watching me, and stay with the channel. And for those of you who are interested, my Patreon is actually becoming very, very successful. We're well over 100 subscribers in just a few weeks, and I'm putting out article upon article, a lot of insider stuff, a lot of perspectives that friends are giving me of Hollywood. I'm sharing my tips on screenwriting, and hopefully I'm going to do a review of Dune as well. So come join me for that. And my Patreon I'll put it in the chat before I take off. But again, Doomcock, thank you for having me on here. Being a participant in your broadcast has significantly impacted my life in a very positive way. It has brought me a lot of new friends, a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new relationships. So I just thank you for your generosity for letting me be on this channel.
Sir, you are very welcome. I mean, I'm very appreciative of you and everything that you do, and it's just really great having you here. I know that Silent Watcher had one question for you before you go. He says, Silent Watcher, $5 super chat, says, Hail Doomcock and panelists, do you believe that cutting the large budgets of today's movies may change the direction of Hollywood? That's a good one to go out on, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to become inevitable at this point. We've been really moving towards this extreme situation, which reflects the power structure of Hollywood, that you've just had. Essentially the middle class of movies was gone, which is reflective of the power structure of Hollywood, that you just had a small elite and sort of the masses. And so what we've had is just a few blockbusters like Dune getting all the financing and the budget. And we haven't had sort of mid-level movies, $20 million, $30, $40 million movies. They're either $100, $200, $300 million budgets, or they are small horror films for under $10 million. And I love those small horror films. But, there is a space for a Casablanca. There's a space for a good drama out there that doesn't have a massive budget and isn't just aimed for a young teen crowd in a genre. That has to exist. And so,
Tom. There's actually something to support your argument, and that is Sony. look at what Tom Rothman has done with Sony. He's bringing stuff like Baby Driver and all these smaller mid-level movies. And now this year, it looks like Sony may be at the top of most of the popmost when it comes to movie studios. So we'll have to see when it comes to the end.
But that's it. It's got to spread. It's got to spread from there. Rothman has been ahead of the curve in seeing that. I think the financial pressures of the past 18 months are going to compel that, especially if we do have an IATSE strike in the next few weeks. I think it's going to create real pressures financially. And in order for the industry to survive, the only way they're going to be able to get back on track in 2022 is to start resurrecting these smaller projects or mid-level projects that, can be profitable without having to be a global blockbuster that requires tens of millions of people to show up, right? And so we're going to get there, in my opinion. And I think the pressures of the current environment are going to force it.
Okay, that's a good answer. Kamran, thank you very much for being here tonight, my friend. As always, it's a great pleasure. And I hope, we haven't talked about it, but I hope that we could do a nice spooky piercing the veil for Wednesday if you're up for it.
I'm definitely open to it. Sure, Ghost Stories is coming up with I think I have a couple of things happening, but I'll make sure I'm going to set times that we can do Piercing the Veil as well. And I love the fact we can do mystical stories, and hopefully we can bring on other friends of ours like Korean, who's had some Wiccan experiences that are real life horror stories that I think he'd love to share with us. And so there's a lot of great stuff in the community that can be developed on that side. So.
Sounds good, Kamran. Thank you, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your evening and appreciate you being here tonight.
All right, Gary, Kelvington, Tom, thank you guys.
Later, Kamran.
Peace.
Night, sir.
Have a good one.
Good night, my friend. He took my helmet. Where'd my helmet go?
He stole it.
He stole my helmet. No, I'm just kidding. I just happened to take it off now. All right, let's continue on with a few more of these.
Doomcock's helmet.
Where in the world is Doomcock's helmet? Catherine Sullivan with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Catherine says, "Hail Doomcock. I can't stick around tonight, but wanted to show support for our overlord." God bless you, Catherine Sullivan. Sorry you're not here for the fun, but we really do appreciate you and hope to see you again next Sunday. Kathleen Morrison with a $5 super sticker of Bushiba. It's given a good job, thumbs up. Hail Kathleen Morrison. Thank you so much, Kathleen. And we really appreciate you here on Pop Culture Breakdown Live. Doll Ben with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Doll Ben. It says, "We need something like Sword and Sorcery from the 80s. Lower budget films that are fun to watch, but just spat out." Yeah, man. Listen, where are the good B films and C films and Grindhouse films these days? We need more of that stuff. Hail Doll Ben. I would love to see more of that kind of stuff. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says it wouldn't just be about Star Wars blunders. It would also be about Marvel blunders. His book that he's talking about writing with Iger and stuff. It sounds great, Jack. Listen, man, go for it, will you? And Corion Witch in Residence. Speak of the devil. With a $5 super chat. Thank you, Corion. Says, "Hey, DVD. When you take over, I nominate R.M. Briggs as your press secretary. I mean, who would object? Not Kamran, not me. I think that'd be fantastic. Let's make it so. Raquel M. Briggs, would you be my press secretary when I take over the world? I would love to hear that. Who would have a problem with that? I think the ratings would go up too on the press conferences. I got to tell you. And Christian Corralejo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Christian. Says, if the Dune films become a success, how would you feel if they tried covering in-universe things like banned AI and the possibility of advanced aliens? Shit, yeah. I mean, God, why not? Yeah, I'd love to see Dune become a full-born series with all the books being adapted and then going into other parts of the universe and really flesh it out and make it, like a new Star Wars. I think that'd be great. I'd have no problems with that at all. And Deform 581. Hail to Deform 581 with a $5 super chat. Says, "Have Gun Will Travel is good." Yes, sir. It is great. Hail Deform 581. When you're right, you're right, and you are right. And Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, the steer AUG I own that was used in Die Hard was converted to full auto to use in Life Force. So Steyraug. So I'm guessing that's a firearm, Aaron. I've never heard of that one. But it was used in Die Hard. It was converted to full auto to use in Life Force. Life Force is awesome, man. Life Force is awesome. There weren't a whole lot of I better not say that. I'm going to be quiet. Space Monkey 0899 with a channel member of mine for 3 months now says collecting Blu-rays of my favorites. F censorship. You are a wise Space Monkey 0899. You are a wise Space Monkey. Gather ye physical media while you may, because you never know how long
he
it's
did go to
gonna stick around.
space, so
He did. He got irradiated and became hyper intelligent. I think that's what happened.
well, I mean, just the fact that he made it to space to begin with, that's a pretty smart monkey.
I agree. Jay the Real McCoy has joined the channel membership. Thank you, Jay the Real McCoy, and welcome, my friend, to the channel membership. We are delighted to have you here. And Jerry Dutton has renewed his channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Jerry. Hail to Jerry Dutton. We really appreciate you, man. Thank you. And Clobberin Times, who's been a channel member of mine for 16 months now. Thank you, Clobberin Times. Says, glad you're enjoying Have Gun. Paladin is the man. Paladin is the man, yes. Paladin is the man.
Paladin, where do you roam?
You know that song. Have you watched Have Gun?
Oh, years and years and years ago. Like my
It was
dad
good,
used to
wasn't
watch all those old shows. Yeah, like so my problem is a lot of them kind of meld together.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
you know, between like Gunsmoke and Wagon Train and you know, them kind of shows, and then like the cop shows and all that, like they all kind of somewhat meld together sometimes. Like outside of like things like TJ Hooker, just because, you know, Kirk like so easily, like those kind of things stick out a little bit more. But like no, like until I got a little later, then I could remember a little bit more television. But like, oh yeah, I remember the show.
It is a great one, man. It is a fun damn show. And Jacob Holler, thank you for the super sticker flying through the air. We really appreciate it, Jacob Holler. Dan the Man with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dan the Man, says, hail panel. Do we think an Ahsoka series could lead to a Jedi Academy show or crazy time travel multiverse shenanigans? Anakin is the father of Mortis. Yeah, I think the Ahsoka series could lead to some stuff. None of those things are, well, the Jedi Academy show is not on the books right now being planned. However, crazy time travel multiverse shit, I think is already in the stars. I think it's in the works. You know, I think with the multiverse that was introduced in Loki, I think I heard a thing, like I got a rumor that now that they opened the door to that shit in Loki, they were going to do it across the entire Marvel, Star Wars, Disney universe. Just more ways to tell more stories. I think it's definitely coming, my friends. Big Ounce 16.9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Big Ounce. Says, Cameron, have you and the other writers of Tron Uprising ever thought of asking Disney to have the story finished in a graphic novel or novels? I'm sorry that Cameron had to go. I would have definitely gotten him to that. But yeah, I don't know why Disney wouldn't do that. Are they clinging to the hope that they'll actually finish the movies?
Honestly, I can't answer for Cameron, but what I can say, last I knew, the franchise was going in like two different directions. They had kind of scrapped that original plan that Cameron was a part of. And then they made and hi, Doug. How you doing, Douglas?
Hey.
Yes, hey, Doug.
Doug.
And then they had the deal. They announced that Daft Punk was producing the third film, and then they broke up. So I don't know if they're still a part of the third film or not, because then we heard Jared Leto is part of the third film, and then that's been just kind of sitting in limbo ever since things shut down. So chances are Tron is such probably a back burner franchise for Disney that I wouldn't expect they're going to get back to it anytime soon. Right. Unless they already have something in motion.
I doubt it. We haven't heard anything. I haven't. You haven't, Tom, right? So
just the Jared Leto thing, and before, like I said before, that was Daft Punk, and that's now we're looking at like a year, 2 years out. So 3 years almost.
Those were their best shots, huh?
Yeah, right. Right. Well, now that Daft Punk isn't going to do it, I think they're turning to basically Vanilla Ice, or I I think.
Well, to be clear, the whole Daft Punk thing is they have a production company, I guess, so they still might even be a part of this. I have no idea.
Right.
So it's just like they were just producing it through their production company. So that's all it was. It wasn't like a
I hear they're going to put Justin Bieber on the project, which is very exciting.
They may have produced a bunch of movies we don't know because we don't even know their real names, do we?
No, we
That's
don't.
true. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that could be.
Could be fucking Steven Spielberg under that mask. Who knows?
Maybe one of the. yeah. Well,
It's
maybe one of the.
Doomcock.
Maybe one of the two got Tron in the divorce, so it could just be one of them that'll produce it.
Maybe so. Oh
They
dear.
just stay up all night now, not to get lucky though. Just
Yeah.
the other one got the lucky part.
No, there's no getting lucky in Hollywood anymore, I'm afraid.
Oh,
their luck
jeez,
is-
The other one
no.
has to stay up all night.
Their luck has run out, I'm afraid. Cardinal Sin with a $20 super chat of extraordinary generosity. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. He says, "Hail Doomcock. Praise Harvey. I fear Sabu. Here are some
Whoa.
sheklum towards the cause. Giant robots ain't going to build themselves. Looking forward to your Halloween stream when we'll be on the highway to heck. Hail Xanadoom. Hail Cardinal Sin. God bless you, my friend. And we appreciate you being here tonight. Point Curation with a $6.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, "Hail all. Wish you all well. If you are struggling, reach out to someone for help or even just connect with another person. You are not alone." Very good advice. Very good advice, Point Curation. I think we should move on to our next story, Mr. Kelvington.
Yes, but I would like to say one thing, and it was just brought up by Cardinal Sin. You have a Halloween spectacular coming next week, and we're going to have the pop culture breakdown, and I have just the tiniest little taste of something that might happen if you'd like to see it.
I would love to see it, Kelvington, please.
I think Baby Yoda is done putting up with everybody's shit. So I think we could see a different Baby Yoda.
Oh dear.
Gonna throw a
Haunted
tantrum.
Grogu on Halloween. It sounds great, Kelly. That is nicely done, sir. Nicely done. Thank you for that. I don't know. Should we talk about Ruby Rose or let's see. We've got
I
Ruby
would rather
Rose.
talk about how to do my taxes, but if we must,
Well, we don't have to.
no,
we
no,
don't
I'm
have
just
to-
joking. I mean,
we should
it's news.
The only
We
interesting
should
thing about
glance on it.
the one interesting thing about Ruby Rose is what she was talking about, the problems on the set being dangerous and unsafe and all that stuff. And then lo and behold, here comes Alec Baldwin and all that disaster, So I'm wondering if this is standard procedure now on sets of films and TV shows.
Well, I'm not so sure we should conflate the two, but like the whole thing.
Yeah,
with
not
Ruby,
completely, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that part, but I will say this about the whole Ruby Rose situation.
Well,
is,
let me before you say that, Tom. Well,
Sure.
Let me just lay out the basics of it for anybody that doesn't know, okay? And then you can do your comment, Tom. So what appears to be an unending number of reasons, Ruby Rose, the actor DJ, left the Batwoman series, one of the lowest rated TV series in the history of television to remain on the air. If you recall, first it was due to an injury she got on set, or maybe not on set. Then it was a hard shoot because, being number one on the call sheet meant having to work up to 15 hours a day for millions of dollars in compensation. And let's not forget the coof. It too was to blame. Well, it turns out that in Revisionist History 101, we have a new set of excuses from Ms. Rose herself. According to CNN, Ruby Rose says unsafe working conditions and a toxic culture on the CW series Batwoman led to their departure from the show in 2020. Rose took to Instagram Wednesday to recall their experience on the show. Rose accused former Warner Brothers TV group chairman Peter Roth of workplace sexual harassment and also tagged Batwoman executive producers Greg Berlanti and Sarah Schechter, and producer Caroline Dries alleges, among many other things, that Roth coerced at least one female colleague into interacting with his groin, and that Roth made a concerted effort to oust Rose from her job. Rose said they were injured in a stunt during production and required emergency surgery to repair 2 herniated discs. I wasn't allowed to move for 10 days and I wasn't allowed to train. We redid the schedule so that I could do the stunts that I wanted to do later in time when I had recovered better. Rose also claims other crew members were injured on the set. Warner Media disputes Rose's allegations. Quote, despite the revisionist history that Ruby Rose is now sharing online aimed at the producers, the cast and crew, the network, and the studio, the truth is that Warner Brothers Television had decided not to exercise its option to engage Ruby for season 2 of Batwoman based on multiple complaints about workplace behavior that were extensively reviewed and handled privately out of respect for all concerned. A spokesperson for the studio said in a statement to CNN, seems Warner Brothers is not going to take this lying down. So that is quite a fine kettle of fish to fling on Instagram in the direction of Warner Brothers. Tom, what were you about to say on this?
Oh, well, basically, I was just going to say, I know it's gotten a little more interesting than that in the last 24 hours or so, because I guess she's now out there releasing emails. Now, I haven't had a chance to read any of them yet.
Shit. I haven't
to field them, but that's just an excellent SJW tactic there. But no, like, this is one of those situations where both things can be true, right? Like, she can be a complete fucking diva, and that added to some of the problems probably on the set, on top of the set, probably wasn't the safest. We've seen that, and this is what happens when you don't hire the right kind of people, and you have accidents like that had happened, which are extremely, uncalled for, especially on a TV show. And I don't even know where she's talking about stunts, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I have not watched the show, but every picture I ever tried finding when we talked about it, it wasn't her in the damn mask. And it's clear as day that it's not her in the mask. Like, her stunt person has a completely different complexion.
and a mustache. Right? I thought I saw one.
What was awesome was when she did get fired or quit the show, or whichever story you want to believe at this point, all the headlines right underneath it with the picture was always the picture of the lady, the stunt lady, not her. And I noticed it right away. I'm like, how are they not noticing this? Like, that is not her. Like, so
right.
And she's all like, it was itchy. And you're right. Like, at the other side of this too, like, she had been in basically like 2 or 3 movies in smaller roles. She got the starring role on a network show, and she treated it like it was a chore. It was like, boo fucking who. On that part, I can say that. On the other side of it, though, if the conditions are that bad, that's a completely different thing, right? Like, and as I said, doesn't mean that neither one of them aren't both true at the same time. So, but like some of the other stuff I've heard, I have a hard time believing.
Gary, you're looking like I don't know, you were wiping sweat on your brow and looking kind of dazed. I mean, is this any opinions about this situation or anything you've heard?
I did hear something. Our mutual lady friend did mention that she was actually legitimately injured. And she has a little bit of a gripe about that. And I'm just realizing now she looks exactly like my nephew. But
poor guy.
Well, anyway, I love my nephew. He's a great kid. But it was just
hopefully he'll grow out of it.
He will. Well, he's a handsome kid. You know what I mean? He's a good-looking dude.
Yeah. No.
So
I guess I didn't think of it from that angle.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. So Ruby, what the fuck is her name? Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose. Yeah.
We're still trying to figure out who you are. You certainly think who the fuck you are. You bitching and complaining about all this bullshit. You want to be one of the boys. Why don't you take some shit like the rest of the boys? You have no fucking idea how hard it really, really can get on a set. You have no fucking idea. That's really all I have to say to you, girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever the fuck your preference is.
Oh, there you go.
Really, I'm so fucking tired of this bullshit. How much fucking money is this thing making? I mean, he, she, it, whatever I'm supposed to fucking call it. How much money is it making?
Not a lot. It's very low rated. It can't be making a lot of money.
Not the show. The
he meant Ruby Rose.
Oh,
the
Ruby
person.
Rose. Yeah, she made quite a chunk, I would imagine, being the lead, right? I mean, although it is CW, but still.
Yeah, I mean, try working a real fucking job, and then bitch about it, and then see how long that job lasts. Really, you are so fucking lucky. You're so fucking lucky that they made this show completely around you and all your little fucking preferences and all your little friends' preferences, and you're sitting bitching and moaning about it. Oh no, the fucking suit's itchy. I'm the Batwoman. Oh no, I have to put a fucking suit on. I don't really want to. I can't move this way. I can't move that way. Fuck you. What the fuck are you complaining about? I know you got injured. But you know something? Why don't you fucking cram it? This is such bullshit. I'm getting so fucking tired of this. Like everybody gets a trophy bullshit generation. They like one little fucking thing goes wrong, and they have no idea how to handle it. They go to the fucking mommy Twitters and they're fucking preaching about it, bitching about it. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe this. I expect better from you. What the fuck, man?
She's getting paid enough that she ought to suck it up and put on the fucking suit when you sign up for a show called Batwoman.
I'll be Batwoman.
You assume that you gotta wear a Batwoman suit, right?
I'd be a great fucking Batwoman. All I have to do is just start identifying as Ruby Ridge or whatever the fuck her name is, and I'll be whatever the fuck her name is. I'll be Batwoman, and you know what? Yeah, you can't tell me I don't identify with a Batwoman.
Well, you would think if you had a latex allergy, that would be the first thing you would tell somebody on a show, where they're going to put you in a latex outfit.
Or make the suit. Make the fucking suit out of something other than latex. Right. They have a couple of different things silicones and rubbers. Yep. It's such fucking bullshit. When you do a major tentpole picture where you're playing a superhero, there are just things that happen. We know this through, if you ever did any history of watching these fucking movies, and you knew these actors that had to wear suits like Peter Weller and Michael Keaton and all these other guys that had guys and gals that had to wear suits. It's a fucking pain in the ass, but that's why you get so much money and you get to be on the screen. And you know what? If it's the first season, you make a little bit of money, and then when you finally do a good job and you get picked up, you get a shitload of money. A shitload of money. What's the line from Spaceballs? We're not just doing this for money. We're doing it for a shitload of money. You get a shitload of money. You get a shitload of money when you get picked up. So why don't you just stick it out? Shut the fuck up. Do the damn show. Go to the hospital. Recover. We all recover from fucking injuries. I get injured all the time at work. Big deal. It's the fucking money that makes it worth it. And you're way better off than the rest of us. So shove it.
There you go.
Well, I think we should probably clarify the whole injury thing, because Doomcock did bring it up earlier, because I think I've heard it from Script Doctor and a couple other places. I don't know where you heard it from, Doomcock. But the rumor going around was the injury was actually sustained on the job previous to this, and she tried using the insurance to claim on this thing that she got hurt on Batwoman instead.
Oh,
that was the rumor going around.
Well, she'd probably be in jail then, wouldn't she? Because that's
that's the thing. It's
well, couldn't CW now nail her with that though?
It's the rumor. It's just a rumor. Again, you got to.
Yeah, but I know. But I mean,
But that could have led to her exit too. They may not have believed it and didn't have enough evidence to prove it.
Well, coming from a stunt woman from whom I heard this, they said it was a fairly legitimate injury on Batwoman.
Okay.
So I didn't hear that rumor.
I mean, the problem I have here is that I don't really have any dogs in this fight because I don't like the CW. A lot of what they've dealt with here. Okay. And I mean, now I guess in her favor, she showed her X-rays and that, and if these emails are more of the goods, then she may have the better argument between them. But as far as all the details, like the showrunner's never there and all that type of stuff, I guess she could have more credence to that part of the argument. But I mean, complaining about the bat suit and all that stuff from the get-go, that doesn't have any. Shouldn't even enter the conversation. I mean, it all depends on her injuries and how they dealt with it at the time.
Well, here's the thing. about this. You know, before there was a Batwoman series, she was in this crossover event where she and Melissa Benoist had many scenes together, and they were talking about the idea that this could go to series. Like, nobody suffered more than Melissa Benoist, who didn't even get to wear pants until like season 5. And she'd be up in those wires. And she said by the time they'd let her down, she'd be bow walking because her vagina hurt so bad from being hung in wires. Like, did they not talk about this before, you know, Ruby Rose took the job? She could, like, sweetie, if you take this job, your hoo-ha is going to be swollen 6 days a week. You know, like, did they not have that discussion? Because don't they talk? And, you know, Melissa Benoist does not complain about any fucking thing. She gets hung up on wires for like 2 hours. People go to fucking lunch and come back, and she's still up there.
Well,
so
you know why?
I
'Cause
think,
she's
you know,
a
Ruby Rose is
professional.
a goddamn crybaby, and she needs to suck it up.
That's because
Yeah.
Benoist is a fucking professional. That's why, Kelvington.
Yes, very much
right.
I think the bridges are burnt at this point as far as her further career, or even if she's, you know, somewhat right in her battle with CW or what have you. But
Maybe
Yeah.
her and Kryborg can make a movie together. No, but
Yeah,
Gary's
no.
100% right. Like, no, I'm fucking tired of this shit. You get paid
yeah,
tons of money to play pretend, and it's stuff that kids would love to do. I mean, there's people that spend hours and hours in their own money and time on making these costumes to go to play cosplay and stuff at, you know, events and cons and stuff. Yet you got somebody like Ruby fucking Rose who's literally getting paid a fortune. I don't care if it's $1 million or not. I'm sure she got paid probably at least close to $250,000 to $500,000 for being on for a season, right? Sure, it's not a fucking fortune, but like, you know, you guys were just saying, especially Gary, you're dead on. Like, this is the next stepping stone to something else. That's what I was saying before. She's been in a couple minor roles. This was your chance. This is your starring role. Now from here, you jump to movies and your own starring roles and other things. Like, use this as a platform instead of acting like an idiot. Oh, some people don't know who I mean by Kryborg. I mean, what's his face from Justice League?
Ray Fisher.
Ray
yeah.
Fisher, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, here's another thing that I'm just thinking about now. I don't know how it is now. I'm sure it's probably pretty similar. But, you know, back in the day, in the 2000s, there was something like 88,000 SAG members in Los Angeles alone, which is a lot. But literally about 95 to 97% of those were ladies. So when you're a guy, it was hard being a guy and getting into the Screen Actors Guild. But once you were in, you had very little competition. Now, who did we miss out on that would have busted her ass for this role? You know what I mean? And then we ended up with this girl. You know, like,
Yeah,
I think about that all the time. Like, what great artist that's just been, you know, gymnastically training and just, you know, she's fit, she's strong, she's been working out, she's, you know, she's like been like preparing for the role, and she's working at some bar somewhere, and she's just like, man, if I got one chance at auditioning for that, I would nail it. I know it. And then we have this bullshit.
Yeah.
By the way, my estimate is probably on the conservative side too. She probably made a little bit more than that.
I think she did. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the average is I think 100,000 an episode or something like that now, and that's low level, right? Because like the Simpsons actors, for instance, get $1 million an episode.
What?
Yeah, I think that's their new deal is now, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
Well,
a
even the
30-year
Friends,
investment.
30 years.
yeah,
Yeah,
but remember
but
the Friends?
still.
Remember the Friends? They were all making $1 million an episode at the end there too. I
Yeah,
think
but at least they
Seinfeld
had
had
to
a big
show up
deal,
and
too,
get in
yeah.
costume.
Oh, no,
The-
I got you, I got
the
you.
fucking Simpsons guys can
Yeah.
just go in any shit. They can go in their bathroom and record the lines.
Depends on the agent. It depends
Yep.
on the agent. If the agent is smooth, he's just like, look, you want my person. That's what it takes. You don't want them, they walk.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And she was badly cast for this. She just, I mean, she's very
Yeah.
small. And she
Very
never really
small.
fit in the suit in the brief times that she did wear it. And so, yeah, it was just terrible all around. So whatever they paid her, yeah, it was too much because the show stunk. It was bad.
And
Yeah.
she's bitching about it.
Yeah, and she's bitching about it, and she can't really do the. I mean, I don't believe she ever did any stunts on her own. I mean, look at her. I mean, you know, it was like, do you remember "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker" by
Oh,
the
yeah.
Wayans
Yeah.
Brothers?
Oh,
yeah.
Do you remember when his mama goes ape shit and she attacks, and then they cut, and suddenly it's a white dude with a mustache and a wig, like picking up the guys and throwing them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you, sucker, as a classic, man.
It's a good
That
movie.
is a funny fucking movie. The Wayans brothers were brilliant. They were brilliant.
And I think we just missed out on having either Rosie O'Donnell or Ellen DeGeneres as Batwoman.
Oh,
I think those were the 2 and 3 number picks for the Batwoman role.
Rosie O'Donnell, at least, I could buy that she could pick up a guy and throw him. I mean, at least this little slip of a girl, I don't, and Ellen DeGeneres, come on.
Okay, so just to be clear, the Simpsons actors did have to take a price cut during the mid-20 seasons. So otherwise, the show wouldn't continue.
Well, yeah, I mean, $1 million.
Yeah.
Come on.
They weren't making quite that much, but it was estimated somewhere between 400 and in that region per episode. So that's just voice actors.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where I like when I hear a lot of these people complain, and I get it. Like some of the, lower level actors and stuff like that, they don't make nearly as much. I get that. But like your stars and your big actors in movies and stuff, they're not bringing home nothing, folks. Like, yeah, they got other people to pay and shit, but there's a reason why they have these big, nice houses and fancy fucking cars. And for them to sit there and complain about being the star of a show, oh my God, where is it itchy? It's like, fuck you. Go ask one of those Godzilla actors what they had to go through back in the day, right? When those costumes were made out of cement and shit, right? Like, they would lose like fucking 30 pounds of fucking sweat a day. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm not exaggerating that much. But,
oh, I love it.
Yeah, Michael Chiklis had that problem.
and
as the Thing?
Is a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was draining sweat. He'd have to drink gallons of water.
Yeah, the
to stay
Ninja Turtle
hydrated.
actors and all that stuff. Anybody who has like those sealed in costumes, like that's hell, man. Like even Michael Keaton said he lost a lot of weight during Batman and stuff.
Yeah.
Why don't they use those in like Arctic conditions? Why don't they just like have like Thing costumes?
Always
I
shoot in
mean,
the winter. Yeah.
Because it's probably really bad for you, and you they just don't tell the actors that. It's just like,
Yeah, I guess Adam West had it the easiest.
and they probably keep them in there the maximum length of time they can, and then that's finally why they're just like, all right, we got to get the actors out of suits and go.
Yeah.
Well, think about
They're
poor
gonna
Anthony.
die. Get them out of there.
Cut him out.
Oh yeah, think about poor Anthony Daniels in the C-3PO costume.
Yeah.
He couldn't take it off. He had to rest like on a dolly, like a hand cart, to wheel him around and shit. I mean, he could take his helmet off, I guess, and drink liquids and stuff.
worse
But
for
as far
him
as
was
going to
that
the
it was-
bathroom or shit, forget it.
Well, what I heard was worse for him, especially if you ever get to listen to him narrate his book. It's amazing to listen to. But like, he'll talk about how besides the heat, and being in a concealed kind of a costume like that, the edges were like razor sharp.
Oh.
So they would start digging into his ankles and shit.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah. So like every edge that where he would bend and stuff, like he said they got better as they went along, but he would complain about like that needs to be like, because he said like underneath his ankles would just be gashes
Oh,
from
God,
like the plastic digging in and his shins and everything like that. Yeah.
So that's why he had the one right red right arm.
Yeah.
There. It was blood.
Blood all over it,
The
yeah.
bucket.
Well, his favorite days were when he only had to wear half the costume.
Yeah.
As long as they were shooting from above the waist, he only had to wear half the costume. He's like, those were the days that were like easy because then it took him half the time to get into it and all that business. So yeah, he could actually piss.
Yeah. He wouldn't bother wearing pants.
No, he basically had a very
the
little
fluffer.
to eat. So he wouldn't have to go to the bathroom. He learned that pretty quick. He's like, yeah, you eat very little so you don't have to go to the bathroom. Basically, because you only know you're going to get to go in like 12 hours or so, 15 hours from now.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I wonder how
You know,
many of
when
them
I
developed.
worked at when I worked at Disney World and I did instruction on character movement and stuff, and I worked with the Star Wars characters, the woman who plays C-3PO, she is fucking locked into that head. Like, and they have a stormtrooper that is her guide, so that if something odd happens, his job is to grab her and pull her off stage or pull her to safety, because she cannot take that helmet or that faceplate and head plate off by herself. She is literally locked in a box that she can't get out of.
God.
And they can do it fast. They used to have it so it was bolted on with hex. Now they can just pull them apart and they come apart and push them back on. but she was like, I was like, man, I'll talk about maybe the Vader suit is super easy to get out of by comparison to C-3PO.
Wow. Because I'm wondering how many performers have developed claustrophobia for to be in those suits.
He said he only had one time he had claustrophobia in the entire shoot.
Yeah.
And that was the time in Return of the Jedi, believe it or not, when Salacious B. Crumb is chewing on his eyeball. For some reason, the smoke got to him or something happened. He's like, because he had a special, like Kelvington was just saying, like they had a special signal that he would give his helper. They're like, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. He's having a panic attack, I guess. He's like, that's the only time that ever happened. He don't know what triggered it, but it just was just weird. He was like, maybe it was the position he was in or what was going on between the sparks and the smoke and everything with Salacious and how that guy was doing whatever it was. Just something came to him. He just had a panic attack right then and there.
Yeah.
God, that poor bastard. God, that's awful, man.
Well, got new respect for him. That's work ethic there,
it is.
Didn't complain nearly as much as Batwoman.
No, he did. He didn't, and he's getting his ankle sliced. He can't pee, and and he's
fuck
like,
peeing. You think you could take a shit?
Well,
let's go, man.
Imagine it, Dave. You got to take a shit, right? Like, I mean, you can probably get away with peeing after a while and just be like, shake your leg somewhere down the road.
Yeah, you just got to hose the suit out.
He'd just be like, if he did it during a take, I'm sorry, Master Luke. I seem to have sprung an oil leak.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, sir. It's everywhere. Let's see. Let's get to some more of the super chats, and then we've got a little bit of a routine we're gonna do here. Lord Kamina 2 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lord Kamina. Says after Bebop, watch Tokyo Revengers. Really, trust me. I will do it, Lord Kamina, too, because I'm really enjoying Tokyo Bebop. I'm sorry, Cowboy Bebop and Tokyo Revengers sounds like a perfect after-dinner mint there. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for that suggestion. Vet Wolfpack with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Vet Wolfpack. Says, I can't believe we have gotten far more Suck Trek than we have the Orville. I know. I hope it doesn't fade away like it looks it might. I don't think the Orville will fade away. I've heard that,
I've heard a few things.
Yeah? What have you heard?
Well, first of all, I would say this about the Orville. Just remember, quality over quantity, kids,
yes.
Right? Quality over quantity.
Yes.
There's been some rumblings about this last season being a last season, but there's been people who have been coming out and saying, don't let that detour you. What they're thinking of doing is, because if you remember, Seth MacFarlane said the great thing about going to Hulu is we don't have to worry about time constraints. I'm sure they're going to take advantage of the fact that they can swear a little bit more, do things that are a little bit more risque, things of that nature. So the show will probably get a little bit more adult oriented, and at the same time it'll be able to breathe a little bit more. But then after this season, the rumors going around is they're going to do movies. So it'll be a movie like every couple of years instead of just seasons. So they keep saying the Orville isn't dead. So don't let all these things say that, like, this is going to be the last season to tour you and scare you away and think the Orville's canceled. Because you got to remember, this is under a lot of weird stuff right now. Because when the Fox sale happened, the networks and the studio that actually makes the shows for Fox are actually separated. And that's why The Simpsons and stuff are on Disney Channel right now, but still air on Fox, right? They were made by Fox Studios, which was technically a separate entity from the network of Fox. So, like, that's why. So, like, at this point, the network of Fox is trying to detach themselves from a lot of those kind of franchises. I don't think The Simpsons are going to last that long. They'll probably last out the rest of their whatever their contract is with Fox, and then they'll probably either move to Disney Plus or just be done. So, like, that's what I'm thinking. The same thing with like Orville. They don't want to make shows for a competing network, right? Mm-hmm. And Orville is not something that fits into ABC's kind of style. So I can understand what they're doing. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here that they are going to try to continue this. And, you know, Hulu does have some tangential connections with Universal, and Universal, of course, is where Seth MacFarlane is, you know, setting up his new home or has already. So I don't think that the Orville's end is anytime soon in sight. I think there's a future for Orville. We just have to be patient. That's kind of what the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, I think that's great, man. Yeah. Well said, Tom. Thank you for sharing that. That's good. I could get into, you know, a movie every year or so, I mean, I just wanted to go on and mature, and although I'd really like to see it more on TV. It's just they got disrupted because of the coup.
Yes, that's the other problem.
Yeah, it's not their fault, and it's not Hulu's fault. It's just the way it kind of worked out. But I'm optimistic with that. I think
no, I've heard that Hulu's been very good to them, actually. So
good, yeah, good for them.
Well,
they're smart.
I think everybody's got to show up for it, and that'll buy it more life. Yeah. So.
Yeah, very, very important. Thank you, Vet Wolfpack, saying I can't believe we've gotten far more Suck Trek than we have the Orville. Well, let me tell you something. How many times have you found a gold nugget on your front lawn, and how many times have you found dog shit? You're going to get a lot more dog shit than you are gold nuggets. So more Suck Trek than Orville, par for the course, man. Par for the course. Flex Honcho with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Flex. Says DC, I got the impression that there is a longer movie on the cutting room floor, one that's being saved for a special edition. What do you think?
For Dune?
Yeah, Cameron talked about that, and I think we were all agreed that there's gotta be. They do that almost by way of course these days.
Sense, but there's one big but to that. Denny Villeneuve Favre said that he does not believe in extended cuts. And as far I can't remember the exact quote, but it's like I don't believe in extended cuts, and I don't think there will be one of Dune or something like that. But that never say never, right? Like, again, if they entice him enough by like, hey, throw together a director's cut, throw it out in theaters just before the second one comes out, do like the Lord of the Rings kind of a thing, I'm sure he'd be on board for something like that.
Well, also, Tom, you're assuming that he had final cut in his contract, which is
that's
very
another
unlikely.
thing. Again, and that's hard to say, but again, I don't remember when this statement was made, and it's not above the realm of possibility that Warner Brothers said it has to be a 2.5 hour cut. And they'll said, we'll just give you a longer cut later on HBO Max. And yeah, it sounds like PJ was hearing similar things to me, but we got to talk more later, he said. So, okay, cool.
Fair enough.
I wonder if they did shoot the scene where they jumped through space to get to Arrakis, because I was kind of taken aback. It's all of a sudden there it is, I was like, oh, you didn't do that. So
it was just next door.
Yeah.
It was like Delta Vega and Vulcan and Star Trek, Jar Jar Trek.
Right.
That's right over there.
That's all you got to do.
Where the dunes are hers and his, it's Arrakis too.
Yeah, that was the alternate soundtrack, which might be better.
That would have been better.
They live under the sand and they'll kill you with blades. It's true.
Watch out on a rendezvous. Benny Gesserit too. That's good, Tom. Lord Kamina with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lord Kamina, too. Says Doro Hidoro Pulp Fiction mixed with Slipknot. So instead of just Tokyo Revengers, also Doro Hidoro. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the guidance because I don't know a lot about these things, so I do appreciate it. Saul, a few more comments on Dune, and then we're going to get to our next segment. Saul Shymek with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says Dune was a film that was allowed to breathe. I liked the brutalist, dirty feel for Dune, and the designs echoing the original book art was nice. Yes, I will agree with that, Saul. I really did enjoy the pacing of the film. I really did. And Ruben Christopher Haynes, who's been a channel member of mine for 3 months at the Dumentide level. Thank you, Ruben. Says, regarding the score, the best analogy is that it is an intro, a prelude to a great symphony. Hence, at the end, you hear the motif from the Lynch film. Was the motif in the Lynch film in there? Did they actually get the permission to use Toto's theme?
Towards the end, all of a sudden there was this sort of tune that sounded similar to it, but I don't think it was the same one.
Yeah, I don't know that they'd be able to even license. I mean,
yeah,
I guess they could, but Ruben also says
an homage, maybe perhaps.
Yeah. And
well,
Ruben,
it's like how knockoffs do. Maybe just a few chords different.
Well, it's funny that the whole Zimmer thing, like I could go deep into it because we just dropped a video that we actually deleted some stuff from, and it talks about like Andre posits is Dune his worst score ever, and it's more about just how scores have gone to crap in the last 20 years. And a big part of it that we didn't get into in the video that got deleted was a lot of directors have gone to using temp scores. You know, like, you know what that is, right?
Oh,
Where
yeah.
when they're putting a cut together, they'll grab some just random music and throw it in there. Well, what'll happen is they'll become a little too attached to the temp score. So we've even had incidences where there's been plagiarism cases now in scoring, which is insane. And then the other side of it is you'll have where, like, okay, so like, let's say Denny knew that Zimmer was going to be scoring his movie early on, so he took some old Zimmer tracks from Dark Knight and Man of Steel and this and that, and threw them in there over it. So then when you get to that point, they get really married to that as well. And so like, oh, just do something like that, or they'll do exactly that. They'll use their own damn music again. And it is not uncommon. It actually is something that was even more common back in the day when they just used to reuse a lot of their own scores, when you'd have like Jerry Goldsmith scoring 10 films.
Yeah.
So he would
Yeah.
just throw a lot of the same scores here and there, the ancillary shit. And you even, and I didn't even know this until recently when I was researching this whole thing. Did you know that the score that Ennio Morricone did for Hateful Eight is made up of unused cues, mostly from The Thing? It's only like
No.
30% new
Oh,
themes.
wow.
I did
Wow.
not know that
I
until
didn't know
recently.
that.
Yeah.
That's
So like, there you
fascinating.
go. So like,
That's actually kind of cool in that
yeah.
one, that aspect of
Damn.
well, because Ennio's like, I'm busy, I can't give you a full score, but what I got is like 3 themes in my head, and I've got a bunch of stuff from The Thing I never used that's kind of in the same vein. I think you can work with it. So he sent all that stuff over to Quentin, and it's the only Quentin movie that has an original score. So there you go.
Wow.
Son of a bitch. I know for a fact that that temp score situation happened on 2001 A Space Odyssey, because Alex North was actually contracted
Exorcist
to
as well,
do
yeah.
the score to that film. And what happened is that Kubrick put in classical music temp traps. Also Spack Zarathustra, the Blue Danube, and everything else. And at that point, Alex North was screwed. They totally discarded his score. You can buy it. I've actually owned it on a CD. And I mean, look, there's no way you can compete with Strauss.
It's too married now, yeah.
You can't. And he was just fucked, man. And the score was perfect for 2001. Perfect. So
Yeah.
we're
Same
really
thing happened on
lucky.
The Exorcist as well. There was a completely original score made for The Exorcist, and Friedkin ended up using a bunch of other stuff that he got married to in the earlier process. That's where like Tubular Bells and stuff came in.
Tubular Bells was perfect for it. I know it's like it just was pre-existing, and it's not inherently a sinister track, but it feels sinister.
Right?
It does now.
Well, I'm curious. I would love to see somebody take the new Dune movie and take Danny Elfman's score from Planet of the Apes and put that underneath a few scenes and see how it works. Because I feel like that's the kind of tone this movie needs. And or why didn't they get like Trent Reznor to fucking score this thing?
Yeah.
That makes more sense to me, right? You can get an alien, yet look at the stuff he's done so far. He's impressed the hell out of me, from The Social Network and beyond. Like, it's just, anyway, we can go on about this
He's
all day.
done
And
some
you got
great
Super
work.
Chat,
Yeah.
too.
It's a perfect transition from him, from his pop music days to being this composer. He's done great work for it. But especially with Zimmer trying to pursue that industrial sound and whatnot, I thought if that's what you wanted, Reznor would be the guy you'd go for.
I didn't actually think it was really industrial. I think
that's true. In some elements of it, it surprised me because I was hearing other people describe it.
But yeah,
right, yeah, but there's not much of a. You need that theme, you need that tune, and it's not there now, really.
Yes, it's a very hard thing to listen to. Ruben Christopher Haynes in the chat was saying he's also got that Alex North score for 2001. It's really hard to listen to, isn't it? Because you hear these kind of vague echoes of the opening to 2001 and stuff, and it's just like, man, whew. I mean, Alex North is a great composer, but you just can't beat what they had in there. And Ruben Christopher Haynes with a $10 super chat also makes the point the next film in the Dune series will have a bigger score and grow to the majesty of all the books. You cannot have the Williams sound now. It is not appropriate. You blow your load. Imagine the theme of this Emperor. So Ruben is optimistic that a better score is coming.
I hope you're right, Ruben.
I hope he is. He's obviously got a lot of taste and knowledge about these things, but
no, and that's one of my only minor gripes. It's not that bad, right? The only problem is I just couldn't pick it up and buy it and listen to it and hum and see.
No way, no way. I mean, it's atmospheric, but yeah, you wouldn't.
It's
really
not even good stuff
there.
to get stoned to.
No, it's not. It's not. But it was appropriate to the picture. That's what I'm saying. It really did support the visuals. It supported the mood I think that the director was going for. Bob Morton in the chat says Hans Zimmer is very overrated. Look, I think Hans Zimmer has done some great work in the past. Crimson Tide, True Romance.
Oh yeah, Rain Man.
Fucking Inception is great.
Oh yeah.
That's a great score.
That's really cool. Yeah.
You know, I mean, maybe he's gotten lazy and, just phoning it in, but he is capable of greatness.
The nicest thing I can say, he's overly experimental. How's about that?
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that's very good.
But I will say, I mean, because I was hearing the complaints about the soundtrack before I got to see it. I was worried it would be distracting, and it wasn't. So, and for a lot of the scenes, it seemed kind of appropriate. I just thought it could have been, better.
Yeah, I agree. Kelvington, I think it's time for our next What's Eating You? Where we go around the table and talk about things that have pissed us off this week. And I think Gary already talked about Ruby Rose. and that was a great entry. So you could get a pass on this unless you have something else that pissed you off this week.
Maybe come back to me. I'll think of something.
You'll think of something. Fair enough.
I won't let you down.
Maybe I'll be pissed by then.
Maybe so. Tom, have you got something?
Oh, I'm upset we didn't get a top 10 this week. What's up with that?
It's coming. It's in
the
second What's Eating You piece.
All right.
I tried to get you to help me.
Gotcha.
Oh, no. Okay, so my biggest complaint of the week.
Fucked it right into a bridge abutment there.
I tried to help, see? This is what happens. You never give Tom...
And I was steering you in the chat not to help because we were there. But it's fine. So what's eating you, Tom?
What's eating me? That I just fucked up the whole show.
That's what's eating me.
I'll let you keep that one. Shit. What's eating me is the stupidity of the media this week. My God. Claiming that Halloween Kills is homophobic and Chucky is an ally. It's like, do you fuckers watch these things? Really?
No.
Really?
Oh my God.
No, because there was this article that came out, and I think even Yahoo picked up on it and a few other places, because I was just like, are you kidding me? It was like Screen Geek. And I did my research. I'm like, is this a fake place? Is this like Babylon Bee? No. This place is serious. They literally took what most people were doing as joke tweets as serious as outrage that Halloween Kills was homophobic, but the internet is happy that Chucky is an ally. Mind you, they're going off a bit where Chucky says, yeah, I'm okay with having a gender fluid kid. I'm a murderer, not a monster. Like, that's the joke, you idiots. Like, come on here. And then the whole Halloween Kills thing is just nonsensical bullshit. Like, it's just really people being out there just trolling people and the news taking it seriously. So it's like, okay, we've reached clown peak stupidity here. So just stupid overreactive media, as always, is a good reason to be pissed off. Not to mention all the other shit they normally do, right?
Right.
It's standard operating procedure at this point.
Yes, it is. Especially if your name is CN or N.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Let's go to Douglas Nelson. Douglas, anything eating you this week at all?
Yeah, just my schedule. It's terrible. Oh, God, am I beat? But I managed to stumble in here. So that's about it. Other than that it's a damn shame that Michael Myers is no longer a Superman fan.
Yeah. He
Because,
can't
you know.
have that. He can't be having Robin and him kissing on each other.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh God Almighty! What is the
He
world
might
trying
kill
to do?
them just
Okay, I
like
get it now.
everybody else.
It took
I
a
can't
minute.
even tell. I
You
can't even
see-
tell what is a joke anymore. And what is serious. I mean, it's plausible. It's like what Robin did a cameo in there to kiss fucking Michael Myers while he was blowing Chucky because Chucky's a fellow traveler, and he's got a strap on.
He's an ally. He's an
ally.
Now that would be progressive. See,
There you
there's
go.
one more Halloween movie they're going to do, so you know.
It's called Halloween Orgy.
Yeah.
Well, it's not gonna be Halloween Kills. What's left after that? It's like Halloween leftovers, Halloween scraps. I don't know. What's it gonna be?
Halloween Hangover.
You thought you'd seen it. I don't know. I'm not optimistic. Kelvington, anything on your end that was
Yes,
not,
sir. So I'm not a petrol head, okay, though I have watched every episode of the original Top Gear, but I saw this week and it started to drive me crazy. So there is a car called the Mini Cooper Countryman. It's a fairly popular car. It's both here and in the UK, which is great because they use a special kind of taillight called the Union Jack, and it lights up the turn signals on the back of the Mini Cooper, and it kind of leans into the British heritage. And they have been using this for a while now, but there's this one problem with these headlights or these taillights and turn signals, which I will show you here. Now, if you look at them, they seem kind of innocuous, like there's a little bit of a Union Jack flavor, but let me show you them in motion.
all right.
This is them in motion. Like when you light the right turn signal, it says you're going to go left. When you light the right turn signal, it says you're going to go right. What the fuck is wrong with you, Mini Cooper? This is the worst goddamn design I have ever seen. This is insanity in my mind.
I think I figured it out, Kelvington. They let the most cross-eyed motherfucker in the place put him in.
Something like, hey, we're going to do a lot of roundabouts, and we've got the perfect turn signal for them. When I saw this, I could not. I was like, first I thought it was a joke. I thought it was bullshit. It was somebody had done something graphically funny. No, this is the real turn signal. And looking at it, if I was behind this, I would probably crash my car because I would not know what the fuck this person is trying to signal.
Yeah, somebody fucked up the design there.
That is just ridiculous. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
And I have this obsession where I kind of go looking for things and I try to find more information about other things. And believe it or not, having dug through Ruby Rose's emails and stuff, I have found the other excuses for Ruby Rose quitting Batman, if you'd like to see them.
I would love to see it, Kelvington.
Yeah.
Hang on, kids. Here we go. Tonight's top 10 other excuses for Ruby Rose quitting Batwoman. Number 10, no one told me talent was necessary to act. Number 9, took valuable time away from my DJ gigs. Number 8, Batwoman costume wasn't pronoun friendly. Number 7, wait, are method actors not legally allowed to steal from Saks? Sorry, that's from Winona Ryder's top 10 excuse list. Number 7, couldn't fit back neck massager on utility belt. Number 6, costume has no easy way to bat wee and bat guano. Valuable time away from me tattooing my body like Rod Steiger. That's a fucking illustrated man joke right there, kid. Number 4, Batmobile has a stick, and I don't do sticks, if you know what I mean. Number 3, I'm allergic to latex. Seriously, she used that as a real excuse. Number 2, my mother's name isn't Martha. And the number 1 excuse for Ruby Rose quitting Batwoman, could never live up to Yvonne Craig's Batgirl in a million years.
That's good.
Yeah.
Right. Well done.
Well said.
Very good.
So those are the things that were eating me this week.
Well done. And now they're eating the world. Your
Well-
top 10 list has gone out across the galaxy, and aliens in about 1,000 years will receive it and say, "What the fuck?"
And
It'll be
unlike
amazing.
Ruby Rose, who eats nothing unless she binges and purges afterwards, probably. So
Well, a rose, when you get right down to it, is really, really skinny and then gets fat at the top. And that's
big
basically
head.
Ruby
That's
Rose
true.
right there. It's like a fucking pumpkin
Metaphor.
stuck on a broomstick. So there you go.
like a metaphor and a half. Yeah.
Kind of perfect. And now Gary, I want to ask you, what, if anything, was eating you this week other than Ruby Rose?
Well, I can deal with they, them. I can deal with other things that we're not supposed to talk about, but there's one thing that I really I absolutely cannot fucking deal with this week. I went to buy my dinner one night and the total cost was some odd $1.17. So I gave them, it was like $29.17 or something. So I gave him $30. And he said, "Oh, would you like to round up?" I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, we don't have change. So do you want to round up?" I said, you're asking me to give you 83 cents? No, fuck no. You give it to me for $29. Didn't even a fuse blew, restart, He had no fucking idea what I was talking about. He's like, and then he gets the manager. He's like, he's looking around. I'm like, oh my God. Why the fuck would I give you more money for something you're charging me for because you can't give me change? You fucking round down. I don't fucking round up. That's bullshit.
It's a scam,
Fucking
Gary.
bullshit.
I'm telling you, it's a
God,
scam.
It's a fucking conspiracy.
Roll down.
Fucking
Round up, round down, motherfucker.
he asked me, "Oh, do you want to round up?" "Oh yeah, I'd love to give you an extra fucking 83 cents." What the fuck, man? It was hard. I had to leave. I had to get the food and be like, "Thanks for nothing," and fucking leave. It was shitty. Yeah, that's what's eating me this week. Rounding up. Get the fuck out of here.
I know, and it's like that's the thing. Is that it's not a question of the 83 cents. It's a question of the fucking principle. It's
Right.
like if you, as the establishment, are so incompetent that you cannot handle making some fucking change, then that is not my problem as the customer. I'd say you're shit out of luck. And instead of me giving up 83 cents, how about you give up fucking 17 cents, Pinhead? Is that
Math is racist, sir.
Well,
God
I
bless
didn't
you,
know were a
DC.
nist and a
You
foe.
understand. You know what I'm going through. God bless
Yeah.
you.
And it's just like, and then if you go ahead and do that, you walk away feeling a little bit dirty.
I'm sorry.
Like
He's getting hooked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I want to turn off the camera, but I just want you to see how upset I am about this.
You don't get as many clicks that way.
No, you
the
don't.
fucking
But that is
round
so
up.
fucking ridiculous.
Kiss my ass round up. I mean, I was already pissed when people when you're at a restaurant and you give them money and they ask you, "Oh, do you want change?"
Yeah.
Don't fucking ask me. Just give me the fucking change, man. I'll give you your tip. Don't worry. Well, not anymore. I mean, but who the fuck taught these fucking people? Or I guess they didn't teach them. Where the fuck did they get this bullshit? You ask me if I want change? Well, of course, as opposed to what? giving you the fucking money for your fucking bullshit little degree that you're trying to pay for?
To like the entitlement society thing, right? Like, because remember that was always the thing back in the day, was like, take care of the waiters and waitresses because they make such shitty wages, and it's because they got to live off their fucking tips. Which, you know what, I have no problem. I'm going to get into it.
I never tipped
from Reservoir Dogs,
right? I never tipped less than $5 when I went out. Never, even if it was like $10, because I know people that do that job. Here we go in Reservoir Dogs. It's a shitty job. It's the only thing they can get that'll actually help them pay the bills and take care of the things. It's a shitty fucking job, but it allows them to live, and I get that. I'm fucking on board with that.
Steve Buscemi for a minute. Well, why should I care? Make them pay the living wage. It's not my fault.
Leave the dollars there. Leave the dollars there.
You cheap bastard.
Yeah. Fucking A, that shit.
Rambling.
That shit ate me alive this week. Ate me fucking raw. I was mad.
It's probably the kid was scared because he can't do math.
He wasn't.
The manager said, "Give him his change." He would have said, "Okay, how much?"
Very likely.
He was scared because I was an angry white toxic male, and he did not know how the fuck to deal with that because whatever they're teaching him and whatever bullshit college he's in, they're like, "Oh my god." This is like what they tell me about. This guy is like, he's a racistophobe and I don't know what to do. And there's no button for this. I know I'm not kidding. That's why it's so fucking funny. That's why it's so funny.
I've been there, man. Like, I've been there trying to return shit and they treat you like, do I need to get security, sir? Like, why? Because I'm upset because you're an asshole?
Yes, exactly. He's looking for the fucking button on the register to solve the problem, the particular problem I'm talking about. He can't fucking figure it out.
Oh, it would be funny to have a do you want to round up scene in a Tarantino movie.
Oh fuck
yeah.
That would be hilarious.
There you go. There you go, Quentin.
Probably not wrong about him not being able to do the math, because I shit you not, this is a true fucking story. And I'll keep this as short as possible because I know we got a ton of shit to do. When I worked at Taco Bell, I had a kid that I was the manager at the time. I had a kid that worked there. He come back to me and he's like, I don't know if this is real or not. I'm like, what? He goes, it's this. Is this fake? I looked at it and I just couldn't help but laugh. And I just went out and I apologized to the customer. I gave them their food. And it was a fucking $2 bill. Like, the kid didn't even know that there was a such thing as a $2 bill. I was more concerned at that point. I'm like, okay, whose kid is spending their grandpa's money? So I went out there and it was an older gentleman and I asked about it. He told me another story where he's had the similar problem. And I'm like, oh, and it was much worse than what he went through here. So he's like thankful that I was like so easy to deal with. He's like, yeah, because like the last time I did that, it was at a mall Taco Bell, and the manager and the other manager there at the store, none of them thought it was real. They literally had to call security in from the fucking mall because they thought I was trying to pass off bad money. And it was funny because it was a similar situation to you, sir. He goes, because it took the security guard about 2-3 minutes to figure out what the fuck was going on, and by the time he did, he couldn't stop laughing.
Well, if you go to any fast food place and the total is $9.70, and you make the mistake of giving them $10.75, you will break their brains.
Yep.
Because they will not know, wait, this is more than but the 10 is where it should stop. Why is he giving me $10.75?
I could just use a card, sir.
To do. But you've given me too much money. Like, I just want $1.05 back. That's all. But I don't think that's how it works. I think I don't have $1.05 coin.
That's Kelvington in the middle of that, where they go, where you hand them the money and they go, well, can't you just use a card, sir? Like, that's my favorite.
Yeah, right.
Oh fuck.
Well, I gotta tell you, it used to be when you got a $3 bill, you knew there was a problem. But these days, go ahead and give a $3 bill. You're no longer allowed to say that it's wrong. Think about it. $3 bills, that is perfectly fine.
An amazing
gesture. Here's the $3 bill. Watch what you say.
That was a slow burn there, but I'm glad that Gary got it.
Well done.
Pretty goddamn
well
quick.
done.
That was amazing.
Got that one.
You
It's
cannot.
one of my dad's
question-
favorite sayings. So
Yeah, you can't question a $3 bill anymore. It just won't do. It just won't do. So counterfeiters, it's open season. Make as many $3 bills as you want, and they'll just look at it and say, "Yes, sir."
I might take you up on that, DC. You just
Oh,
it
it
more
hurts.
money. We need to print more $3 bills. Here we go.
But give it for a $2.79 charge. Give them the $3 bill for that, and then hold out your hand for change.
Let's
And then
start a
they'll be
trend.
like, they can't ask if it's real anymore. So
Let's start a trend. I want everybody to start videotaping when you go up to the store and they do that to you, and just to see the reactions when you try to say, "No, I want my change." I want to see this. No, don't be like a dickhole about it, but I just want to see the wheels turning and spinning in these people's brains. Literally on camera as the smoke comes out of their ears going, "I don't know how to make 23 cents change."
I'll go back. I'll bring my camera. I'll go back.
I just like the guy to start just crying and saying, "This is a safe space." Yeah, but this is a safe space. Well, but I need my this is a safe space. It'd be great. Just melt a snowflake with a $2 bill. Just go around.
Melt a snowflake.
I'm gonna go to my bank. I'm gonna say, "Can I get a whole shitload of $2 bills?"
It sounds like a Letterman bit. This is what TV is missing, right?
Oh God, it
decided to
hurts.
send Paul out and get a bunch of $2 bills.
The pronouns on my $3 bill are beep, bop, and boop.
Yeah. It'd be like in God beat bop boop, and that's on the back. Those are
Then
God's
on the back
pronouns.
it says, "Who gives a shit? They're going to take most of it anyway."
Oh my God. Vid File 1 in the chat says illiteracy and incompetency, a perfect storm brought to you by America, because don't nobody do things like we do.
Try, baby.
And that
So
goes
there you
right along
go.
with that car that Kelvington was showing off there, right?
Exactly.
Well, that's
We're
gonna
innovative.
That's gonna make those pod people just go apeshit, because they're gonna, well, I think he's turning right, but he's going.
No, we're in
he's
the fucking
signaling
Twilight
right.
Zone.
Which way is right? He's gonna call his manager. I'm feeling threatened. Which way is right again? Which way
That's
is
No, this
Is
car was made for
inappropriate.
idiot drivers who never use their turn signals correctly anyway. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Kelvin? That's
Yeah.
probably what it's made for. So then they have an excuse to say, "But I had the right turn signal on."
That is the stupidest thing.
It's insane.
How does this get past inspection? Like clearly, at some point, somebody had to be smart. You're creating an automobile here. This is a work of machinery that has been mastered over 100 years. You would think that somebody in that room would be smart enough to take a look at that and go, that's probably a dumb idea. We should switch them.
And
We got fucking rocket scientists working on this shit. What the fuck? Aerodynamic all up the ass. You can get fucking 0 to 60 in fucking 2 seconds. Get fucking 30 miles to the gallon. Can't get a fucking turn signal right.
No, but I got to tell you, Lance in the chat here. Lance in the chat had a great observation here. It jumped on. God damn it, where'd it go? Lance was basically saying, excuse me, my dollar bill identifies as $100 bill. Please respect that. And so you could go ahead and buy all sorts of goods with $1 bill, because if I self-identifies as 100, I just think I think that's fair.
That's a great idea.
You might
really
get one of them to fall for it too.
Oh,
yeah.
What is a couple of zeros among fellow travelers?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Goddamn. Well, that was great. So I hope
On
you
the
see a lot of
$3
$3 bills out there,
Yeah.
which nobody can dispute.
Well, we've solved the currency problem. So.
We really
have
have.
a $3 bill. That'd be amazing. On the $3 bill.
I don't think it should be Bill Clinton on the
That'd be
$3
funny,
bill, Robert Frey. I think it should be like, I don't know,
Greta
Paul
Thunberg.
Lynn,
Yeah.
Paul Lynn, Bill Rachi, Charles Nelson Riley.
Vincent Price.
Oh my God! Yes, Vincent Price. I
Yeah,
didn't know Vincent Price. Was he?
I believe so.
No.
He
Really?
was?
Nope.
Okay,
I heard
good.
rumors. Okay, cool.
All right.
All right. I also heard that the rumor about Rock Hudson and Jim Neighbors was complete bullshit.
Yeah, I don't believe Jim Neighbors is, but yeah, I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
Vincent Price liked bigger women, large women.
Oh,
Oh, did he?
That's what I
I
heard.
like
Yeah.
vivacious women. I
Oh,
like,
yeah. Well, he
rough
liked-
women.
I do. You and I have that in common. But I
Kelvington, look at that.
I feel your pain.
mean, try this one on for size, guys.
Yeah.
Not a 1, it's not a 2, but a $3 bill.
I'll tell you something, this $3 bill is accepted at all dry cleaners on dresses that are blue.
Oh,
I never fucked a 10, but I sure did fuck 3s.
At
the same time.
I think if you bang 3 3s, that's a 9, isn't it? That's a 9.
And now we owe George Carlin some money, even though he's dead.
A $3 bill.
A
There you go.
$3 bill
It's
should
Bill
do it.
Clinton. I love it, Kelvington. I love it.
That
What a
was
guy.
amazing.
What a talented guy.
Way
Holy
to
shit.
be on the ball.
Yeah.
Kelvington, man. Kelvington. I love it. Let's see. Crazy Cat Guy with a $3 super sticker of Bushiba waving and saying, "How's it going?" It's going good, Crazy Cat Guy. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And I hope you're having fun. I am. And Lucas Bachman with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman says, "It was bizarre to have Paul and Jessica survive the ship they were kidnapped in, get rescued and insert scenes, get another ship to crash again to get the story back on track. One crash and other adaptations." That was a weird, choppy kind of sequence. That was a
Isn't
little
that
odd.
closer to how it's in the book, though? It's been so long since I can't remember, but
Well,
It's like-
I think Lucas Bachman is saying no. It was only one crash in the other adaptations.
in the other adaptation, yes, they because that's what I was thinking is they combined the 2 incidences into one. But
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I don't know where the hell they got that little shelter they were in. What the fuck was that?
Oh, that was left there by Yui. Instead of
Yeah.
him leaving the
Yeah.
That's why I wasn't
Okay.
sure, because I'm trying to remember in the book, because like in the movie they have it to where Yui leaves them all the stuff they need, but then I'm trying to remember, I think in the book there is that extra bit where they get that stuff, and that's the bit where Duncan faces off with those guys instead of the other scene that's in the other movie. But I could be wrong. It's been so long since I read the book, so don't quote me on that one.
And Lucas Bachman also has another good couple of points here. Thank you very much, Lucas Bachman. $20 super chat. I really appreciate you, brother. He says Dune seemed like it was just going through the motions to show off sets. Paul kills a Freeman, doesn't show him crying water. He shows a mouse, doesn't give his tribal Maudib mouse name. What was it doing for 2.5 hours? See, that's kind of going along the lines of my criticism, which was that they really were light on story. And Cameron was saying, well, it's a story that they made simple enough for everyday people. It's like, well, yeah, at the expense of the complexity of the narrative. And I mean, I do like the movie. I recommend you see it. Absolutely. But that was kind of one of my gripes with the film. That's all I'm saying. And Lucas Bachman, well said, sir. I agree with you entirely.
No, mileage may vary on this one, that's for sure. Like, it's not something that's accessible as Star Wars.
Well, no, but I mean, it was worth seeing. What do you guys think about my point about like David Lynch's Dune is a comic book movie, and Denis Villeneuve's version is an art house movie.
Oh, I
really.
could agree with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it is, and I like both of them. Super
Oh, yeah.
Straight is asking, why did they gender swap? Because of wokeness, but it turns out that the actress that they picked was very good. I thought she did an outstanding job. Good character. Do y'all
Zendaya.
agree? Yeah, Zendaya. Don't you think that was a good character?
Well,
actress.
Zendaya is oh damn it, that's
Shawnee.
Shawnee, right? And Dr. Kynes is the gender swap.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Right,
was wrong.
Kynes. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can't really remember their names and what they're were doing.
Yeah.
It was not. That was not.
I
well
mean,
done.
she was all right in the role, but I mean, it's just so obvious what it's a checkbox to check off, and
Right.
that's all. It doesn't
But
really
the
serve
actress
any
was
purpose.
good, so it didn't disrupt the
Yeah,
movie.
she was all right, but yeah.
Yeah.
She was in the first 2 minutes, and then she doesn't show up again for an hour and a half.
Well, yeah. So
Right.
That was
there is that to
complaint with her.
consider.
I'll tell you, I wasn't like sold on her either, but there's the one bit where she kind of sold me like, okay, this chick can kind of act a little bit. And that was when they first meet up with Paul and Lady Jessica, and she's like, who the hell do you think you are, boy, basically in so many words. And then after he kills the Fremen guy, the way she slides off that rock, she is like ready to be giving him some poontang. It's like, okay, yeah, I get what you're doing here. Like, she subtly made it work to where I'm like, okay, I'll give her a shot, because I didn't hate her in Spider-Man, but she didn't really like make me understand why they had to go this route, other than the stupid bullshit we know about behind the scenes differences between Sony and Disney and how they had to work that out. But that being said, like, to me, I've not seen her in anything yet that has sold me on her. So I'm willing to give her a shot, though. In this next one, we'll see what she does here, because this is where she's going to have a lot more to do, and we'll see if she can handle it.
Good. Yeah. Good point.
Well, are they full steam ahead for the next one?
No, but it's been in pre-production ish to a point. Like,
Yeah.
Ann Sarnoff kind of threw out some stuff in the press that kind of made people go, "Oh, it's been greenlit. It's been greenlit."
Right.
Like, no. She didn't quite say that. She said, in fact, I'm not making any announcements right now, and confirmed what we had been hearing, which was it has more to do with how it plays on HBO Max than it does in theaters right now, as far as how a sequel will go.
Yeah.
So
when you said that she slid off of the rock in order to go do him, were you saying basically that she was moving from a rock to a hard place?
exactly, sir.
Very sad.
She was going to give up some of her moisture for him.
That sounds spicy.
Recycling more than water.
What was that, Kelvington?
She was recycling more than water.
The moon was in the right place. Let's just put it that way. And he was good for mating.
She liked the cut of his sandworm. That's all.
That's right.
Darius Munchausen has
Even
been a
gave him a
channel member of
blade.
mine for 11 months now. Thank you, Darius. Says, hail Doomcock and the panel. Hail mods in the chat. Thank you, Darius. Hail to you, sir. Darius Munchausen, ladies and gentlemen. And Bun Bun 299 has been a channel member of mine for 18 months now at the arch villain level. Thank you, Bun Bun. Says, I saw Dune this weekend on an XD screen. I really appreciate the deliberate, slower pace of the movie, taking its time to build the world and establish the characters, as opposed to movies that are afraid to take a breath. I love that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I did like the pace. There was a little part towards the latter middle part where I was a little bit bored. It got a little slow. But
See, my issues were more in the beginning of the pacing. Like, it took a little bit for me
really
to kind of
liked it.
chunky after that first 15 minutes. Then you're into it, it felt like to me. I could be wrong. That's just my personal feeling on it. But I didn't feel like it fell off after that. To me, it felt like it clicked right along, too. So
yeah,
that's just me.
I liked it. Galaxy Express Media with a $100 super chat. Consider yourself an executive producer tonight. Galaxy Express Media, you sent me 2 of these tonight. God bless you, my friend. He says there is going to be some movies that will not have a huge audience, which is fine. The problem I see is the drive for a blockbuster at the expense of a good story, for explosions and pandering for one group over another. You cannot please everyone with the same thing. Yes, Galaxy Express Media, I agree with that entirely. They throw out plot, they throw out character, they just want to go ahead and throw a lot of money on the screen and blow up a lot of shit real good. That is not Dune, though. That they did not do that in Dune. I think it was a very carefully crafted film, and I respected it. I felt it had artistic integrity and verisimilitude, as Robert Meyer Burnett would say. Well said, Galaxy Express Media. I agree with your take on this, sir. And I appreciate very much the very generous super chats you sent, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. He has sent this super chat many, many times in the past, and he wants to send it again here. He says, if any Disney spies are watching this, I just want to let you know that your 2013 Lone Ranger film blows.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
He has been nursing that since 2013. Wow. And he's just decided, by God, I'm going to fucking send this every single time. And I will read it every single time. Disney, you hear me? Your 2013 Lone Ranger film blows. Just want you to know.
Keeps getting funnier every time.
I know. It's like it's starting to, it's becoming a meme now. Repetition is the key, Xenobit. Repetition is the key. Well said. Well said.
Well, and just look at what they've done since then. Oh.
You thought the Lone Ranger was bad.
Yeah.
Shit. You didn't know bad. You didn't know bad. Freakadelic with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Freakadelic. Says, is it not pretty essential to see Dune in IMAX since the story isn't all it could be anyhow? Or is the IMAX experience very key and a separate matter that really mustn't be neglected when first seeing it? I mean, I didn't see it at IMAX. I was still wowed. I imagine on IMAX that would be pretty spectacular. So, I mean, if you can get to IMAX and they're showing it somewhere and you're not worried about, getting coughed on by some, typhoid Mary of the Coof, by all means, go and check it out, man. I think it'd be fantastic. Did any of you guys see it on IMAX, or did you just watch it?
No, I actually want to go see it in 3D. Because I was watching the way I thought, I'm like, God, this would look amazing. I think in 3D, so I might take that shot too. Wow. Yeah, I might try IMAX though. Who knows?
I think it'd be spectacular on IMAX. I think it'd be fucking amazing. Thank you, Freakadelic. Well said, sir. Silent Watcher with a $5. I already got that one from him asking Cameron before he left. Gunblade Knight with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gunblade Knight. Says, I think it worked with how weird Anakin was. He didn't know how to deal with relationships and became super possessive, which led him to the dark side. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it doesn't really depict that in the script. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was just creepy. I don't think there was any textual, basis for that. I mean, I don't know.
That would be a way you could spin it, but the simple fact is that script had many technical problems, and the performance and the direction had technical problems. So you could try to spin it a little bit, but it's still going to be what it is, which is flawed.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I do really like Phantom Menace. I think it had. I like Qui-Gon Jinn very much. Obi-Wan. Yeah. As a young man, I loved Darth Maul, and I thought that the lightsaber fight between those three was the best lightsaber fight of the entire series. It was
easily, yeah,
spectacular.
Maul, yeah.
God Almighty, there was a lot to love in that movie. I mean, the Gungans were awful. Jar Jar was bad. Jake Lloyd was kind of sucked, but all the stuff with the Jedi, the opening, where they're just carving all those fucking droids up. It was a lot to like. So, yeah, I dig the Phantom Menace. I've seen it many times. John Kokoza. Hail John Kokoza with a $10 super chat. Thank you, John. Says, Tom, after hearing yours and Chris Gore's stream, I edited a version of 2021 trailer to the 1984 score. Oh, Cameron, I sent the YouTube link to your IG. Tom, you can find the link on mine and Gore's Twitter.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll check it out. Cool.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Edited a version of the 2021 trailer to the 1984 score. How cool. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I like that creativity. That's very, very good. And Galaxy Express Media in the chat is saying, Baby Karth just didn't work for me. Baby Darth. Yeah, okay. He says, oops, Darth. I was like, Baby Karth? What the... What? I mean, it just wasn't very, very well done. And Deep says, don't forget about the pod race. The pod race was good. Yeah. It could have been great, though. It could have been great.
I actually fell asleep during the pod race the second time I saw the movie.
Really? Wow. The first time you fell asleep?
Second time.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. Kit Kat with a 20-pound super chat. Very generous of you, Kit Kat. Thank you so much for that. Kit Kat says it's wrong to assume that a slave child cannot be happy. In many societies, slave families lived reasonably happy lives. In ancient China, slaves would burn down the house of a cruel master as a warning to him. Well, yeah, but look, if you're going to have a movie where, Darth Vader or young Darth Vader is a slave, don't make it a happy slave. What the fuck is that? I mean, yeah, sure. I'm sure you could have a happy slave historically in some places, Kit Kat. I don't dispute that. But what's the point of putting that in your script? You see what I'm saying? If you want to add complexity to Anakin, if you want to go ahead and I mean, that's what I did in my script version when I rewrote the prequel trilogy. I made him more complex. I made him have darkness as well as light, and I think that's a much more interesting character.
I mean, he should have been older in Phantom Menace, don't you think? I mean,
yeah, 9 was bad. What I did in my script is I made Amidala much younger, so she was like a child queen, and so they were much closer in age.
Yeah, see, I would have gone in the opposite direction, where she had. Well, I mean, her age is fine as far as I go with the Phantom Menace, but I thought he should have been closer to her age at that point. And there were certain things I would have changed just for the overall narrative of Star Wars. In that, I thought Qui-Gon Jinn's fine, but I thought it would have been better if he was actually just another Jedi Knight, not Obi-Wan's mentor, and that Yoda would have been established as his teacher, as the original films declare. And even the character of Count Dooku probably should have been in there. Now, I don't know if he had thought that through at the time, and then that, the loss of Qui-Gon at the end, you could still play the scene out pretty much as it was, but that would be more of a motivation for Dooku to go to the dark side and that sort of thing. And plus to have possibly that Padme at first kind of had a crush on the young Jedi Knight of Obi-Wan, and that creates tension down the road, even though she cares and loves Anakin later on, but it would build up mistrust in him, more motivation for the split and, the fall. But anyway.
I had two problems with the prequel trilogy. The first one was, Anakin is laying next to a very pregnant Natalie Amidala, and he's holding her stomach. How did he not feel that there were two kids there, like using the Force, or that bothered me. And the other thing was, and it's kind of a throwback to, or a callback to the modern Disney ones, which is when they did that scene and we all mocked it. They go, they fly now? They fly now. Well, when R2-D2 fucking flew, I wanted to go like, he flies now? Where the fuck was that flying in 4, 5, and 6? Why did we never explained why he didn't fly? And I figured in the third film, they were going to take a minute and go, oh no, R2 has lost all the fuel in his flying cells. He'll never fly again. Or he gets really damaged and banged against a wall and he'll never fly again. And I was like, that's really what I wanted an explanation for. But I hated when R2 was flying. I was like, it was so out of character. It was just like, but we have CGI.
Right. Yeah, he's playing with the new toys he had.
Yeah. Back to what the person in the chat had mentioned about, a slave could be a happy person. I was thinking, if Anakin was this great, kind, sweet kid who was very generous and really, I mean, was borderline flawless, you're talking about a greater fall from grace down to where he was.
Right.
And then it might actually help explain why he was able to look past that in the end of Jedi, when he finally decided that what was going on with Luke was wrong and he had to save Luke, and what his whole life had been, he realized the error of his ways. And also, a kid that's raised into slavery really doesn't know any better. So they're going to make the best of their world how they are. So that's a possible argument toward what the person in the chat was saying.
I think his motivation there, as far as more about his mother's position that's bothering him than anything, and then his own self, and that's what damages him.
Right.
Well, and those three films, and I remember the first time I saw Phantom Menace, it was in a theater and it was like a midnight showing, but it was like 20% too loud, and it like hurt your ears to watch this film. So I think I started off with kind of a negative impression of the film, but I liked the Phantom Menace the more times I watched it. But the second film bothered me a little bit, and then the third one I don't think I watched in the theaters. I think I waited for it to show up on DVD or Blu-ray, and that's when I watched it, because I was like, I don't kind of care about Anakin and stuff. But I did like very much the idea that he went crazy when they killed his mom. Like they had assaulted and killed his mom, and then it was like an snap moment, and then he just went crazy and just beat the shit and killed all the sand people, even the kids. Like, everybody die, everyone is going to die now. And I thought that was an excellent part of that film. But the third one, I don't think I saw in theaters. And I don't think I saw the last Disney one in theaters either. I know I didn't see it in theaters.
Well, you didn't miss anything there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Wait, you were gone? We hadn't noticed.
We don't need you.
We were vamping like motherfuckers.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry, man. It just all of a sudden I was like talking to you guys, and there was silence, and I said, guys. And then I go to look, and it's like StreamYard error 5 and all this shit. It's like,
wow.
Fuck me. So then I just
almost started playing Trek Through Time.
I peed a little.
Oh my God. Anyway, shit. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Sorry about that.
Okay.
In case of emergencies, talk Star Wars.
Absolutely. Did y'all hear me talking about Nicholas Horton had that 5-pound super chat about new plot details and character information has recently been revealed for Spider-Man No Way Home.
No, sir.
And the title of the movie has also changed. Have y'all heard anything about this, Tom?
Title of the movie changed? No.
That's what Nicholas Horton is saying. I hadn't heard a damn thing about it, but there you go. Interesting.
Are they still claiming that Andrew Garfield will not be in the film?
I don't.
That's what he says. I mean, he's supposed to be.
I don't know.
I mean, the rumor is that there will be 3 Spider-Man in it. Like there's going to be 2 Batman in the Flash movie and all that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, I didn't bother to see Spider-Man No Way Home. I didn't even bother. It's like I didn't like the first one at all. That's one of my least favorite Marvel movies. Other than, I'm sure the Eternals will win the crown. But for right now, it's not good. No es bueno. And Nicholas Horton also says with a 10-pound super chat, thank you, Nicholas Horton. Early rumors for Tron 3 was that Dillinger's son from Tron 2 Legacy was going to create a new version of the Master Control program from the original movie because Tron 2's end credit scene had MCP. Cool, Nicholas. I hadn't heard that either. I mean, I'm not up on Tron stuff. I was never really a big Tron guy. I saw it, and I thought it was impressive, when I saw it, but I never really got in the lore. I used to play the Tron video game, but I don't know.
I just recently rewatched it. It was pretty good. The original.
Yeah. I didn't watch the new movie either, so I don't know anything that happened in it.
I did. It was just another missed opportunity of so many things they could have done and didn't.
Yep. Like they could have made it not suck, and they didn't.
Right.
Yeah, it was a missed opportunity in that regard.
Well, anyway, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, Xenobit with a pair of $5 super chats. Thank you very much, Xenobit. He says the good modern grindhouse and independent films are on YouTube, made by people with webcams in their basements. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. But you don't get the nudity. You don't get the extreme violence. I mean, and that to me is kind of the hallmarks of grindhouse. One of the best grindhouse movies I've ever seen in my life, and one I recommend highly on this Halloween. A movie called Blood-Sucking Freaks. Have you guys ever seen Blood-Sucking Freaks?
I don't think so.
Blood-Sucking Freaks.
I saw the trailer.
It's a fucking masterpiece. This thing delivers.
Sounds like one.
Possible. I shit you not. I shit you not. It happens. It's like a Grand Guignol, kind of a thing where it's an off Broadway theater. And what they're doing is like the kind of things that the Grand Guignol used to do in Paris, which was, all sorts of elaborate, blood and gore and atrocities on stage. Only this time it's real. That they've got this impresario. He's got well, I don't know what the polite term is. It a very, very, very short person named Ralphus, and caged, full frontal, naked women in the basement. Elective brain surgery with a drill. It's just it delivers everything you could possibly want. Dark humor, extreme gore, female nudity. You got a tattoo kind of a guy. Basti plane. It's Ralph is
Yeah.
very, very short. It's funny because I actually one Halloween, I didn't know anything about this movie, and I was with this girl on Halloween. And it's like, we're looking for a scary movie. And I'm like, nothing's right here. This is interesting. This looks funny. Let's get Blood-Sucking Freaks. And then here's all these like naked women and in cages. And it was very awkward.
Yes. Yeah. But were there any actual blood sucking?
I think so. I mean, I think. Well, there was brain sucking. I guess there was blood in the brain.
Well, there's blood.
So,
Yeah,
it's fair.
It could have been brain sucking freaks.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have the same ring to it, though. Does
Yeah.
Thank you, Xenobit, for that. He also says with a $5 super chat, CW Logic. Fine, we won't replace the redhead hero with a black woman. We'll put a red wig on a black woman. There's your compromise, big God. There you go. Yeah, good point, sir. Good point. Hail Xenobit. And Von Max with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Von Max. Says, read that prop gun used on Rust set. Use live rounds by crew during off hours. The more I hear about this story, points to mismanagement. Thoughts? Geez,
Do you want to get into this?
Not really. I mean, I've heard a lot of things, but we still don't know shit. And
yeah, that's true. Well, every time something like this happens, I kind of broke my own rule. I mean, and that could you at least give it 5 minutes because it's going to take a while for all the investigations and whatnot. The story could change quite a bit a week from now. So,
Yeah. I heard a tip from somebody. I got a tip on Twitter from someone who is a producer and a writer in Hollywood who told me some interesting things, but I don't know, man. I mean, first of all, it's a sad story. It's a dark story.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and I think this is really wrong. A lot of people have politicized it because they don't like Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
And it's like, like's got nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm interested in finding out the truth of this thing. I don't want to use it as an excuse to vilify anyone or I need to know a lot more before I have any comments. I mean, surely that's
Yeah.
And I think it doesn't fall in the category of pop culture. It's just more of a terrible mishap.
Yeah.
And I think this show is kind of not, we don't talk about all the terrible accidents that occur. A few months when all this blows over and we figure out what happened, I think then it's time maybe to talk about it a little bit. But right now it's just horrible, and people died and people were critically injured. And we just go, we're terrible and we're sorry for their loss.
Yeah, I will say that, somebody very, very much fucked up.
Yeah.
Like criminally, you shouldn't even have live rounds on the set. As far as who did it, how it happened, what was going on, I don't want to speak to that, but I will say blanketly, without a shadow of a fucking doubt, whoever put live rounds in a fucking gun on a film set ought to be civilly and criminally liable. It is just not okay in any fucking stretch of the fucking imagination. That is just not done. And ever since, Brandon Lee got shot, there have been stringent safeguards on film sets about this shit. And the fact that this still happened is a goddamn travesty. And I cannot fucking imagine any excuse that is acceptable that would negate the civil and criminal liability of whoever brought live ammunition onto that fucking set.
And it's 2021. There's literally no reason to be firing blanks. Most of your films and most of your TV shows don't have blanks anymore. They just have guns with lights in them, and the CGI people go in and fix it. There's no reason in the fucking world why that wouldn't be true of this film or that film, particularly if it's a low budget one. Like, why the fuck are we having blanks in live rounds in a film that is going to cost $2 to $5 million?
Yeah. And somebody in this chat, Jub670, is saying they were using the gun for target shooting. Well, then they need to fucking go to jail, because that is a very fucking stupid thing to do on a film set where it got. So, they're liable. I don't give a fuck what they were doing. There's no excuse for having fucking live ammunition on a film set, period.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what the investigation shows, because we don't really know entirely.
Yeah, it's best to wait. I think you did a good job covering this. I think somewhere else.
Yeah, but Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, well, I guess we'll see. But I'm not blaming anyone. I don't know enough.
Right.
But Jesus
None of
Christ,
us do.
No,
we don't know yet.
No bullets on the set. That we know, right? That we know.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you bring bullets on the set and they wind up in a gun, fuck. That is just, there's no excuse. No excuse. Mercenary X21 with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Says, guys, I'm actually surprised no one notices this either. It's not just about the lady and the stunt person swapping suits, but this is happening in just about everything. If you think about it, where else is this happening? You mean like injuries or like the star,
Ruby Rose, I think he means, because the stunt
Ruby,
double was more in the suit than she was, even in the promos and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that happened on, Batman with Pattinson, that the stuntman was in the suit more than he was, because he didn't like putting on the damn suit either.
Well, it was kind of similar, because when he'd see the behind the scenes shots of the stunt guy, he was on the motorcycle and everything, and I was like, wow, he's really bigger than Pattinson.
Yeah.
So I don't, but the last trailer I thought looked pretty good, so I guess they figured it out. I don't know.
And also I heard, God, what else was I? Oh, Queen Latifah, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yes.
In the Equalizer, it's hilarious. It is hilarious.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like she can raise her leg high enough to put on her jeans in the morning, and she's throwing roundhouse kicks and and jumping through the air, and it's just Yeah, sure you are, hun. Sure you are. Yeah, I like the show when it really was the Equalizer, with Edward Woodward way back in the day.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you, Mercenary X21. Shark Dentures with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shark Denture. Says, anyone remember when actors really suffered from injuries and illnesses and still did their job? And we only heard of it in a behind the scenes special. Yeah, Harrison Ford. He was sick to death with diarrhea from shooting, in the desert in Tunisia, or, in Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. And you didn't see him bitching about it. The only thing he did is make the script better by shooting the guy instead of having the prolonged thing. And, that was it. Yeah.
He also got crushed by the flying wing. Did you know that?
Oh, shit. No, I didn't.
The wheel ran over his leg, completely smashed all the cartilage in his knee.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty much limp. He's limping around in the scene, because it looks like he's getting his ass kicked by this giant German, but he's really in a lot of pain because I'm sure he tore everything in his knee and he just had to suck it in. Yeah. That fucking thing.
The rest of the movie, dude.
Hey man, I don't know. He probably just sucked it up and said, you know what? Fuck it. We're here. Let's do it.
It might have been one of the last sequences they shot. So
could have been. Depends on when they were shooting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ran over him. He took a break and he's like, fuck it. Let's keep going.
Oh my God, a poor guy.
Well, you're talking about a guy who likes to land his fucking plane on a golf course. So, he's a little fucking crazy, I'm all right. I can do it. He
is.
He's insane.
Well, in the Force Awakens, the Millennium Falcon hatch crushed his leg, and he was down and out for about 6 weeks.
Oh yeah.
So he's injury prone. I'm surprised they can get insurance on his old ass at this point.
What's the deal? Bad luck, Oh man. I feel bad for the guy, but
I'll always remember seeing that in the news when he was when he landed his plane on the golf course, and I kept thinking back to that scene in Indiana Jones when his dad's like, I didn't know you could fly a plane, and he's like, fly, yes, land, no, and he releases.
Apparently that was an ad lib too, because it's based on reality.
Right. Cut to the golf course. Oh, fucking A.
Junior, avoid the sand trap. Yes, exactly. We're going down, Dad. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got Bandana Games with 1,000 yen super chat. Thank you, Bandana Games. Who says, "Hail Lord Doomcock. I would be okay with Disney replacing Harrison Ford, but only if they grabbed Glenn from The Walking Dead as Short Round grown up to carry on the mantle of Indy on into the future." Yeah, Short Round would be cool. That would be a fun way to do it. He's not
it's
Indiana
not a bad
Jones,
idea.
It would work.
Yeah, What's Ki Kwan doing? He's not doing anything these days. He's directing, right? He's directed a couple movies. Get him.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that could do a good job with that. Get a young, Asian actor that can, do some serious righteous kung fu. Shit, the guy that was in, it would be great. The guy that was in Dragon. No, Dragon. What was it? What was it fucking called? That show on, I believe it was on the Cinemax or Showtime. The one that was based on the writings of Bruce Lee.
I don't know.
God, I can't remember what the fuck that. Anyway,
I just keep thinking Enter the Dragon, but
it's not. No, it's not that.
What it's called.
But
The Last Dragon.
What was it called?
No, I was just saying The Last Dragon.
No, it's called, the TV series is called Warrior.
Warrior, yes.
Oh, okay.
I called Dragon. No, it's Warrior. And it got renewed for a third season, largely because of fans. Oddly enough, fans were, I think, raised some money for it or something, and they're moving to season 3. It's a good show. It got kind of woke in season 2, unfortunately, and a little bit absurd. But the action sequences, the kung fu sequences, are outstanding, and the lead actor in that is very, very good. He would be great as a Short Round grown up. Really
well, you
cool.
see the problem with Short Round, he's male, so we can't have that. All right, it's going to be Fleabag.
Fleabag Jones, that's what they call
well,
it. That's what they
Fleabag
call
Belloc.
it.
I think Cameron's right about that. She'll probably be revealed to be the daughter of Belloc.
Well, I would imagine since
Yeah.
Palpatine, and Rey. It's just Kathleen Kennedy's one great idea to destroy everything. It's fantastic.
But then that would mean a man is involved with her actually existing. So I don't know.
That is a problem.
It is.
That is a problem. Anyone who was conceived, by the imperialistic intrusion of a male organ into female territory is just it's vape, right? He's a vapist. They're all vapists.
Yes.
Thank you, Bandana Games and Primer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Primer says if Ruby Ridge thinks pretending to be a superhero is hard,
She's just gonna
she should try working on a construction site. She'd cry at the thought of physical labor. Yeah, Ruby Ridge, she would cry. Thank you, Primer. I agree entirely. She's spoiled and kind of pathetic. I mean, if she got the serious injury, that's one thing, but all this other shit, the whining is just terrible.
It's still not enough.
It's still not enough. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says because of the Fox TV channel shutting down here, thanks to Disney, the Orville is now on Disney Plus moving forward. Where? Oh, in the UK, Nicholas? Interesting. So Fox TV shut down over in the UK, and now the Orville is on Disney Plus. Oh, how cruel. That is a cruel blow, my friend. I'm so sorry. God. I mean, if it was the Orville, I'd have to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do. I got to watch the Orville.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's a must-see TV for sure. Thaddeus Maximus with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Thaddeus. Says Dune doesn't need an extended cut. It needs a new score. My mom's number one complaint was the soundtrack. I felt like it followed the book pretty well and kept the gender race swaps to a minimum without ruining it. But again, here's someone else like Tom who did not like the score. And I can respect that. I mean, certainly it's not a classical film score that you ever want to listen to away from the movie. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Jerry Gord with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jerry says Danny Elfman is in a TV show talking about how Marvel uses temp scores and how he doesn't follow the director's advice. What, Danny Elfman doesn't follow he just does what he does? I guess because he's Danny Elfman? I don't know. Directors can be a pain in the ass about that kind of shit. I'm kind of surprised. Thank you, Jerry. That's interesting. I did not see that. I did not know that.
I can't imagine most modern directors know jack shit about a movie score. So if I was Danny Elfman, I'd be like, yeah, okay. They give him some bullshit like, I want it to sound like Inception. Blah! And then Danny Elfman's like, yeah, okay. And then he fucks off and does his own thing.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, who the fuck is the director to tell Danny Elfman how to do music? But he should. I mean,
they got to collaborate at some level. I mean, that's
know.
how it's supposed to be. But if they're both going to be difficult about it, well, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can't like go away and then, about 10 days before they need the score, you show up and it's, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. And it's like, that wouldn't work in June. There they all standing in a row. Oh, fuck no.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
It's got banjos playing and whatnot.
Yeah, banjos. John's bride.
Here comes the
in my
sandworm.
old Kentucky home.
Fucking mouth harp. It's really modern.
It would be bad. Very bad.
Thank you
Even
for
worse,
calling it a mouth harp. Because I was concerned we were going to go a different route when you started that sentence.
Just a mouth harp.
What else do you call it?
Just a mouth harp.
There's another name for it.
You don't want to say.
Okay.
RRTNZ, $5 New Zealand super chat. Thank you, RRTNZ. Says, in my humble opinion, Man of Steel was Zimmer's last great score and has a memorable new theme for Superman, which was underused in the film. Hail DVD, you are the boss. Thank you, RRTNZ. You rule pretty effectively yourself, sir. Hail to New Zealand and hail to you. Well, did Man of Steel come after Inception? Because I really, really think that Inception is a classic. score. I mean, a great score.
Yeah, Inception's much better. Man, the theme he did for Superman is pretty good, and he's right that it's not. You don't hear it a whole lot, oddly enough.
Yeah, all 3 notes.
Yeah. But, I mean,
it is. It's bum, bum. That's all it is, really.
What?
I'm so glad I missed that one, man.
What is it?
It's a little more than that.
I
mean, it pales in comparison to the John Williams theme, obviously.
Superman.
Yeah.
Superman. Then they go an octave
Inception.
up. Superman.
Inception was 2010, and Man of Steel was 2013.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough then. I can accept that. RRTNZ. I could not accept that you didn't think Zimmer's score for Inception was great. I'm a huge film score fan, and I got to tell you, if you haven't listened to Hans Zimmer's score for Inception, you really need to give it a chance because it's
wrong. I mean,
it is a really great tune, but it is. I mean, I guess the only negative is it is a bit repetitive in it, but it works. I like the film and everything, but I mean,
don't get me wrong. It's just like he hasn't really grown much in 10 years, right? Like the same stuff he's doing, the same stuff he was doing back then.
Yeah.
And for somebody who's supposed to be on the edge of whatever, like, again, the best I gave him earlier was that he's overly experimental. That's, I guess, all I can really give him.
Yeah, I don't think he's not on the. I don't think he's like. I guess he's kind of looked at as the successor to the levels that John Williams and Goldsmith were, but he really. I don't think he's achieved their level at the time when they were at their height.
I don't think so. Go ahead.
My favorite Zimmer score. I hate on Zimmer a lot, and I know DC loves him, and I don't like hating on your guy. But my favorite Zimmer score is the Sherlock Holmes stuff. I like that stuff a lot. I think it's great. But even then, one has to admit that he's just basically ripping off Morricone. I mean, really, it's a lot of stuff from Once Upon a Time in the West. It really is. And I mean, I think he even used pieces of Two Mules for Sister Sarah in the second one, and that's cool. It's fine. But you could see where it's inspired and everything. But I really think that's his best score. I love that score. The Sherlock Holmes stuff is pretty cool. If you haven't heard it or if you haven't listened to it in a while, I recommend it if you're a Hans Zimmer guy.
I don't think I ever listened to the score independently. I mean, I just saw the movie.
Yeah. It's cool. I like it a lot.
He used to be brilliant. I mean, things like Rain Man and stuff like that. He did the score for True Romance and stuff like
which
that.
Which was really good, Tom.
Yeah.
That was a good score.
And then the Hunt, was it Hunt for Red October?
No, it was Crimson Tide, which
Crimson
is
Tide. That's
yeah.
I know what I mean, but I keep flipping the titles. Yeah.
I know.
The other submarine movie.
Yeah, the other submarine movie.
Yeah.
And I know the theme, but yeah.
For me personally, Crimson Tide is the superior movie.
I would probably argue that, but yeah.
I love Sean Connery. We sail into history. Boy, he's got like a Scottish accent for a Russian, but never mind. But Crimson Tide, Jesus, Gene Hackman, Denzel Washington.
The thing is, we're
James
talking about him
Gandolfini.
like he's some young new composer.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been around forever.
Yeah,
like
that's
he's been. It's according to. I think he's been around since the 70s. I think I'm just looking here now. Where does it say? Where did he get started? Well, he was in bands and stuff in the 70s. And it looks like somewhere in the 80s he started doing scores. Right, and he worked with like James Horner and other people like that. Driving Miss Daisy and Rain Man were some of his earlier ones. So I mean, like he got started off with some pretty big movies. And then of course, like The Lion King, he did the score for that. So like it's not like the guy hasn't done stuff, but again,
a lot of his shit has been generic and forgettable.
Yeah,
that last Dark Knight movie was shit in terms of the score.
No, it was clearly breaking ground with The Dark Knight Returns, and then by the time you get a little past that, it's like, okay, what else you got for us, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, he's capable of greatness, but it's not great. Bill Whittle is in the chat. Hail, Bill! Good to see you, man. Bill Whittle says Crimson Tide is one of the best movies ever made. I got to tell you, every time that I am just flipping through channels bored or something, and I come across Crimson Tide. And it can be like in the middle of the fucking movie. It doesn't matter where it is in the movie. I get sucked in. I cannot stop watching that movie. I really genuinely think that's a perfect movie.
It's a fucking great movie. It's a really great movie. You got two top-notch actors, two like polar opposites just going head to head. It's like a boxing match.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a really good movie.
There's
Hackman
only
was
a few
incredible.
movies that can do that to me, where I can like just like you said, flip it. Like, well, I don't flip anymore because I don't have cable, but yeah, just a few.
Yeah. And you know, they're equally have their points too. You know, it's not like one of them is clearly a bad guy and clearly a good guy. I mean, you know, that's how I felt.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that movie a lot. I really, really like it. I'm right with you.
And Bill Whittle in the chat says the technical advisor was the former captain of the USS Alabama. So, I mean, that was the sub in the movie. So that is fucking cool. Yeah, it has a great deal of realism and the debates and the tension and I mean, and the Quentin Tarantino geek dialogue about Star Trek and about the Silver Surfer. It just is like a little
that's
bit
right.
of
I forgot
polish.
he did some dialogue writing on that. I forgot.
Yeah. I love that movie. God, I love that movie. I love everything about it. And the score is great. The score is great. Really epic. Anyway, let's see. I think we should go now, Kelvington. Do we have a little?
I want some eggs.
Yeah.
Can I take it back? It's got a Harvey in it.
we should add that in there, Kelvington, at the end. We should get Harvey.
What came first, the Harvey or the egg?
Yeah, I think the Harvey, unfortunately.
Well, that's why it's green eggs and ham.
Does
That's
he
beautiful,
asexually lay
Kelvington.
eggs, or what's the deal here?
I don't know.
Is that Harvey, or is that Harvey Jr., Jr., Jr.?
Like Carl Jr. is only less profitable.
Not enough speckles in it for you.
Much less
Womp 'em.
profitable.
So have we got anything that made us happy this week? Let's go to Kelvington. Anything make you happy this week other than the fact that you're recovering nicely?
I am recovering nicely, and that does make me happy. So I like learning new things. Like occasionally I'll learn something and I go, oh man, and this one, it's going to take us putting on our thinking caps to get this, but this one kind of broke my brain a little bit. So I was watching a show and they were talking about why is it when you look into a mirror, does it flip things around? And imagine, if you will, you're wearing a t-shirt and it says the word boss on it. And when you look in the mirror, it's backwards. Why does the mirror do that? I'm asking you guys. Yeah, why does the mirror do this?
Because it's a point for point. It's like taking the B, which starts the word on boss. It goes because we read from left to right. So then the B, which is at the first to your right when you're looking, I mean, it just goes point for point. It's like each point goes directly mapped onto the surface. So it's reversed, right?
No.
Oh,
I mean, you kind of were. Yeah, I thought for a minute you were going to hone in on it, but no. The reason a mirror flips things around is that it doesn't. We flip the words around. So imagine again, you're wearing your shirt and it has the word boss on it. But if you were to look down at your own chest, it's because we printed the word backwards from our point of view. That's why it's backwards in a mirror, because we flip the word around from our point of view. Now, when people look at you, because we read left to right, they see the word boss on our chest. But if we look straight down at the word, we printed it backwards on our shirt. And that's why it's backwards in a mirror, because a mirror doesn't flip anything. We flipped the word. Does that not break your brain a little tiny bit?
I don't get it, and it doesn't. I don't get it.
I kind of get where you're going from it, but I guess I'm not. Yeah, I'm like Doomcock. My brain's mush right now.
Okay, so it's like this. So this is the woman, and she has the word boss, we'll say, printed on her shirt. And when you look in the mirror, it's backwards. But the reason it's backwards is because she flipped it around to be like it was on her shirt. If you were to take that same word and print it on a piece of glass, and they just put a card behind it so you could see it, when you look at that word in the mirror, you'll notice it is not backwards because it's not written backwards. The reason words are written backwards in a mirror is because we write them backwards.
What?
Huh.
Exactly. Now you're starting to get it.
No,
it's starting
I
to
don't
sink
get
in.
it. No,
I just
don't get
assumed that's how they spell the alphabet in the parallel universe.
it. Yeah, where's her fucking goatee?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, but it almost feels like one of those practical illusions that somebody plays with. Like, it's, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Well, isn't it the means of how vision works?
Yeah, I get what
and
you're
the perception
saying,
that it's upside down and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And, something like that.
Yeah, but the mirror doesn't flip anything. It's because
Right.
we printed it backwards. That's why words are
I
backwards
don't print
in the mirror.
anything backwards.
Sure you do. If she were to look straight down at that word on her chest, let's say it's on her shirt, it would be backwards. It would be SSOB. That's how it would look from her point of view if she were to look down at it. That's because it's printed on the shirt from our perspective backwards.
No, it's because we read from left to right. So when she looks down, it's like she's going to read
but from her left to right, it
From
begins
her-
at
her-
it begins at the S and she looks down on it.
right.
Exactly. And that's why it's that way in a mirror, because she flipped the word around. The word is not backwards on her chest. We flipped it around when she looks into the mirror. We turned the word around. And from her perspective, it's SOB. It's not BOSS. This one, it's a thinker. And like when I first saw it, it took me a couple minutes and I was like, holy shit. I always thought a mirror just reversed everything, but it doesn't. It's
It
because we
does.
print things. It does not. I promise
Dude.
you. Here
Oh.
it is.
Dude.
There's the example. Look, there's the word boss written on a piece of glass. The mirror does not flip it around. The mirror shows it as it is. We flip it around. And it once you get this, like it took, when I got it, I went, oh fuck, my brain, it hurts, because it's something that we never think of. And the only other time you see this in nature kind of is when an ambulance is coming up behind you. And when you look in your mirror, it's ambulance is spelled properly. But if you were to look directly at the ambulance, the word ambulance is spelled backwards because we flip it around.
It's got nothing to do with writing, though. If I've got like I cut myself shaving, and I've got a fucking scar now on my right cheek, and I look in the mirror, and it's
Still on your right cheek.
I mean,
It
it's the
doesn't flip
positioning of your right cheek in proportion to the mirror, so it would be. You understand? I mean, the way the demonstration here is that it's written on glass, and then you put it up against the mirror, but it's in the proper position. Like, yeah, right there, like he has it. So I understand what he said. So it is your visual perception of it that makes it appear backwards, but it's the same thing with your face or where you part your hair and that sort of thing. But it's in position
Right, but if you cut
as you're standing.
If you cut your, let's say something on your right side of your face, when you look in the mirror, it will be in the right side. It won't be on the left side.
Right.
It's not like looking into a TV monitor.
Right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but that's kind of where my problem comes with getting my head around it, is because if somebody were to mirror you in the actual sense of the term, they have to use their left side to mirror your right side. So like it's still like, to me, for it to only technically be the actual way it should be, you have to be like basically backwards to the mirror for it to be on the proper side. Like, it just doesn't, like, my brain doesn't get this. I get what this lady's showing, and I get what you're saying, and it makes sense visually with the mirror side of it. But if it was not opaque, it would still be just you looking at it, and on the mirror it would just show the blank piece of paper on the other side of it, or whatever is on the back, right? And yeah, so I still don't. I mean, I get where Doomcock's confused as well. So I'm kind of in the middle of this whole thing.
Yeah, the mirror is still a culprit here. So
No, it's us that's the culprit because we print stuff backwards. We're printing it backwards on our shirts from our point of view. Because if you look down, everything printed on your shirt, if it says Star Wars, it's backwards from your point of view if you look down.
But I'm with Brady. I'm not high enough for this stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, maybe Doomcock, I suggest you continue this for another episode of piercing the
Bringing
the
it
veil.
Beyond the veil. Yeah.
Piercing the mirror.
Well, we'll just
the mirror. Yeah.
We'll just
Or
change
piercing
the
the veil,
title from "Piercing the Veil" to "Fuck This." I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to
Mirrors
think it
flip
over.
front to back. 20+ years of experience with symmetry.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I don't.
That's
know.
what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say. Molecular arts. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of those weird things, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to.
Okay.
I
will not do that type of sunny side up from here on out. I will.
It's interesting because I see it.
No,
I
there's
see
nothing
what you're
wrong with it.
saying,
Like,
Kelvington,
it's an interesting thing, but I just
Kelvington, louder and funnier. How about that, fucker? That'll be the next one.
No. I'm not giving you any shit on it. I just don't.
No, it's fine.
I don't know.
get it.
3 bowls in, and I might be right there with you. I'm just trying to get, trying to figure this shit out here.
I just got off
We now
work.
know
I'm
what will
beat.
be
I
the
can't do it.
stupidest thing said tonight.
It's hard. I don't know. It's kind of like Marilyn Vos Savant is on record as being the smartest woman in the world in terms of IQ and everything. And she somebody asked her famously, and I think it was Parade. They asked her a question. If you're like, say, on the Let's Make a Deal, where Monty Hall, the host, would have like 3 doors, and he would say behind one of these doors is a brand new car, and between the other 2 doors is a fucking goat. So go ahead and pick your door. So the person picks, okay, I'm going to pick door number 3. And then it says, okay. And then Monty Hall reveals that behind door number 2 is a goat. And then asks, do you want to change your choice? And Marilyn Vos Savant said, yes, you should change your choice. And that is apparently the correct answer. That your odds will improve then if you change your choice to the other door that's remaining. Your odds of winning will improve.
Yes.
That's a weird thing to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I'd heard that many years ago, and you're right. It is weird, but yes, because it's like people say when you flip a coin, what are the odds that you'll pick the right side that it'll land on? What are the odds? I'm asking.
Depends on who's flipping the coin.
if
No,
it's an SJW.
So if I ask you to pick a coin flip, I'm going to flip a coin. You're going to tell me whether it's going to come up heads or tails. What are the odds that you'll get it right?
Well, it's supposed to be 50-50.
And it's
But
not.
I'm sure that's not. Yes.
Right, because there are 4 variables. It's 1 in 25. The coin has 2 heads, and you have 2 sides that you can pick. So you have 4 items that you have to choose from. The coin is going to come up one way or the other. So that kind of solves 2 of those variables. So you have to pick from one of the other 2, which is a head or a tail. So it's 1 in 4. It's a 25% chance you'll get it right, even though it seems like it should only be 50-50 because there are only 2 sides.
You're breaking the chat's
We-
brain.
Yes.
You know this, right?
That's weird. But apparently,
Yeah, wow.
I think the easiest way to demonstrate that is that if you have 3 choices and you can only pick one, then the odds are against you picking the right one. just straight up. It's like, like 66%. You've only got a 33% chance of having the right answer. So if they go ahead and yank your one door, the odds were that you picked wrong. So change your choice, and it's statistically you've got a better chance. It's just a weird little trick of shit there, and she took a lot of shit for that for decades, but she still maintains that is the fact. So I don't know, it's weird. Let's see, Gary, what is anything sunny side up, any more tales of the change? Did the guy get fired subsequently? Well, that would be a sunny side.
No, he didn't get fired. Let's see. Gosh, this is a tough one. It's been a pretty rough couple of weeks. There's got to be something though. The schedule is freeing up. Jobs are closing up. Money's coming in. I don't really have that much to complain about as far as that goes.
Well, how is the bunny rescue charity going?
Oh, you know what? That's a good thing. You guys really came through and you helped my wife raise a little chunk of money, so she's going to be able to take care of some of these rabbits for another 3-4 months. So that was a big help. She's able to get them spayed and neutered, and it helps cover those costs, and that's a lot for my wife. And she's constantly driving back and forth to Fresno and Monterey. So you guys really did help her out. So I thank you for that. Some of you guys out there in the chat, some of you guys bid on some of the items, and that was really great. So thank you. That's a good win. That's a good win for me this week.
Outstanding, Gary. Well, I'm glad to hear it. These guys are the best, man.
They are. They are the best.
These people are some of those generous, wonderful people in the world, and I just want to thank you guys. I love you all. You all are awesome.
A fantastic community out there.
They really, really are.
Yeah.
Douglas, anything happy in your world?
Well, I've been trying to think. I can't top the bunny story. That's pretty good. But that's the bunny side up.
Boy, oh boy.
But here in Louisiana, it's been a very wet year. I've had one of those before where it just never stops raining, and but had a break here for almost 2 weeks, so that's pretty good. So that's definitely a sunny side because a lot of sunshine. So there's that.
That is fantastic. Tom, anything sunny in your neck of the woods here?
I guess I got to say I'm just glad that Dune was good, right? Like, I mean, it was a long haul to get to this point. I mean, I was just a casual Dune fan before I became part of Midnight's Edge, and I got a crash course in a lot of it real quick over the past 2 years. And yeah, this was just it was a refreshing film to see, even though we have varied feelings on the movie on this panel. That's a good thing, and we're not all like at this point we're like, yeah, well, it was this and that and the other, like a lot of the other stuff we have to deal with lately when they mess with something that we're used to seeing one way or the other. Let's put it that way.
Yes, that's cool. Okay, so I guess what is my sunny side? I would say that the emergency that wound up canceling Pop Culture Breakdown like 2 months ago at this point is finally pretty close to resolved.
Good.
That the damage is pretty much taken care of, and things are moving forward. So I'm very happy for that. I've still got a big chunk of shit I have to do related to that, but overall, I'm very, very grateful. And and I'm also very grateful for Kelvington's great work on this show. And man, $3 bill Well done. God, Kelvington's fast, isn't he? How he
you
came
know
up
what
with
they
that.
say. I'll try anything more than once.
There he is. Oh, there it is again. Aye, it's legal tender. There's nothing I like better than legal tender. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Legal tender thighs.
I'm not gonna.
How about barely legal tender thighs?
Even
Barely is
sir.
fine.
Barely legal's legal.
Yeah.
It's crossed the line, and so do I.
That's right. If she's a legal age, that means it's below the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, exactly. Which state are we in? Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, dear.
You know, hey, real quick, I want to say something about what you were saying, DC. Everybody out there in Xanadu, one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had with having like a brother across the airwaves here, like Doomcock, is, you know, he goes through personal stuff and we can't really know that much about it because nobody really knows who he is. No one knows who he is. So it's very... It's difficult. It's hard knowing that you got a bro out there who's struggling with something, but you don't know what it is, and you really can't help him out very much other than to just say, "Hey, you know, I wish I could do something for you." That's an interesting experience. I don't know if you guys. I'm sure you guys feel the same way.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
You do help, though. I mean, you know.
I know, but you know, I you know what I'm talking about. I know the rest of the guys do too. It's just it's a little tough because we don't know who the hell you are, pal. So
I'm Doomcock. That is all.
Yep, that's all we know.
Said. You know, it's like Batman. What else do you need? You know?
Yeah.
The Doomcock you need and deserve here. Thank you, man. I appreciate that very, very much.
Yeah.
And I would second it. Was saying when I was in the hospital for a week, Doomcock every day was on top of it and trying to find out what was going on and helping to raise my spirits and stuff like that. And it was invaluable along with all the people in the chat and stuff. So I'm very grateful for your friendship, boss. And, you know, you let us know if we can do anything. We're there.
Thanks, man. I know you're right there. I mean, I couldn't have done this show if it wasn't for you these last couple of months. I mean, it's just been hell, you know, and it's been tough and it's hard to focus and get stuff done. So, you know, you producing this show as brilliantly as you do, it's just, I can't even tell you, man. It really helped me. Thank you.
And having a show that cheers you up is it goes a long way, you know, and depending on whatever one's dealing with, and to have some sort of outlet, that goes a long way to helping you deal with it.
Yeah, I thank you, man. I appreciate that. And Literature Devil is in the chat. I just wanted to say a shout out to Literature Devil. It's great to see you, man. Hail to you. And welcome.
Don't you got him working a couple hours, man?
Who, Literature Devil?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is he?
Does he do like a 7 o'clock in the morning show or something like
Oh,
that?
wow.
Oh, wow. Shit. Well, that's scary. That I would not do. Adam Wofford with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Adam. So I got back from seeing Dune. It was really good. The only thing I didn't like was Channy actor wasn't speaking her lines. It's kind of flat, but I really enjoy the movie. Want more. And Adam Wofford also says with a $2 super chat, those taillights look like Keck. They're fucked up. It's going to cause a lot of death, but hey, it's not our problem, right? It's not our problem. Got enough shit to
Maybe
worry
it's
about.
just what we need right now.
I know. How can we make things better in the age of Koof? I know. Let's put up deceptive traffic signals.
The best part is the smart people will be smart enough not to buy the goddamn thing. So
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. But the dumb
But if you
people
look
will
at them in a mirror, they look like them.
If you look at them in the mirror, so everyone's gonna have to start wearing mirror shades. And
Well, you'll have to
That
drive
was
in
almost
reverse.
worth that whole thing before for that joke.
yes, that's all it was Kelvington's 2 bits were united. And I admire the commitment to the bit. That's shit, man. That is old style Baba Booey level commitment. Back when Howard Stern was actually Howard Stern and not some pathetic shell of a shill that sold out his audience and gave his soul to America's Got Talent for cash. Xenobit with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says those lights. Glad we broke away from the British. So there you go.
I just can't with that.
That's like from the Andromeda strain. The lady who
oh yeah,
you saw the red lights.
Is it supposed to be like a British flag split up or something?
Yeah,
like,
I think that's the deal. Isn't it?
It's a Union Jack.
Fuckers.
But
but look at it when it flashes. It's got a fucking
Oh my god, that's even dumber than I thought.
No, I even mentioned that in the story. It's a Union Jack.
Dude, I have had, all full disclosure, I've been dealing with all kinds of shit in the background here. So, like, I've only been able to half pay attention to the show as it is. And I apologize so much for that, guys. But, like, my God, I can't believe that just dawned on me. I'm just like, I just thought it was the stupidest fucking design flaw ever. Like, just seriously, that's why I was like, what did the guy with, like, they picked the guy with who's cross-eyed to fucking design this thing or what? Like, because
he was so buried into the work, and then when he didn't take that moment, you got to step back and look at what you've done, and then that's when you go, "Oh, damn it!" But that didn't happen, apparently.
No, I see that this being even dumber than it was before. Now it's just
that was a great laugh. Him just saying that, it was like
I would almost like to believe there was some kind of accident somewhere down the line, but no, this was completely on fucking purpose. I got you.
Yeah, they must have drawn it out and everything, and said, "Oh yes, this is fantastic."
God save the Queen. God save the fucking motorists when these death traps hit the road.
God save the pedestrians in the crosswalk. Oh, look, he's going left. Bump.
It's like traffic signals should not also have an IQ test component. Okay? I'm just saying. You shouldn't have to puzzle it out. You shouldn't have to reason it out. The arrow is pointing to the left, and I have to. It's turning to the right. I don't know. It's crazy. Patrick Mousson with a $10 Australian super chat. Hail Patrick, says hail Doomcock, our imperious leader. Hail to Jason Reitman, who in 24 days will bestow upon us the best religious experience since 1984/89. He is, of course, very excited about Ghostbusters Afterlife. So I'm excited too, Patrick. I'm looking forward to watching it, and I will definitely be doing a review of that. Thank you, Patrick. Cesario JPN with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cesario JPN. Says, love using $2 bills at adult clubs. Good service. Really? Why? Do the girls think it's more than it's I don't know. I had a $2 bill somewhere around here, and I've been looking for it in the desk while people have been talking, and I can't find it. I don't know what I did with my damn $2 bill. It's not obsessing me. I need a $2 bill, guys. $2 bill now.
They printed some more here a few years back. You could probably go to the bank and get some.
Here it is.
Hey,
I think I found it.
All
No, it's a 9/11 bill. Yeah. So, like, conspiracy theory currency. It's kind of amusing. Anyway,
Michael, it isn't real.
It's real.
The $2 bill was never real. See,
it's real. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says, if knowledge is power, the woke generation couldn't collectively light a 25-watt bulb. No. Well said, sir. That is spot fucking on. Hail, Michael Beacom. Be seeing you, as the prisoner says. And Lance, who's been a channel member of mine for 4 months now at the archvillain level. Thank you, Lance. Says, someday we will come out on the other side of this woke nonsense. What will it be like trying to explain to our children what these crazy times, ideas, and ridiculous situations actually happened. We must remain vigilant. We must, Lance. We absolutely must. We cannot yield to these idiots. Not one fucking inch. And let's see. Secret Agent Gene with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Secret Agent Gene. Says, hail my lord, panel and chat. Apologies for being late. Have enjoyed what I heard so far and always enjoy unwinding with Pop Culture Breakdown. Thank you, sir. I'm glad that you have enjoyed this show. Matt G with a $2 super sticker of the Invisible Man. Thank you, Matt G. I appreciate that very much, sir. Corion Witch in Residence has re-upped on his channel membership at the Archvillain level. Thank you so much, Corion Witch in Residence. Well done, sir. Who also, Corion Witch in Residence says here. Well, I thought I had one from him. Never mind. I guess it was Jumpin' Jack Chat here. Thank you, Corion Witch in Residence. Richard L with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Richard. Says, Kelvington, I flipped out this week and called maker of those cleaning wipes. Promise of wipe with cleaner pre-applied, saving time. Not so bad at lid design. Maker of those cleaning wipes? Kelvington, I don't know what he's talking about.
I saw that coming up through the system, and I was like, I don't know what this is about. I'm sure it has something to do maybe with me being in the hospital or something, but I'm not certain.
It almost sounded like poetry.
It kind of did, but I think it's genuine.
All right.
I don't know. Okay, Richard, maybe you confused Kelvington with someone else. I don't know. Or maybe Kelvington has just forgot. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I'm confused. Let's move on. Boba Thick, as opposed to Boba Fett. Boba Thick is more politically correct. Who's been a channel member of mine for 8 months now. I love it, Boba Thick. Says, always support you, my lord. Love from Indonesia. Thank you, Boba Thick. What a great fucking name. I love it. Thank you, dude. I love it. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, the prequel should have been the beginning, middle, and end of the Clone Wars, with Anakin as an already established Jedi Knight. Oh, I would have bought that, man. We didn't need to see him as a kid. We didn't need all this shit. Well done, Nicholas Horton. That's a great idea. I wish the fuck they'd done that. I really do. And Kit Kat with a very generous £20 super chat. Thank you so much, Kit Kat, for that. Kit Kat says that was the one with Johnny Depp's grotesque Tonto. Didn't hold a candle to Jay Silverheel's portrayal of Tonto. Silverheels was the grandson of a Mohawk chief. He founded an acting school for Indian actors. I couldn't agree with you more. I love Johnny Depp. He's great, but fuck no, man. There's only one Tonto and there's only one Lone Ranger, and Disney didn't have either of them, unfortunately. They didn't cast either one of them. Dayoc666 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Dayoc666. Says, actors nowadays are such divas. When making Snake Eyes, Henry Golding was complaining about how tough his training was. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see more and more snowflake actors as snowflakes take control of the world. I think it's sad, but there's not a fucking thing we can do about it except keep talking out about it. And eventually it'll go out of fashion and then they'll find some other thing worthy of their talents, like ditch digging. Fuck, I don't know.
We'll melt them. We'll melt them all.
I hope so.
Thinking that $2 bills are counterfeit at Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Oh, and $3 bills can no longer be spoken against. It's just the way it is, folks. Wilson, the unauthorized biography of Tom Hanks, with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Wilson, with an exclamation point. Says, if Indy 5 is delayed anymore, it will be remade into Indiana Jones in the search for Harrison Ford's medical insurance. Spot on, Wilson. Spot on, sir. Indeed, they're going to have to look for that. I don't think they'll find it, though. Orville Nation, PJ, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, PJ. Says, the Orville 24/7 just reminded us on Twitter that today was the day of Gene Roddenberry's passing. October 24th, we miss you, Gene. Here, Orville Nation. We did that at the top of the show, thanks to Raquel Briggs, who knew enough to point that out to us, and we really did appreciate that.
Well, to back to the thing about Harrison Ford, though, the problem with his insurance is he's got Callista on it, right?
Uh-oh.
So he's like, get off my plan.
If Beth Arstead is in the chat, she's loving all these hokey jokes.
Thank you.
She
Thank you very
is
much.
Loving
indeed.
it. Yep.
Beth Arstead. She's the queen of the cornballs.
Yep.
In my opinion, anyway. Xenobit with a $5 super chat and a $20 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit, for both of those, my friend. And he says, Doomcock, what do you think of the opening score to Cowboy Bebop? Japanese cartoons and video games still have fantastic music every year. Oh, I agree. I love the opening score to Cowboy Bebop. I was really struck by how much the opening to Venture Brothers seems to have really been inspired by Cowboy Bebop and Johnny Quest. I always knew Johnny Quest, but man,
Right.
really right out of Cowboy Bebop. Have y'all seen Cowboy Bebop? Anybody here?
I've seen a couple of episodes, and I do know what you're talking about. And I was struck by that. Yeah, I think that's right. That between the Venture Brothers and that I don't know how to place it. I keep wanting to say 60s and stuff like that with it, but it's it's its own thing.
It is.
And,
it's really cool. I really love that that score and that approach and the dynamic editing of it. What did you say something, Tom?
I think the name of the song is Tank.
For Bebop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's what it is.
Mhm.
Because in the credits, you see all this Japanese characters, and then it has a tank. Yeah, caps at one point.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
does
no,
that?
it's all
Is that a
right.
character? Is that a?
Yeah.
Is that a what the fuck are
Probably.
they talking about? Now
Yeah.
I know it's the song. Cool. Thanks, Tom. Shit.
All right.
That answered
Yep.
that question. I didn't know. And
I've
now
never
it's
actually
time-
seen the series, but I have it on Blu-ray. Haven't watched it, and I have. the
Oh my
soundtrack,
god,
so
dude! It's really, really good.
It's just
Really
on my
good.
list of many things to do.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm blowing it. I mean, I'm just like, it's blowing my mind. It's so good. And now it's time to give Kelvington shit from the chat here. Got a whole string of super chats here about this whole mirror thing.
Nice.
Yeah, well, they're super chats. I got to read them. I'm not giving you shit, but they are. Max 227 with a $5 super chat says it's called a reflection. So, okay, there you go. Molecular Arts with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Molecular Arts. Says mirrors flip front to back. 20 plus years of experience with symmetry talking here. Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Says, I get the whole mirror thing, but then again, I'm autistic as fuck. No, seriously, I have Asperger's, so that lets me understand everything that no one else can. So there you go, Mercenary X21.
So you mean you understand women?
No, but he understands know-how.
Well, no one else can understand women.
No, that's dyslexic. That's dyslexic. That's not autistic.
Oh Lord.
I don't know. But Xenobit also says here with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Mirrors do not flip left to right. They flip front to back. If you move left, your reflection follows you left. If you move away, your reflection also moves away instead of following you like it does left to right. Wow. All this mirror talk is blowing my fucking mind. But I want to thank Max 227, Molecular Arts, Mercenary X21, and Xenobit for those super chats. Kelvington, do you want to
Yes, sir.
respond in any way?
Matrix Revolutions was better than the Matrix.
He's got you there.
And suddenly the mirror thing seems irrelevant. As hundreds of minds across the country went, and just like heads just blew up, brains all over the wall. Well done, Kelvington. There's no following up from that. Andy Derivative Jill with a $10 super sticker of the hippo spinning around in the office chair exultantly. I thank you, Andy Derivative Jill. You are absolutely awesome. Mercenary X21 says, I wish I could understand women. Andy Derivative Jill, please explain yourself to Mercenary X21. And then Mercenary X21, fill us in, will you? We'd appreciate it, but we don't understand women either. Phantom Boomer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. Says, aren't you DB Cooper? No.
We're not supposed to answer that question.
I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe. Sorry.
If you were, you wouldn't need all these damn super chats.
Yeah, that's true. How much did he get away with on the plane?
How much? Yeah, they did recover some.
How?
Well, they found it in the woods there. Some of the bills were recovered, but not all of them. I can't remember how much he had in total, but
$5,800.
Okay,
that's all.
That's all.
Do you know?
Jumping out of a plane.
Yeah,
for $5,800.
Do you know the amount that they recovered, or?
The amount they recovered was $5,800, and they think that's all it was.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's all there was?
Oh.
And they recovered it all?
So yeah, you need super chats.
So DB stands for dumb butt fuck? Dumb butt fuck Cooper jumped out of a plane, only got $5,800 and lost it all.
Well, it seemed like a cool idea at the time.
Been better off going to Vegas.
Oh my god. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Oh my god.
Yeah, he demanded $200,000 in a parachute, and what they found in a rotting package, near the parachute, was $5,800, and the ransom money matched the serial numbers. So that's the story about DB Cooper.
Yeah.
Okay, so they recovered that money, but that's not all the money he got.
The way they talk about, I'm looking at the story on the FBI site right now, and it's like he demanded it, but they don't know that that's what he got.
Oh, okay.
And the money was all wrapped, and it had a reward abound. It says this label is part of a participation in 1971 DB Cooper hijacking, and it is attacked with rubber bands to the 20. So they put 20s on top and ones underneath to, I guess, convince him that he had a couple $100,000. But he jumped out of a plane with $5,800 is what they found.
Wow. Well, it's a good thing they hyped up the mystery about it, because the robbery was fucking bullshit. It's so mysterious. Yeah, but he only took $5,800 and we found it. So, fuck that, man.
We all know he got eaten by
more than that
Sasquatch
in their
anyway.
money belt.
Yeah,
Economy section.
I got more than that in my fucking pocket right now, man. Fucking bullshit.
Well, I don't.
Would you like to round that up?
What?
Would you like to round that up to 6,000?
Yeah. You got your $6,000 right here.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Lenrod with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lenrod. Says, hail DC and panel. Can't wait to get my goodies from the bunny auction. When will those ship, Gary? When will those ship?
I'll get her on it tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
She'll take care of it real quickly.
Lenrod, thank you for bidding, and congratulations. What did you score, Lenrod? Do you mind telling us in the chat? I'd love to see what kind of cool thing you got. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack White. Says, for the book, I am thinking of going through all the bad decisions made under Iger. And at the end of the day, that book will make a hell of a great doorstop. Burglars are not going to be able to push their way in the house with a massive tome of that substance. Thank you, Jack White. Kai Pak, $3.95 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Kai Pak. Says, hail Overlord DVD and Tom from Midnight's Edge. Love what you guys do.
Well,
I love what Tom does too. Tom, you got a fan here. Well said.
Thank you.
Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Xenobit says that Union Jack light is missing the middle vertical line. That is a reason it looks so stupid. With the extra line, it wouldn't be an arrow either. Yeah, no, that's that would help, but that's just too fucking okay, I almost said something bad. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Redonkulous.
Xenobit, for that. And R. Fletch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, you wonderful, wonderful cat. Says, I'm there and gone again. Fight the Good Fight DVD. Hail and take care all. You're very welcome. Hail, R. Fletch. Well, Kelvington, I think that brings us to the end of tonight's proceedings, don't you?
Wow.
I think so.
Wow.
Do we want to billboard next week's Halloween spectacular?
Absolutely, please.
Because we got, let's see. Oh, he's not running.
Okay.
There he is. Because Baby Yoda is done with our shit.
Yeah.
So I would look forward to that next week.
I'm looking forward to it too. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to go. I don't know if we're going to do Pop Culture Breakdown live like in the afternoon maybe, or a little like earlier, and then do the Halloween thing after. But I think for Pop Culture Breakdown on next Sunday, we should have basically horror show theme, you know?
Yeah.
Like our favorite
dude,
horror
I've
movies.
got this all covered. This is kind of I think anybody who tunes in for Pop Culture Live next week will see something unique, certainly to start the show, and everything is going to be designed around Halloween. I think we are going to rock it. Lots of Halloween stories, and I think it's going to be fun, very upbeat show. Going to have a lot of fun and a lot of good topics.
I can't wait, Kelvington. Thank you, my friend, for all that you do for this show. You are awesome, man. You're really, really
super
awesome.
producer.
He is. He's a super damn producer. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jack says, I want to do it because I'm getting tired of my current job. Well, that's a great reason to do a book, man. Congratulations and good luck with it, brother. I can't wait to see what you come up with. And anybody want to plug their stuff? Gary, Ambrosia, do you have anything to plug now that your wife's bunny rescue is done?
No, I don't. You know, I think she's going to make it a normal thing, maybe once every 3 months. So I'll always be chiming stuff in for her for that. So, but I'll keep everybody posted on that. Other than that, just, hey, stay angry and keep watching the channel.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Gary. You are fun, and I'm just delighted. You're not only a great friend, but a great guest. And thank you for being here tonight.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Douglas, plug away, my friend.
Same old thing. My channel here on YouTube, that would be youtube.com/user/Mr. Nelson. And you can check out my Night comic books over at indieplanet.com.
Night. What a great fucking thing. And I just love it. It's
thank you.
Fucking clever, dude. It's very good. Tom, anything you'd like to plug, sir? You were a hero tonight. I know you were feeling under the weather, and you just persevered like a motherfucker.
I felt a little better afterwards, but then I had to deal with all this drama in the background. So I apologize for not being completely present the entire show. But no, I'm here. I made it through it, so I'm glad I was able to. I just got Midnight's Edge in the morning, so check that out tomorrow morning. One of these days we'll get Doomcock on there. We've been working on it. Other than that, I'll just take my moment to say that Kathleen Kennedy ain't got shit on super producer Kelvington. You can clip that and use that however you wish.
Well, we've never had to stop the show in the middle and go back and redo it. So that's
get Ron Howard to come fix it.
Right. We would have to get someone else to come in and
because
do the show
Kelvington just couldn't handle it. So after 88 days of producing Doomcock's show, I decided to come in and finish it up for him.
Way to go, Cunningham.
Well done.
I'm not Opie Cunningham. I'm Howard, Ron Howard. I have kids.
K-Sox.
Hey,
that's
Opie.
funny. I can't picture Opie Cunningham having kids. Come to think of it, I can't picture Opie Cunningham having sex. And you get 10 points if you get who that was in the chat. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know. It sounded like buckwheat to me, but
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
Close.
Is Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
there you go. I
that's
thought it
nice.
was Eddie Murphy.
He's like,
Yeah.
hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here talking to Opie Cunningham.
Yeah.
Like, my name is not Opie Cunningham. It's Ron Howard. Yeah, that's great, Opie.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm grown. I'm a grown man. I have kids now. He's like, oh my God. I can't believe Opie Cunningham has kids.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking of it. I can't think of Opie Cunningham having sex.
Big Joe Cunningham doing it. I can't. Dad.
It's a great SNL skit. It's kind of a precursor to the Chris Farley and Paul McCartney skit in a weird way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Kind of in a reverse.
Very similar. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When Chris Farley was saying, you know, when you sing that song yesterday, you wrote it and then you recorded it, you played on the radio. You remember that? Yes, I do. That was cool.
You remember when you were in the Beatles?
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
Oh God.
God, I can't believe we're talking to Paul McCartney.
And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, check out Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood after you're done with Bebop, my lord. I will, but I am digging into that Bebop. Cowboy Bebop kicks ass, man. It's fucking awesome. And Kelvington, you got the Doomcock Globe. Can you just re-up that?
Oh no, it just starts there. It'll run for 30 seconds or so, and then we'll just restart.
Doomcock
I just had it there at the starting point.
Oh, I see. I thought it had run already.
Recorded
No.
Look
I was
at that.
paused, waiting for you to do your thing, boss.
Worldwide Doomcock. I love
a DC production.
Yes, like a Quinn Martin production.
Quinn Martin,
although
yeah.
in
in front of a live
it's funny,
studio audience.
in The Fugitive, they were like, The Fugitive, a QM production. But then by the time of The Invaders, it was The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production. I don't know why that's relevant. It's not, but I just thought it was interesting. It's like he was a little scared to like step out of the, and put his name out there. And then he was like, fuck it. I'm Quinn Martin. I'm Quinn Martin.
So the Invaders
Kelvington
was his high point, but not the Fugitive.
Yeah. The Fugitive was awesome. If you haven't seen The Fugitive, it's a good show. Kelvington, anything you'd like to plug, sir?
You can always just go to kelvington.com. We put some new videos up there every so often, and we talk about Trek Through Time. There's also a Star Wars series where I mixed Doctor Who with Star Wars. Both starts with 4, 5, and 6, and the prequels, and there are videos up there about that. So if you'd like to see what it looks like when Tom Baker interacts with Darth Vader and the like, it's all up there.
That is awesome. All right, guys. Well, I hope everybody had a great time. And thank you for being here this Sunday. I hope you all come back next Sunday. And, from the center of the earth, folks, this is Dictor Van Doomcock along with Kelvington, Gary Ambrosia, Douglas Nelson, Tom Connors Jr. of Midnight's Edge After Dark, Raquel M. Briggs, and none other than Kamran Pasha. Bidding you all, my friends, have a great week. And don't forget to stay angry. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Good
you
night,
all.
Harvey.
Good night. You all up here?